Hello everyone. Welcome to season 4 of Survivor. Season is called Survivor Espionage. Uh, I'm here with our wonderful, amazing commentary duo of Happy Meal and Levi. It's a match made in heaven, really. I couldn't be better. How are you guys doing?
Doing all right yourself?
Yeah, doing
Yeah, I
great.
mean, I'm elated because I have the best secondary caster in the world, you know. So
Oh hell yeah!
yeah, I
Yeah.
wouldn't trade him for anything.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell. So just a quick announcement before I do the opening stuff. There were several people who dropped out. So Wembo, Bayrex, and Death Demon all had to drop out. So the three of them have all been replaced by new players. So for anyone who's betting, hope that didn't ruin your day, but that's just how it goes sometimes. So just a little bit about the season. So as I said, it's called Survivor Espionage. So spy theme, as you might expect from the title. It's going to be some spying, some secret information, some code breaking, that kind of stuff. You'll get the idea of the theme pretty quickly. The only mechanical thing that's important to know from the beginning is that tribe captains are going to be playing an elevated role this season, but we will get to that in a minute. Uh, for now, since we're a bit behind, I'm not going to go over the rules because you guys watching this probably all know the deal already. I'm going to be using virtual backgrounds a bit more this season is one thing I wanted to mention just to try and make the viewer experience better. So hopefully that works. But for now, let's get started. So let's have our
I'm
8
coming
new
for that
players
title.
wake up. I'm going to turn my camera off. So this season we have 8 new players and 6 returning players. So, yeah, I'm going to divide up the 8 new players into tribes in just a moment. As soon as the last one wakes up, I don't know who we're waiting for. I think it's XPC, maybe. Yes, no. Are you there, XPC? You want to wake up? Turn your camera on. Uh-oh. What's going on, dude? Have any of you heard from him? Do any of you know what's going on? This is good stuff.
Quality content at Lumbex 999 channel.
Hello? I don't know. Maybe give me 1 second. I'm not sure what happened to this person. He was here like right before we started. Come on, guys. He's still in the Zoom, right?
Yeah, he's still in the Zoom. I did see him leave and rejoin,
Yeah.
so I don't know if maybe his Zoom is just having issues.
Yeah, there was two different X's at one
His
point.
camera
All
might
right. Give me 1 moment.
be
We
working
might we
out.
might we might have a replacement for XPC if this is how things are going to go. So let me confer very briefly.
And in this meantime, you can subscribe to
Vandy saw
Lumbex
through my
999.
disguise only after I took it down. Wow. Damn, it's good. I'm a good spy.
Wait, is that Ricardo? Oh wait, where'd Ricardo go? Who is this man with the red nose? Oh, it's Ricardo. Oh,
Pah. Yeah, I didn't plan on wearing that for as long as I did. I just wanted to, because it's actually quite hard to breathe in it.
wait a minute.
Hello?
Is that a Wimbo
Hello?
I see?
Wembology?
Hi.
All right. I think since I am not hearing from XPC, I think we're going to have Wembo replace XPC. Okay.
Wait,
There's been a lot
wasn't
of
he
last
on the
minute stuff. I
list
mean, this has
originally?
been kind of chaotic. So let's have Wembo replace XPC. That's going to be my final answer. Viewers are getting a
Lock it in.
preview of how annoying this has been to run today. All right, these are going to be our 8 players. Okay. Let's get them sorted into their opening tribes. So given our theme, espionage, our tribes this season are going to be named after famous spies throughout history. So I'll tell you a little bit about them just kind of for fun. So our first starting tribe is going to be called Lafayette. And this tribe is named after James Armistead Lafayette, who was a former slave who reported the activities of Benedict Arnold to the Continental Army during the American Revolutionary War. And this tribe is going to consist of Mavelost, TCP, Slime, and Wembo. So the 4 of you are on Lafayette. This, of course, means that the other 4 of you are going to be on our second tribe. So that would be Aerogame, JC Plays, CPB, and Ripcardo. Your tribe is called Hari, Hari. So your tribe is named after Mata Hari, who is a Dutch exotic dancer who was executed in France during World War I after being convicted of being a German spy, although many people believe she was innocent of this. So if you would like, feel free to add your tribe name to the end of your Zoom name. Don't put it at the beginning, because if everyone's Zoom name starts the same way, it's like super confusing for me. But you can put them at the end if you want. I'll type the 2 names one more time, Lafayette and Hari. So now let's get to our returning players. If the 6 of you would like to wake up, you can do that now. All right, so Mavelost. I'm going to try and organize this a little bit. Mavelost, TCP, Slime, and Wembo all on Lafayette. And then we have RO. Okay, you can stay there. RO, JC, CPB, and Ricardo. Cool. So for our returning players, there are 2 of you returning from each of the previous 3 seasons. So we're going to divide those 6 players up into tribes right now as well. So let's start with season 1, where we have Rara Roach and Quix returning. Rara, you're going to be on the Hari tribe, and Quix, you will be on Lafayette. Returning from season 2, we have Vandy and Ringabel. Vandy, you are going to be on Lafayette, and Ringabel, you will be on Hari. And returning from season 3, we have Kelly and Carson. Kelly is going to be on the Hari tribe, and Carson will be on Lafayette. So let me recap everything and get this organized just so people can get a good visual of what our tribes look like. So I'll start with Lafayette. So for Lafayette, we have Mavelost, TCP, Slime, Wembo, Quix. Where is Quix? There you are. Quix, Vandy, getting this organized as I announce this, and Carson, which means that on Hari, we have Aerogame, JC Plays, CPB, Ripcardo, Rara Roach, Ringabel, and Kelly. Cool. So those are our opening tribes, 2 tribes of 7. All right, so as I said earlier, there's going to be an escalated role of captains this season. So of course, the first thing we need to do is figure out who our starting tribe captains are going to be. So we're going to do this without any conversation. So you guys are not going to get to talk to each other about this. And let's start with the Lafayette tribe, since I have them on top. So what you're going to do, each of you set your Zoom chats to message me directly. So it doesn't message everyone. It messages directly to me, to Lombax999. Each of you is going to send me the name of one player other than yourself who you would like to have be your tribe's captain. So go ahead and message me now. I'll read out the totals anonymously afterwards. So everyone on Lafayette, message me the name of someone other than yourself who you would like to have be your tribe's captain. All right, so Wimbo received 1 vote. Maeve Lost received 2 votes, but your captain with 4 votes is Carson Garden. So the opening captain for the Lafayette tribe is going to be Carson. Hari tribe, you are going to do the same thing right now. So Hari, let me know who you want to vote for to be your starting captain for your tribe. Vote for someone other than yourself. I'm waiting on a couple more votes. So if you're on the Hari tribe, send me a direct message on Zoom for who you would like to be your tribe's captain. I'm waiting on 2 votes still. Send me a direct message on Zoom. If you're messaging me elsewhere, please send it to me on Zoom. Okay, now I've got them all. Ooh, your votes are a little more interesting. Let's see. Let me total these up.
No cohesion like the Lafayette tribe.
Yeah, I guess not. I guess not. Yeah, your votes are kind of all over the place, but there is a clear winner. So let's see. So Kelly, Rip Cardo, Arrow Game, and Rah Rah each received 1 vote. However, your captain, receiving 3 votes, is Ring a Bell. So the starting captain of the Hari tribe is Ring a Bell. All right, so we've got our starting tribes, we've got our starting captains. Captains, your job is going to start right now. What
Let's
you
go.
are going to do for your first task as captain is pick 2 people from your tribe who you would like to have go on a secret mission during this night. You're going to pick them vocally, so you're going to say who you're picking. Those 2 players will get to do their secret mission while everyone's in their tribe chats, getting to know each other during this first night. You can pick any 2 players on your tribe, including yourself if you would like, but you have to say who you are picking. So we'll start with Lafayette again. So Carson, which 2 players on your tribe are going to go on the secret mission?
I will pick myself and TCP.
Okay, Carson and TCP. And ring a bell, which 2 members of your tribe will be going on the mission?
I'm gonna pick Arrow and Rara Roach.
Arrow Game and Rah Rah Roach. All right. Awesome. So we have our 4 players going on the mission. So for the rest of you, well, for all of you, you can go to sleep. I'm going to add you to your tribe chats on Discord momentarily so you can get to know each other. And for those of you on the mission, you'll find out what that means for you very shortly. So everyone go to sleep. Let's get the game going.
All right, let's see here. What do you think of this, Levi?
We got Dave Dobb in here. I would be pretty worried if I wasn't allied with somebody who got elected captain right now.
Yeah, I agree.
When there's no communication and somehow, they manage to coalesce on one person, I would interpret that as an indication of something.
I agree.
But people can do as they choose. It's interesting that Ring a Bell wouldn't send himself though.
Well, I mean,
I'd probably always send myself, to be honest.
I look at it this way. I think it's right now more dangerous to be on Lafayette than it is to be on Hari, because I think that it's kind of obvious that the more strategical players are on Lafayette. They probably have a plan in mind. They intend on kind of just going for the gold. Ring a Bell, last time he played, he was just there to have fun and play mini games. A lot of the players on Hari, they didn't like play a strategic game. They played more like a social, just stick with the players they like type of thing, right? If you recall, season 1, Rara Roach was with Colin and Quicks, and as a byproduct, I mean, she got just destroyed at the merge, but it's like that's besides the point, right? So like the returning players on Hari are way less dangerous than the returning players on Lafayette. I think Carson is coming in with a vengeance. You know what I mean? I don't think Ring a Bell cares as much. You know, I think he has the same lax attitude this time around as he did last time.
I felt like Ringabel had fire in him last time. Like I don't think it was just mini games. He's definitely playing the social game. He,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like I think he sold the idea that he wasn't, but I think he was.
He's like he's like when a hot girl rates herself 7. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like I know I'm hot shit, but I'm going to say I'm not because I want to look modest, you know?
And yeah, and Survivor, it's a pretty big deal to try to downplay your threat profile. You want to, it's kind of like playing Catan. You want to sell the idea that everyone else is winning, but you're just useful enough to help push them along.
Yeah.
Like you could, yeah, it's. So I think they're all pretty much here to play. But I do kind of agree. Lafayette does seem to have like the more outwardly gamey persons.
Yeah. I do feel bad for Slime. I think she's probably one of the first to go home if Lafayette loses, just based upon how things went with the vote and shit, you know, and just based upon, you know, she doesn't know anyone on the team. All her would-be allies are on the other side, right? So
I think it's super smart if you're inside, because I mean obviously a lot of these players come from the Mafia community, but I think it's like really smart to build connections outside of the Mafia community, because the people inside the Mafia community will usually have options. The people who are outside of it probably won't, which generally is going to make them more loyal. The season I played, I mean, my two strongest allies were people I'd never talked to before the game started, and I never had a doubt like in them like at any point.
No, I think that was a good play. It's just that like in with when it comes to like who is playing, I don't think Carson has an issue with loyal allies here, right? I think he's safely got probably Maeve Lost and Vandy with him, you know what I mean? And
loyalty is not an issue until it is, right?
Well, yeah, but if we're talking about the early game, right? I don't think Carson has an issue. I don't think he needs to like make allies. And to counter your point, it's like in your season, when the not the merge but the tribe swap happened, your team just kept winning all the challenges. You know what I mean? It never became like an issue where you needed to choose like one side or the other, right?
Yeah, I think it's definitely like a mistake to overlook the newer players of the community. I think that in a game of numbers, having people who are loyal is incredibly important, and the people who have fewer options are usually going to be more loyal.
Well, I mean, I just kind of look at it this way, right? From a person in power's perspective on Lafayette, let's say they have to go to tribal, right? Well, they don't really want to vote out like the people they like, right? Or the people that like them and they know, right? They don't want to like vote out Vandy, Maeve Lost, or even Wembo like early on, right? That might be an error for the mid game. And so like Carson is stuck with like 3 options: Quick, TCP, and Slime. Well, maybe Carson feels bad for TCP because this is TCP's first game and everyone likes TCP. He's a nice guy, you know what I mean? And he's probably, and from any perspective, TCP probably doesn't possess like a late game threat to anybody, at least from that perspective, right? So like
I think TCP's a late game threat. The dude's super smart. He's very likable. I mean, I don't want to build up anyone's threat profile, but I wouldn't sell TCP short.
I mean, I'm trying to say from the perspective of a player, though, right? You're the first, like you look at the Zoom, it's like the first player in your mind isn't TCP, right? The first player is like Wembo as a threat or Ricardo as a threat, right? Those are the people that you feel like if they go too late in the game, they probably always win, right?
Quite possibly.
Yeah. So like that, those are the first players on anyone's mind who knows them, right? So like for example, Kelly, as long as like there's not some sort of blindside, is going to make it far because no one views her as a threat. She might be a threat, but no one views her as a threat, you know?
Gotcha.
You know, you're not going to expect Kelly to pull off this like major blindside out of nowhere, and she like predicted, oh, you had all these advantages, and she made the perfect votes at the perfect time in order to counteract those advantages. You don't view her that way. She might actually make a play like that, but you don't view her that way. So because you don't view her that way, you're not going to vote her out till later. And and also in her first season, she didn't win. I think she won like one challenge. So like she's not a challenge beast either. So you know that you always have the option to vote her out. So keeping her in is usually a good thing because, well, she's not going to win a challenge. So you could just vote her out if you need to, if she's the safe vote. And she's probably not going to do like this huge strategical play. So you don't really need to worry about her on that end. You know, she's just a likable player. If she makes it to the final 2 or 3 with another player that's like detestable, then she wins then, you know what I mean? But like, you don't view her as anything besides
I
daughter.
sincerely hope that we have players in this game who are detestable. It'll make it a lot more fun to watch.
I mean, every single time we've had a player that people didn't like, they kind of got voted out at some point. I want to see them make it to the end, you know what I mean? Like I would have loved to see James make it to the end and then just got destroyed by the jury. That would have been hilarious.
The problem that impaired players like James was not it was not that he was unlike you also had to have kind of like have a plan, right? Like the something I've noticed is that the villains in these seasons often didn't really have plans that made sense. Like you want the right compromise of like somebody who's not afraid to be kind of like villainy, but also like someone who's like making good strategic decisions. Like James thought like we were like not talking to each other at all, and kind of, you know, like he didn't really like account for other people having their own agendas and relationships, and that's the problem with someone like James. I think someone like James is actually somebody you want at the end, which makes them attractive to kind of bring along as a goat. The problem is that they have to, you know, have some semblance of a plan. James was just kind of like pure anarchy.
Right.
But I mean, you've seen that in the actual show a few times where players who, you know, just assume the full-blown villain position are often highly desirable because they take all of the heat for getting people voted out and ultimately put themselves off too much to potential jury votes. I mean, Russell Hance is like the obvious example from the show.
Right.
I don't think the guy. I think he was in the final 3 of once, and I think he got 1 vote
He
between
got
2
final
seasons.
3 twice.
Well, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think between both final 3s, he's only gotten 1 vote total. Like, he got
2 votes.
Okay, I know he got the one from
two or 3, one or the other. To be fair, he actually made to be fair, on the topic of Russell Hance in his first season, he actually made an error of who he brought to the end, right? So if he brings a different combination of
I'm going to
players,
chime
then he
in
always
very
wins.
briefly, just because I have strong opinions about Russell, which is
All right,
that
let's hear it.
you can say what you want about the returning player season 20 that he was on. I think Sandra winning that is pretty ridiculous. I think Parvati should have won that season over Russell,
Agreed.
but I think that Sandra should not have gotten votes. But season 19 is like, if you're rewarding who played the best game, then Russell Hance should always win that season, right? So it always comes down to social things there. Because by every conceivable metric, he played a better game than the other 2 people, right? He literally he handpicked them and brought them to the final 3 with him.
Well,
so I mean,
not every metric. The social
the
metric,
social,
like,
yeah, like that's the only aspect where you could argue it was.
but that
the worst
I
game.
think that's
But that matters a
fine
lot,
aspect
right?
to
So
win on. Yeah,
it's
But
important. I'm not saying that doesn't matter.
The thing is, though, like, he handpicked the wrong players. If he brings Shambo and Mick to the end, he gets all the votes. No one votes Shambo, no one votes Mick, right? So he made a strategical error. Some diehard fans of him thought it was a perfect strategic. It wasn't a perfect strategical game. If it was a perfect strategical game, he would have brought the 2 goats of that season, Mick and Shambo, to the final 3 and got all the votes.
Let's see if anyone can play a perfect strategical game this season. Yeah. So everybody wake up. Communication is closed. So any conversations you're having, you will need to pause for now. because it is time for our first immunity challenge. I always love the first immunity challenge because no one wants to lose the first challenge. No one wants to go to the first tribal council. So this one's always fun and exciting. So this challenge is called Keypad. In this challenge, I'm going to type a word in Zoom chat, and I'll also say it out loud for the viewers. And then you'll work to translate it into a numeric code as you would input the letters onto a keypad. In a second, I'm going to give you an example of this, and I'll put up a keypad on my Zoom's like virtual background, which if you want to pin it and use it for reference, you can do that. But yeah, basically that's how it's going to work. This challenge is going to be played in rounds where players will face off 1 versus 1 with someone from the opposite tribe, and the person who is slower between those two will be eliminated. The first tribe to be fully eliminated is out of the challenge, and the winners win, the losers lose, and go to tribal council. Well, someone will be the first player voted out. So you probably don't want that to be you. Let me put up my virtual background for you all so you can just understand what I'm talking about. 1 second. So it's one of these, right? You might want to pin it just so you know which numbers are which. So say the word was example. So I would just do this. In Zoom chat, I type example. You're going to find out what letter corresponds to what number, and you're going to type me the number sequence, right? So in this case, it'd be 3, 9, 2, so on, right? You would type me that sequence of numbers. Make sense? Right? E corresponds to 3, X corresponds to 9, A corresponds to 2, so on. You'd finish the word. Make sense? You make sure you're referencing this keypad in case you're looking at one that's different. Use this one. So yeah, if everyone is clear, we're gonna get started. Okay. So our first pairing is Ring-a-Bell and Slime.
Oh no, okay.
First and Slime. So as soon as I type the word, you can begin and I'll also say
Zoom
it.
chat, right? Everyone?
Yeah, so message me in Zoom chat. This is all going to be run through Zoom. So just message.
Do Lombax or just everyone?
In this case, it doesn't really matter, but just leave it on me just for future challenges, so you don't have to switch back and forth.
Okay.
So yeah, as soon as I type the word, you can go. We're going to start out relatively easy. Here's our first word. Spy. S-P-Y. Slime got it first. It is 779. Ring-a-Bell is eliminated. Our next pairing is CPB and Quicks. CPB and Quicks, you two are going to be next. And let me get your word ready. Your word is run. R-U-N. Quicks got it first. 786 is correct. CPB is out of the challenge. Our next pairing is JC Plays and Vandy. JC Plays and Vandy are up next. Here's your word. Hide. H-I-D-E. Hide. Vandy got it. 4433 is correct. So JC is eliminated. It's 3 in a row for the same tribe. I actually forget which tribe is which, but you know what I mean. Not looking good for one of you. Our next pairing is Arrow Game and Mave Lost. Arrow Game and Mave Lost. You two are up next. Here is your word. Peek. P-E-E-K. Mave Lost got it first. 7335. Arrow Game is out. The Lafayette streak continues. We'll see if they can get the sweep. Our next pairing is Wembo and Ripcardo. Wembo and Ripcardo, you two are up next. Your word is dark. D-A-R-K. Wembo got it first. 3725 is correct. So Ripcardo is out, keeping the sweep dream alive. And when you're out, you can just turn your off, just so we know who's still left in. Our next pairing is Kelly and TCP. Kelly and TCP, you two are up next. Your word. Stop. S-T-O-P. Kelly got it first. They were very close, 7867, but Kelly got it first, so TCP is out. All right, you're on the board. You're on the board, Hari Tribe. You avoided the sweep. That means our last pairing, of course, is going to be Carson and Rara Roach. You're the last two left. So the words are going to start getting a little harder now. We'll see how much longer the game lasts. So here is your word. Quiet. Your word is quiet. 78438 is correct. Rara got it first. Carson is out. Maybe a little bit of a comeback here for Hari. Let's see if Kelly and Rara can get their tribe back into this. So next up is going to be Kelly and Slime. Kelly and Slime are the next. Let me get your word ready. Your word is sneak. S-N-E-A-K. 76325 is correct. Slime got it in first. Kelly is out, which means the Hari tribe is down to just Rara Roach. So you'll have to beat all 5 of them if you want to win it for Hari. So you're going to be up against Quicks first. Rara and Quicks. Season 1 showdown. All right, let me get your word ready. Your word is follow. F-O-L-L-O-W. 365569 is correct. You both got it very close to each other, but Quicks was first, meaning that Lafayette has won the challenge. Everybody go to sleep. Hari, get ready for Tribal Council. Communication is open.
Okay, that was pretty good. Pretty good by Lafayette there, avoiding going to Tribal Council, but it's like I'm actually kind of happy because it's up in the air who's going to leave on Hari, right? It's kind of up in the air. I don't think there's like a clear, obvious vote for them right now. So what do you think, Levi and Dave?
Oh, well, first of all, welcome Dave Dobb.
Yeah.
Hey, greetings, gentlemen. Sorry for being late.
Dave Dobb of Mafia Universe fame.
Mafia Universe, DM, all kinds of fames. But I thought it was an interesting first challenge, given just how one-sided it appeared. It makes the decision of who to axe hard, because since as a team you had like 5 5 out in the first round, it was a pretty dominant victory. They couldn't get anything in the second round from Kelly or Rara either. This is probably where you stand in the game is important more than anything, since that first challenge there's no real like hierarchy in how people lost. So right now it's like, okay, your standing in the game is basically decided on where you're at with people right out the gate. So that's going to be interesting going into Tribal Council, I think.
Yeah, I think loyalty is always more important than challenge performance or whatever. I mean, when you're talking about like single elimination challenges where people are being separated by a tenth of a second, like just having people that you can trust and that you can go forward with, I think is paramount.
Right. I wasn't saying it in that the challenge performance is the be all end all, obviously, but it makes making decisions easier when you have that first challenge. Like, okay, this dude's clearly outside the circle and they performed poorly in the challenge, like they can go. Whereas with this challenge, it's like, oh, well, now it's where does everyone stand?
They have to be a little bit paranoid about the mission. They would try to vote out, who's it, Rara Roach and Arrow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who knows how that could have gone. So if you're on the Hari tribe, could be an idol, could be any kind of advantage, really.
Oh yeah,
Well, it's
that's
like
true. They
not
did
not
get sent to do something. Yeah.
Yeah, before the game even
'cause-
started.
which does kind of throw the wrinkle in how you're voting because you don't know. Because for the other members of Hari, you don't know what the secret mission is or what it's doing or how that impacts your game.
Could be nothing.
So it's so
But
so
I
it could,
think
it could be
I
nothing.
think you can safely assume that it's not like a immunity idol or anything like that. And there's no point in planning for an immunity idol this early on into the game, because if you do that, then you're just going to make bad votes anyways. So you could just
Right.
safely assume no one has an idol at this point. So it doesn't really matter too much. They might, and usually Lombax balance, like if you know the past games, usually he balances the games pretty well if people aren't like getting immunity idols like off the rip, you know. So I don't think anything of danger happened. As far as who's getting voted out, I can see CPB doing some really weird stuff and like making allies that other people won't, and then like voting out like Ring a Bell round one. I could see a Ring a Bell blindside here. I could even see a Ripcardo blindside. I think a lot of people are probably going to vote between CPB and JC. If like the most obvious thing happens, then it's just one of those two, right? But if there's a blind side, I think CPB would be the one orchestrating it. He's a weird guy. He'll probably team up with like Arrow and JC and even like Kelly and like try to get the other three out because they're more threatening than like any of the other players, right? So
Well, I don't want to build up anyone's threat profile too much, but I do know that CPB has played like these type of Survivor games kind of a lot, probably more than any of us.
and he cheated, lol.
Allegedly.
For what it's worth, I hope they don't vote out my boy JC. Come on, give JC a chance. Save his life, guys. Don't let him go yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's I wouldn't discount, like he's very familiar with the general a general foundational strategy for Survivor. So
yeah,
right. Because if you think about CPB like outside of games like this, you would think wild card because that's just how CPB interacts and things. But like if he has the knowledge of a game like this, then it goes from like, oh, CPB is a wild card, he'll do anything, to CPB probably has a plan. That's a problem. But
depends
know.
what side of the plan you're on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean the good thing about being in CPB's position is that he's equally threatening and not, right. You never know what he's thinking, so like he's always in the back of your head, but you also don't view him as like a long game threat because of he's CPB, especially the people who know him. Maybe not the people who don't know him, but the people who do know him like won't view him as an actual like late game threat. And as a byproduct, I think CPB has a good chance of like dominating the early game if he plays it right, you know.
I think this first vote is like actually like critically important because the first vote with the way that, so if you look at the number split, like how Carson and Ringabell got like the 4-3 vote split, it implies that there's kind of like a 50% dichotomy within the tribe. So winning that first vote to secure numbers advantage is just so big. It's like hard to overstate how important the very first vote is, probably more than any other.
I agree.
Whoever gets their way this vote is probably going to be comfortable for the next couple.
Yeah, I think so too. Like it's going to be, I mean, like I said before the game even started, I think that the people who are more duplicitous in nature are going to be on Lafayette than on Hari. So I think that like especially the first vote is very important for the early game for any player here because of the fact that a lot of these players are probably just going to stick together for the early game because it is the best strategy, objectively speaking. Get numbers, stick with them, right? That's like the tried and true method of every single player. The majority of winners, they get people that they ally with, take them to the end, and they win the game, right? And the most dominant games have always been that. If you look at Tom Westman, for example. So like that's a tried and true method that I think replicating it is very palatable and very understandable. So like I think especially Hari has the type of players that would want to do that. So whoever, like Levi said, whoever gets the first vote going their way probably wins the early game. Very unlikely, and probably gets far into the game, right? So it's up to the players to decide, like, do they want to try something to get the numbers advantage, or do they want to stick to the numbers that are already present?
Well, let's find out what they do. Hari Tribe. wake up. I'm going to get rid of this keypad so it doesn't mock you guys during tribal council.
Oh, thanks, Lombax. This is like flashback.
1, 2, 3, 6. Oh wait,
All
hang
right,
on, I mistyped.
we got everybody. So, you know, losing the first challenge, never fun, but one of the tribes had to lose. Wasn't particularly competitive, but sometimes that's how it goes. I always like to talk to the captains first whenever there's captains. I know you're eating, but how you feeling, Ring a Bell? How
So
you doing?
disappointed. Like my 2+ years of cashier experience where I'm like a king of a keypad, it took me until right before we were starting to realize that the keypad on my keyboard is opposite of like a cell phone keypad. And I was just like, and like I've already told you before that I'm dyslexic too. And I'm just like, I can't, like, it was just like the worst challenge for me. It's just really to start it off. So I felt bad. I felt like I let the team down in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, that is unfortunate, I will say. How are you feeling about your tribe overall? Let me ask you that.
Like I love everyone here. I know there's like a couple people that I like either haven't seen in a while or like JC I haven't like met like at all before this. So like I was like messaging them, just getting to know them. And you know, I'm happy that they've joined us. But yeah, I think there is some a lot of communication, a lot of ties that are already happening. And I'm like a very chill person to begin with, and I don't have like this whole network of spies going on. But I think that's like way over my head. I'm just here to play the game and like lose these competitions fairly. Like that's it.
Arrow, how are you doing? Are you here to play the game and lose competitions? Like Ring a Bell?
No, man, we're here to win, man. That's what it's about. We're not here to come here and lose, right? I mean, we lose one challenge, that's okay. We're gonna bounce back. We're gonna win the next, right? Like the Lafayette team, they might be stacked, but we're even more stacked, right? We're gonna come right the next challenge and we're gonna beat them. I'm telling you, we're gonna win. It's okay. We're chilling. It's one loss. It's not the end of the world.
So with that mindset, are you going to be voting to try and keep your tribe strong? Is that your idea?
Well, usually, I mean, that's kind of seems like the idea in the beginning, right? Usually in the beginning, you want to keep the people that are strong to win challenges so you're not forced to be in this situation. And then later on, right, when it goes individual, maybe that's when you start trying to attack the stronger players. But yeah, that's just kind of the mindset I have right now.
Rip Cardo, do you agree? Is that the plan?
I definitely agree. I feel like, but I quickly just want to talk. I also want to complain a bit about like I told myself, all right, you know the keypad, type the correct keypad, type the correct keypad, type the correct keypad. I look and I'm just typing away. I'm just watching it, and then I look at what I type and I press enter, and I'm staring. I'm like, oh, I'm fast. I'm in. And I look and I'm like, what garbage did I just send to Lombax?
That's the
and I'm
wrong
like,
number.
Yeah, I was like, can I I don't know if I could retype it or not. So I just left it as that because me thinking I don't know if I can retype it. I already heard that Wemba had submitted it. But yeah, I don't know. I never really watched the show, and I watched like the other couple seasons, and so I don't know what the proper like long-term strategy or etiquette is for the first vote off and things like that. And I don't know. I feel like it sucks to be here, right? Like someone had to lose, correct? But it really stinks because you hate to be the one holding the gun this early on. Whether it's with some like if you made alliances, I definitely thought the pre-game alliance thing was gonna be my weakness. Like I had no idea what the hell I was gonna do. I had no idea what to expect or how it worked. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I think I've decided where the vote's gonna go and everything like that. And I guess it's for the reason of the team being strong. That's a tough question because we got a little swept, unfortunately, due to like mistypes and all this other stuff. And so we can't really gauge someone's strength based off of that one, accidental, right, pre-game jitters or anything like that.
Right. So Rara, you said you maybe had a bit of deja vu with losing the first challenge. How are you feeling?
Thanks, Lombax. Yep. This is not an unfamiliar feeling. But just taking it like on the chin, but still keeping my head up high. I do like the vibe of this tribe. And if I had to go down, Quicks, I knew he was nimble with the keypad because during our season 1, we did pretty good on the words and with the keypad. So, I went down, but like everyone said, just gotta brush it off and keep on going.
So everyone being a bit everyone's being very positive, but no one really.
Oh, just wait till the vote.
Someone here is going to get tricked, right? I mean, that's kind of where I'm going with this. This is something I love to ask tribal councils. Raise your hand if you think you could get voted out right now. So Kelly, it felt like you put your hand up because you saw everyone else do it. Do you actually think you're going to get voted out?
I'm hesitant to answer that question because then people just vote me out of spite. I feel like if out of the 8 of us, I don't think I'm strong enough to be first on the chopping block, but I don't think I'm weak enough to be first on the chopping block. Does that make sense?
So you have a different thought. Like, you want to vote out someone who's middle of the road?
No, I feel like I ride in the middle of the road. I feel like the people who are on opposite ends of the spectrum are the first ones to go usually.
I see.
And I'm down to ride middle of the road for a little while. And that's usually where I sit, which is what happened last season was I sat like middle of the road.
Kelly, are you driving on the left or the right side of the road? Where
Who the fuck cares? I'm driving in the center line. That's what I'm doing.
Right. Same.
Where are you driving, JC?
I'm playing Pokemon
Are you
Go
a middle of the road player? Or are you
Sorry.
one of the edges?
Well, so for my first time playing, obviously I didn't even really know how to do the challenge. So, you know, you should keep me in because I'll be pretty shit. So, I mean, I'm free to just marinate, really. It's actually better for you to keep me in the game because I'm actually so bad. So, but that's my opinion.
Certainly one way to appeal to your peers in a game like this.
And also, I'll actually be upset if I get voted out first. My first game, you gotta let the new guy get at least one round, surely. I mean, I don't really care if I'm voted out first. I mean, it's just a game, to be honest. But obviously, it's just a game, you know. I don't really care that much. It'll be fun. That's my opinion.
What's your opinion, CPB? Close us out before we get to the vote.
Well, I will say this. There was a lot of things said, and I'm in the middle of the road. I'm just coasting by, driving in my hat, got it on, holding on for a prayer, and just thankful that I'm here, you know, and it's great to meet everyone, especially JC, Ricardo. I love the nose, and my hat's off to you, my good sir.
All right. On that note, let's see who the first person voted out of this very positive tribe is. Everybody, for this, send me your votes through a direct message on Discord. I know it's kind of confusing. We switched between them. But directly message me on Discord the name of the player you would like to vote out of the game. Okay. I have received all of the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now is the time to do so. All right, I will read the votes. Our first vote is for CPB. Our second vote, Ripcardo. Our third vote, CPB. Our fourth vote, CPB. That's 3 votes CPB, 1 vote Ripcardo. The first person voted out of Survivor Espionage is CPB. Well done, CPB. We will see you next time. Sleep well. Everyone go to sleep, and communication is open.
They did my boy dirty. They did my boy CPB dirty, bro. But what can I say? Like, it was the most obvious vote, right? If people weren't going to like try to do something sneaky, CPB was going home, and everyone knew that. You know what I mean?
I was rooting for you.
I'm down for a little
That's a hard
podcast, guy. How's it going, podcasters? How we doing?
All right.
tonight?
So Twitch chat is rooting for JC. Let's go, JC. Make sure you make that late game. Show the British boys what's good. Represent. You know. CBB, how does it feel being the first one voted out?
You know, it feels great to join the likes of the great Caleb and Flash, 23 Flash. What a guy.
23 Flash was voted out. Wait, what?
Flash was voted out second, you nerd.
I know, the memes, guys. Come on.
Okay.
Man.
So CPB was our dude Mike of the season. I'm actually very happy that it was CPB.
All right, collect those bets now.
Yeah. All right. Who
Collect the bets, guys. Remember.
Who won? Who got CPB?
I don't think there's a voting pool this season.
Oh, okay.
When Vandy decided to play, we lost one of our consistent betting numbers. One of our
Gotcha.
degenerates.
Yeah.
Feels bad.
Gotta have a gambling pool. I won't say who my money's on to win the game, but I wish them the best of luck. That's what I will say.
All right. Well, I think let's have everyone wake back up. So now I'm only looking for 13. There they are. All right, we are going to begin our second immunity challenge, which is called Triathlon. So while I'm describing this challenge, it's important that none of you say anything, and you'll find out why in a moment. So in this challenge, players from each tribe are going to compete to score in different ways. Like a triathlon, there's different legs of it. So first, 2 players from each tribe are going to compete in a word game. Next, 2 other players from each tribe will attempt to solve logic puzzles. And lastly, the final 2 players from each tribe will participate in a round of spy-themed trivia. So captains, for your next task, you are going to decide which players on each of your tribes are going to do those things, and you cannot confer with them at all. You have to decide based on how you know them right now. So again, I'll repeat those options, or not options, but I'll repeat those legs of the race, and I'll get into the details afterwards. The first leg is a word game for 2 people. The second leg is a series of logic puzzles for 2 people. And the last one is a round of trivia for the home stretch, also for 2 people. The last leg is, of course, the most important, so please keep that in mind. Lafayette, because you have an extra member, Carson, you will also essentially be deciding which player on your tribe sits out of this challenge as it runs 6 versus 6.
Yes, sir.
All right. Carson, who's gonna do what?
All right. So the word game is going to be Quicks and Slime. The puzzle is going to be, or the logic puzzle is going to be TCP and They've Lost, and the trivia is going to be myself and Vandy.
Perfect. And ring a bell. Who's doing what for Hari? I think you're muted.
Kelly and Ra Ra on trivia.
Okay.
And it was a
word game and logic puzzles are the other 2.
I'm gonna say me and Arrow on words, and Ricardo and JC on logic puzzles.
Okay, Ricardo, JC, and ring a bell, and Arrow on the word game. Perfect. All right, so let's have just the people in the first leg keep their cameras on. So we're going to start with Quicks and Slime.
Go Lafayette.
Lafayette, and ring a bell and Arrow for Hari. All right, so I'm going to give you an example of how this works. Wembo, you can go to sleep. More virtual background in a moment. So this leg is called Before and After. Actually, sorry. Before I get into the details of each of the legs, I just want to tell you about the structure of how this is going to go now. So for the word game, there's going to be 4 rounds, each worth 1 point. For the logic puzzles, there's going to be another 4 rounds, each worth 1 point. And then for the trivia, those 2 people will be playing to 10. The first tribe to reach 10 will win, but the points from the previous rounds will be added. So one tribe might start at a higher total, trying to get there based on how these first 2 legs go. So let me give you an example of this. This game is called Before and After. It's pretty simple. I'm going to show you something that looks like this. And your goal is to find which would be something that forms a compound word essentially with both of these. So in this case, ring a bell is right. It would be bug, right? Jitterbug or bug spray. Make sense? Pretty simple. The first one to message me that word on Zoom scores the point for the round. Sound good?
Yep.
Sweet. Your first actual question. Give me 1 second. All right, and go. Slime got it first. It is board, skateboard, and boardwalk. So that's a point for Lafayette. Actually, let me put that there. All right. Round 2, or I should say question 2. Here's question 2. Go. Ring a bell got it first. It is book, notebook, and bookworm. Oops. Video filter. All right, here's question 3. A couple of you sent me the wrong, yeah, a couple of you said bean, which is wrong, but slime got fish, which is correct. Jellyfish and fishbowl. So slime scores a 2nd point for Lafayette. And here's the last question for before and after. Here you go. Aro got it first. It is cup, teacup, and cupcake. So we are tied 2-2 after this round. The 4 of you can go to sleep. And let's have the 4 people doing the logic puzzles wake up next. So that is TCP, Maeve Lost, Ripcardo, and JC. Let's see if one tribe can pull ahead in the logic puzzles before going to the trivia. So these puzzles are interesting. So I'm going to give you an example one just to walk through exactly how they work. And I'm going to be I'm not trying to be like pedantic or condescending. I'm just going to explain it very thoroughly, just so that you're clear about how these work, okay? So as you can see in the top left, there's like these 3 dashes, right? So what you're trying to do is find a 3-letter code, essentially. So in this first one, it says, at the top it says EQH, and then next to that it says 2 of the letters are correct and in the right place. Cool. The next one says FLE, and it says everything is wrong. This is looking very pixelated, so I'll pin it for the viewers so they can see it better. There you go, guys. So the second one is FLE, and it's everything is wrong, right? So that means there's no F, there's no L, there's no E anywhere in the sequence. So if you combine those first 2 rules, you know that like since there's no E, the Q and the H must be the 2 that are correct and in the right place. So it must end with a QH, which means you only got the first letter. And the last rule tells you that because it says 1 letter is correct and in the right place, and you know it's not the I or the J, it must be the R. So it must be RQH. That's how these puzzles are going to work. They're all going to be like logical sequences of logical deductions like that. Any questions before we begin? Okay, one other note. For this round, each of you only gets 1 guess. If you're right, you score a point. If both players on your tribe submit a wrong guess, then the point will go to the other tribe. So if you and the other person are both wrong, then the point goes to the other tribe. So I recommend you don't just guess random letters. I recommend you try to figure them out. Cool, let's do the first one. First one's pretty simple, I hope. I think it's simple. Here is your first question. TCP got it first. BNC is correct. TCP scores the first point of this leg of the challenge. BNC was the correct answer. Here's your second question. XLF is correct. TCP and Maeve Lost are both very close. They're on the same tribe, so it didn't really matter, but they score again. TCP was first, for the record. It's TCP 2-0 on this challenge so far. Here is your third question. This one's a 4-letter sequence. TCP scores again. TJLZ is correct. And here comes our final question. This one's a bit harder, so we'll see how this one goes. I'll give hints if it's taking a long time, but maybe TCP won't need them. We'll see. Here's your fourth and final question. Here you go. TCP answers correctly again. KVS is correct. I would say 4 points for Lafayette, but I'm just going to leave it at 4 points for TCP. The four of you can go to sleep, and let's have our trivia competitors wake up. So this is going to be Carson and Vandy for Lafayette, and Kelly and Ra for Hari. So because of how that codebreaker round went, we're playing to 10, but Lafayette is going to start with 6 points, and Hari is going to start with only 2. So you're going to have a bit of a hole to come out of if you want to win. For this one, I'm just going to read the questions, and you just message me the answer directly on Zoom. I'm just going to read them out loud. As soon as I start saying a question, you can message me. You can message me, multiple times if you get it wrong once. Just the first person to get it right scores. So we're going to start off with kind of a softball for you guys. Here is our first question. What is James Bond's agent number? Everyone knows this is 007. Vandy was the fastest, scoring a point for Lafayette. Lafayette at 7 now. Our next question. What is the name of the Coen brothers' unconventional spy film released in 2008? Think about your Coen brothers movies. I'll be disappointed if no one knows this. I've only received one answer and it wasn't right. I'll give you a hint. There you go. Ra got it. Burn After Reading is correct. Burn After Reading. Scoring a point for Hari.
But one I haven't seen.
Our next.
It's great.
I like this question. What animal was used for spying during both World Wars by attaching cameras to them and having them fly over various places? Ooh. Yeah, sorry, Kelly. I don't think I can accept that with the typo. Spelling matters. So Carson was the next fastest. Pigeon is the correct answer. The reason I have to account for spelling is so that you don't just type. It affects how quickly you can type the answer. So I can't accept that. Carson scores a point for Lafayette, bringing them to 8. And Hari is at 3. All right, our next question. What actor plays the fictional character Jason Bourne? Vandy got it. It is Matt Damon. Vandy was the fastest. Lafayette is at 9. And Hari is at 3. Our next question. What animal's name is used as a term for a spy or informant within an organization? What animal? Ra got it. Mole is correct. A mole can mean a spy or informant. We're at 9-4.
Rat was close.
Our next question. What word can be used to describe either a secret listening device or an insect? What word means both of those things? Bug is correct, and Vandy got it first, meaning that the Lafayette tribe has won the challenge with a score of 10-4. Everyone go to sleep. Hari, get ready to go back to Tribal Council.
Well, it's not looking good for Hari right now. It's not looking good for Hari. I mean,
it's a rough one.
I do have to say it comes down to the challenges where a lot of it's typing, and if you have a fast keyboard.
All right, CPP, you ain't a part of this. Get the fuck out, son. Turned out. Anyways, let's see here. So if we're gonna make predictions on who's getting voted out, it's like you hope that it's not an expected vote. a lot of the votes came onto CPB, so it seemed like people just found like numbers and stuck with that, you know. So the people on the fringes are definitely going away next. It's very likely JC goes home here because the first vote kind of told us everything we need to know about the dynamics of Hari. It's possible we see Roach or Arrow get voted out, but I don't think. I think it's just JC gets eliminated here, but I hope not. You know, the Twitch chat wants JC to go really far, you know? So, you know, if you want to make Twitch chat stream come true, you keep JC in the game. You know what I mean?
Right. Right. But, you know, sometimes the guy the fans want just happens to go home early. That's just how it is sometimes. It stinks, but that's just how it is. I mean, honestly, right, like, it, you know, the numbers very clearly went a certain way, which is how CPB got out. It seemed to me that, like, based on the fact that Ricardo got that one vote, it seemed like he's probably in the numbers if I had to guess. Just based on, like, okay, numbers clearly went some way. Ricardo's probably in those numbers if he caught a vote. I think that,
which was just CPB's votes.
Yeah. So yeah, but like usually by that point, right? Like it's like you would think that there's an idea of like a 3-3 with like one person kind of stranded and they're kind of like in their idea, unless there's like actually just a 4 right out the gate. And like 2 people just decided we're going to vote in Ricardo, and he's just outside of that. But I kind of doubt that's what happened. It seemed to me that it seems, especially like watching how this game's going, that like Hari doesn't have a real idea doesn't really have a real idea where their team's strengths are right now, if I had to guess. But just going solely through like the challenge ring, Bell seemed incredibly unsure about where he was sending his team during that relay. Now, I'm not sure how much that would have mattered. I think TCP dominates the logic puzzle against pretty much anyone the way he was playing.
Except for Happy Meal, so it's like
you know, gotta pump your own tires. I feel that. But no, he played that challenge really well. I'm not sure who you could put there to turn that tide. That's clearly where the game kind of went on its head. But I mean, Ring seemed kind of unsure, you know, what wins him that challenge. So in terms of challenge strength, it'll be interesting to see where they go going forward. But like, again, how the tribe is interacting within each other, you never truly know. So whoever's on the outside of those numbers, whether it be JC, RO, Rara, you know, we'll see who they decide is, you know, important to get out next. Considering that this is now your second straight loss, you probably take whoever's the weakest outside your numbers out right now and try to get a challenge win before you have to like start chopping your own heads off. So
yeah, I agree with that. From that perspective, it is possible they just keep players like JC in the game because he would be good going into the merge just to have like a loyalty. And like on the challenge note, it's like none of the players on Hari have shown any good challenge prowess at all. So it's like they're kind of on equal footing in terms of how good they are at challenges. But they were crushed in every single one of those, besides the first one. Who
which even then, like Ring and RO split the challenge, so there's no like differentiator between those two. So like even in like the split they had with Lafayette, there was a split within the team. So there was no like real dominant performance.
So that being stated, right, let's talk about the winning team a little bit, because like we always talk about the losing team. The winning team, it seems like early on you could tell kind of who are the stars of the challenges, you know, like you don't expect it, but you see TCP and Slime scoring points on every single challenge, being the first one with their keyboards, like they're like supercomputers, you know, just fucking up the other team. If they don't go home early, I think those are the 2 players that like their early challenge prowess will come back and probably get them eliminated in the mid game, right?
Right. Like I spectated a challenge done pretty much all through Discord with like mobile apps and stuff. And what a person who some older Mafia people might know, Weather Guy, who was in that, dominant for his tribe in pretty much all challenges, and pretty much had to post merge after giving up his immunity idol, had to challenge his way through merge because he was basically about to get hacked off if he didn't win every single challenge.
Right.
So the game gets hard when you kind of establish yourself as like challenge king, it does get hard for you to kind of get away with that without being like, okay, every single challenge is important now.
And the funny thing is, the third game we played, season 3, the winner was a challenge beast, right? Stormslide actually came out like mid-game and just didn't lose any challenges and just won the game, right? So it's actually beneficial. If you think someone's going to be really good at challenges later on, it's pretty beneficial to get rid of them like in the early mid-game, because if they get their stride, they'll just make it to the end, right? So
yeah, it's going to be really hard. But at the same time, right? Like, especially in this early portion of the game, right? Lafayette can think with that mindset of, we know who the strong challengers are. Whereas with Hari, it's a completely different story where it's like, you just got beaten twice. Now you got to, make sure you now got to make sure you can even win challenges. So both teams are having to do a balancing act now where,
right.
One team looks dominant in challenges, but that could look a problem post merge where it's like, okay, well now we have to play against these challenge beasts. On the other side, you've just gotten raffle stomped twice. We got to win challenges eventually. So
yeah, raffle stomped. Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's figure out what they do. Hari, wake up. Communication is closed. There we go. Cool. Or I guess not cool. So, no one wants to lose the first challenge. And no one especially wants to lose the first 2 challenges. Not looking great. I'm going to start with Ring a Bell again. Do you think you chose the right people for each leg of the race?
I was thinking about this. I think I chose the perfect people for each leg of the race. It was just, we were against Vandy and Carson, who are like super gods at trivia, against Kelly and Ra, who are really good at trivia. But when it comes to speed as a factor, I think like they might have you guys beat there. So it's unfortunate. And then TCP is like a god gamer and is like way out of his league in the logic puzzle. So I think we were just doomed from the start, no matter what. I'm happy Arrow and I like held our ground, at least with the word challenge, the word play. So we got that going, I guess. But Lombax is not looking really good for Hari, is it?
I would have to agree on that point. So you're down to 6. 6 is a really weird number for votes. Do you guys think there's a consensus, or do you think this vote's going to be less clear than the last one?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief. I have no idea.
Okay. Anyone else?
All
have
I know
thoughts?
is that, like our namesake, we're being persecuted, we're being hunted, right? But we're innocent. I believe the light will shine upon Team Hari, and we will persevere.
Interesting. I hope. Well, I don't know. I don't know what I hope, but that's an optimistic take on things, given how things are going right now. Everyone looks so dejected.
I mean, Lombax, it's an interesting game, right? Because it's like who sides with who betrays who, right? So in this game, as the numbers dwindle, especially in our tribe, now that we've lost 2 challenges in a row, it's going to, the voting is going to be skewed. And I think that's what we're going to expect right now. I think you're going to see a lot of votes all over the board. I don't think it's going to be cut and clear. It's going to be interesting, right? It's going to kind of segue into what happens after.
I think we just have shit internet.
Maybe.
Like 100%, like we all know that CPB didn't have the best internet. Like I don't think I have the best internet. Like,
dude, I don't know. I probably have worse internet and brain than TCP, to be honest. That's why I
Ring a
lost
Bell
that.
put me in the right leg of the race because I would have never gotten the logic puzzles, and I have terrible dyslexia, so any of like the before and afters, nope.
Well, that's a good confirmation.
Bad.
Yeah.
How are you doing, JC? You're kind of quiet over there. and also somewhat off camera.
I'm doing good. I mean, whatever happens, I've enjoyed myself. If I do get voted here, I understand. I don't really care, to be honest. I'm kind of enjoying it. I understand why I would get voted. I'm just trusting they don't vote me. That'd be kind of nice, but I understand.
So
I
there's
wish
a
them the best
they
in the
who
game,
you're
even if I do get
expecting to not
voted.
vote for you? Or no?
I'm not going to give
Well,
any more
Max, interesting.
information.
Damn,
for
you're getting really good at
TMI.
asking these questions. That was really good. I like that.
It's what they pay me the big bucks for, Rara,
Yeah.
how you doing?
God, I don't know. I feel like what the heck happened, man? I was just not quick enough. I knew the freaking Matt Damon one. I love Matt Damon, full disclosure. But I've seen those series such a million. Anyway, I'm over it. Yeah. This one is gonna be tough. I don't even know what
It did seem like there was a pretty clear consensus for the first vote, and now that you don't have the quote-unquote easy vote for the first one, things get a little trickier.
Yeah.
Who knows? I don't know if maybe there's still a majority
I don't know, Lombax.
somewhere.
Sending
but,
you that message saying CPBC was very difficult for me. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe there was some tension I didn't know about. But unless anyone has anything else they want to add, we can get to the vote if you guys are ready.
I just want to put out a message there for Lafayette. Like, you guys have a lot of strong players. Just considering tanking the next challenge, all right? Like, we won't hold it against you guys if you need to get some of that meat out of there. That's a valid strategy. All right, just saying.
If you do it, I'll bake you brownies. How's that sound?
Right
There'll
there.
be some special brownies if you'd like.
Oh,
we need all the help we can get.
Yeah.
Well, all right.
We're
On that very
innocent.
cheery note, I think we're going to go to the vote. It's funny. You guys were so happy at the first tribal council. Now everyone's just over it. Anyways, send me your votes on Discord. Directly message me on Discord the name of the player you would like to vote out of this game. Okay. I have tallied the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now is the time to do so. All right, I'm going to read the votes. Our first vote, Ripcardo. Our second vote, Kelly. Our third vote, Rara Roach. That's one vote each for Ripcardo, Kelly, and Rara Roach. Our next vote, Ripcardo. The second player voted out of Survivor Espionage is Ripcardo. Goodbye, Ripcardo. Everyone go to sleep. Communication is open.
Yo, my boy JC staying in the game, bro.
Wow, dude. I'm
happy.
honestly a little surprised by that. I thought since Ricardo, caught the CPB vote, he was like okay, but I guess that wasn't the case.
Let's look at like the vote data, right? There was a 1-1-1-1 split, right? Or was it
1-1-4?
1-1-4, or either way, right?
1-1-4,
So,
1-1-3, something like that.
Obviously, there's not obviously, but either there's two players fractured from the whole, or someone's trolling and it was just Ricardo was on the outs. Like Colin did that on the first season. He just threw a random vote somewhere at any given point in time, and Savaic did that as well. But he wasn't really. So let's assume there's someone fractured from the whole. It doesn't seem like it's JC, right? Because
you would still do that vote even if you were inside the main group because it hedges against an idol.
That is true.
So what people should be paying attention there to is so when Ringabel was elected captain, he chose Arrow and Rara Roach, who are both still in, which implies a connection there, and the votes have lined up with that. I don't know. I feel so awkward because I don't want to like.
I understand what you're saying, but it's
I kind of
rather than
about
blow
what I
up anyone's game, why don't we have all our players wake back up? Looking for 12. All right. So we're not going to do another challenge just yet. It is time instead for another secret mission. So captains, this time each of you are going to choose 3 players from your tribe to go on a secret mission. So Carson and Ringabel, let me know who's going to go on the mission when you are ready. You can include yourself again if you would like.
Or
yeah, just tell me. Let's have Carson go first. Lafayette will go first.
Again, for the 3rd time, I'm going first again. Okay, it's fine. I'll do myself, Slime, and Wembo.
Carson, Slime, Wembo, and Ringabel.
That's what happens when you have the advantage, Carson.
Is going to go on the mission for Hari.
Since I sent Arrow and Rah for the first one, I'm going to send myself, JC, and Kelly for this one.
Ringabel, JC, and Kelly. Awesome. All right, everyone. It is time to leave your tribe chats because we are going to change things up. So everybody leave all of your group chats and leave your tribe chats immediately. So this secret mission is going to be not so secret. Here's what's going to happen. The players who are just selected to go on this mission will be switching to the other tribe. So this means that Carson, Slime, and Wembo are going to join the remaining players on Hari, and Ringabel, JC, and Kelly are going to join the remaining players on Lafayette to form new tribes. So our 2 new tribes are called Wake and Cuthbert. So the Wake tribe is going to, to wake up, W-A-K-E. The Wake tribe is going to consist of Carson, Slime, Wembo, and who did not go on your mission? It was Rah and Arrow. And this means that the other 7 of you will be on the new Cuthbert tribe. This is Ringabel, JC, Kelly, Maeve Lost, TCP, Quicks, and Vandy. I'll get that organized for you in just a second. You're going to be added to new tribe chats in a moment as well. So I'll handle that in a second. I'll tell you a little bit about your new tribes really briefly. So the Wake tribe, this is just kind of a fun fact. You are named after Nancy Wake, who is a journalist from New Zealand who joined the French Resistance during World War II. She was nicknamed the White Mouse by the Gestapo due to her elusive nature. For those of you on Cuthbert, your story is also from World War II. You're named after, well, not really a person. There was a spy named Virginia Hall, pretty famous spy, who accidentally shot herself in the left leg, and she nicknamed her wooden prosthetic leg Cuthbert. So you are named after that. So we've got our new tribes, the Wake tribe and the Cuthbert tribe. I'll give you guys the spelling for for Cuthbert as well. We've got Wake and Cuthbert, like that. I'll get you guys organized on the screen in just a second to help the viewers out. So now that we have new tribes, we need new captains. So we're going to start with the Wake tribe, the tribe of 5. So Carson, Slime, Wembo, Rah, and Arrow, each of you is going to message me who you want to be your new captain. You got to vote for someone other than yourself and send me a message on Zoom for who is going to be the captain of the new Wake tribe. Carson, Slime, Wembo, Rah, and Arrow. Okay. Just the order for the rest of you doesn't really matter too much. Do that. Okay. All right, we have 2 votes for Slime and 3 votes for Carson. Carson is the captain of the Wake tribe. Cuthbert, your turn. The 7 of you Ringabel, JC, Kelly, Maveloss, TCP, Quicks, and Bandy, send me a vote for who you want to be the captain of the new Cuthbert tribe. I think I'm missing a vote. Oh, I see. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, so again, this tribe having a kind of interesting vote. So you had 1 vote for Kelly, 1 vote for Mavelost, 2 votes for Ringabel, but the captain of your tribe with 3 votes is Vandy. Vandy is the captain of the Cuthbert tribe. Cool. So in a moment, I'm going to add you guys to your new tribe chats. Again, remember that you can only talk with people in your tribe. So when communication opens again in a second, you can only talk with people who are on your new tribe. That's all for now. Everyone go to sleep. Get to know your tribes.
Okay, awesome. A tribe swap. That actually does give a bit of breath into the game. Last season was without a tribe swap. It's actually quite funny because in the history of real Survivor, it started out no tribe swaps, and a few seasons passed by, then they finally implemented into the game. So this was kind of opposite. We started with tribe swaps, and now we're 1 season without it, and now we're back to it, which is pretty nice. Let's see, Levi, who do you think? Which new tribe is like stronger? What do you think? More likely to kind of get those challenge wins?
It's hard to sort the list. I mean, it's just got to be Cuthbert, right?
Well, you also
Yeah.
have to assume the new tribe dynamic play into effect.
Oh yeah, Cuthbert does have TCP.
Turn your webcam on, CBB.
Yeah, go ahead. Turn your webcam on.
So, yes. So I think
in the commentary.
I mean, kind of the interesting thing that kind of happened here is that like in terms of like at least challenge play based on what we saw, they just split up like the top performer in challenge 2, and I think the combined top performer between 1 and 2 because I think Slime got 2 points in the code challenge and then got their 2 points in the first leg of the relay. So Slime had performed really well up until this point. And of course, TCP killed his logic puzzle. So at this point, the 2 like challenge MVPs have just been split, which makes things interesting.
Right.
Since we don't really know what the power dynamic looked like in terms of what Lafayette had, we don't really know what changing the tribes does for that. But
I mean, Levi stated it pretty well, right? It is the initial kind of who they chose is a lot telling in terms of who probably they've carried favor with, right? So like Ringabel has been separated from both from just Rara Roach, who is probably his number, right? But he's with TCP still. And the thing about it is in season 2, Vandy and Ringabel were together like the entire game, right? Up until the bitter end of like Vandy getting voted out, then Ringabel getting voted out. And so like now Ringabel has Vandy on his side, on his team, and TCP, who he's probably in alliance with, right? So like Ringabel has strong numbers going into the tribe swap here.
For Ringabel, this was just about as good as like getting like a merge to the other tribe. Like he's just like, oh boy, the guys on the other tribe that I could have been outlying with at merge, they're now on my team now. Like,
exactly.
The interesting dynamic is that if Cuthbert is like too close knit, or like if they have like a if they have like a 6-2 split or whatever, I don't know the exact numbers, but if they have like people in the minority that they want to get out pre-merge, it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world to lose immunity.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things where they could potentially just
a blindside is afoot.
They don't even have to worry, right, whether they win or lose. If you're in Vandy or Ringabel's position, I don't think you need to worry that much, unless you feel that one of the players is kind of doing like sort of uprising or mutiny, right? Because if like TCP or Maveloss is I'm not going to say intelligent, but if they're playing a strategical game, right, they just swoop up Kelly, they swoop up JC, and then they get rid of like Vandy, Ringabel back to back, right? That would be the most strategical gameplay for any player who isn't Ringabel or Vandy. But it's, most seasons haven't played out that way. So I don't think that they're going to do that, but it's potentially that way, right? There's potential.
That's essentially the pitch I made on my season, right?
Yeah.
It was like quite literally what I said.
Well, there is a thing about history repeating itself, guys, and you know what they say about that.
Yeah, like
things are bound to change.
Well, especially in games like this, where if you're going to come back again, odds are there are other players from this season who you might see again, and people will remember things about your play. So, like you said with Ringabel, he's had alliances with Vandy and TCP in the past. Like people do remember those things, and so it's like, okay, this person has worked with these people before, and are likely to do it again. You already have that in your mind. You probably have that in your mind, like even when you're on separate tribes. So it's always something that should be in the back of your head about, like, where if you have past meta play on these players, you can certainly use that to your advantage, which I think is one of the few like interesting advantages that new players have, is that like you don't know what they're necessarily going to do. So there's not like that inherent there's not that inherent distrust, or that inherent like, I can't work with these people because they're already working with other people.
That's
to kind of spin zone that a little bit.
All right, I think this is a good time for everyone to wake up for the next day of this game. Still looking for 12 of you. Okay, it is now time for our third immunity challenge. This challenge is called Relay Race. It's kind of similar to the Triathlon challenge we did earlier, in that there's going to be different legs of it where people are competing based on different skills. In this challenge, it's going to run 5 versus 5, and there will be 5 legs for 1 person each. So the Cuthbert tribe is going to have 2 people sit out, and then it'll be 5 versus 5. There's one twist with this one, though, which is that the captains are going to decide who on the opposite tribe to run each leg of the race. So you're going to try to pick who you think is the worst from the other tribe at each of these 5 things. So I'm going to tell you what the 5 legs are now. The first leg is a backwards spelling game. The second leg is a word unscrambling game. Third is an identifying opposites game. Fourth is a counting game. And fifth is a fast typing game. I'll repeat those in a second, but basically you're going to pick people from the opposite tribe you think are the worst at each of those. I'll repeat them in a second, so just bear with me for a minute. The way the challenge is going to run is we'll go through them in the order I just said, and we'll keep cycling through them until one tribe scores 8 points. So the first tribe to score 8 will win the challenge. So let me post those for you so you can say who's doing what. So we have backwards spelling, then we have unscrambling letters to form a word, then we have finding opposites, then we have a counting game, and then a fast typing game. All right, Cuthbert, you have more players. I'm going to make you pick first this time. So Ringabel, tell me who is doing what from the Wake tribe. Or sorry, not Ringabel. You're not the captain. You're not the captain anymore. My memory, I forgot we did all that.
Look at me. I am the captain now.
Vandy, yes. Vandy,
Solid
tell me who
reference.
is doing what from the Wake tribe. Sorry about that.
So, sorry, I don't know. I'm going to do Wimbo for backwards spelling. I'm going to do Carson for unscrambling.
Poor choice.
Shit. I'm going to do Rah for finding opposites.
Also a poor choice.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Okay.
Carson.
Well, slime is certainly not doing fast typing, so I'm going to give slime counting, and I guess that leaves arrow for fast typing.
Okay. Gotcha. Carson, who is doing what on the Cuthbert tribe? You're also essentially
All right.
deciding which two players from their tribe are sitting out.
Yes, sir. For backward spelling, we're going to have Quicks. For word unscramble, we're going to have Vandy. For the identify the opposites, we're going to have Mave Lost. For counting, we're going to have JC. And for fast typing, we're going to have TCP.
Sounds good to me. All right, everyone go to sleep except for Wembo. Well, actually, no, you know what? You guys can all stay awake for this. We'll just cycle through them. We'll just have you all stay awake the whole time. That'll be better.
Is it me and Kelly who are sitting out?
Yeah, so Ringabel and Kelly will be sitting out. You two can go to sleep. The sit-outs can go to sleep.
Get out of here. We don't want you.
All right, so for the word, for the spelling backwards game, the way this is going to work is I'm just going to say the word out loud, and the first one of the two of you to message me the word typed backwards scores a point. Okay? So Wembo and Quicks. The first word is deception. Deception. Spell it backwards and message it directly to me on Zoom. Deception. Wembo got it correctly. Wembo scores a point for wake. All right, for the next leg, unscrambling. Keep in mind, again, your tribe cannot help you with this, so I'm going to post a series of letters in Zoom chat, and you will work to unscramble them to form the word to me directly. Scores a point. This will be between Carson and Vandy. Here are your letters. For the viewers, the letters are FSNNCIUOO. Carson got it. The word is confusion. Carson scores a point for wake. Next, for opposites, we have rah-rah and Mave Lost. I'm going to type a word in Zoom chat, and you're going to type the opposite of that word to me. The first person to message me the opposite of this word scores a point, okay? Here is your word, public. What is the opposite of public? Private. Mave Lost got it first. Mave Lost scores a point for Cuthbert. All right, next up we have our first counting question. These are kind of fun. These aren't going to be the most viewer friendly, but that's okay. So I'm going to post something in Zoom chat that will involve counting in some way. It'll be pretty obvious when you see it. This is for Slime and JC. Here you go. How many letters are in this question? First person to message me the answer scores a point. How many letters are in this question? Slime sent me an incorrect answer.
Wait, so does that mean I have like as much time as I can? Just to count
You can guess a couple times. All right, I got a correct answer from Slime. The correct answer is 31.
I
31
spent
letters.
my time asking that question. Oh, that's
yeah, we were live there.
Oh my goodness.
All right, so Slime scores a point. The way I'll do that in the future, so you just don't spam me, is if you guess incorrectly 3 times, the point goes to the other tribe for the counting. So you just don't guess random numbers. The next one, so this is going to be, there's a game we did in previous Survivors called Reflex that had kind of an error because in that game I was posting something in all caps, then you had to type it in all lowercase, but Zoom auto-capitalizes some stuff for you. So we're going to do it the other way around. I'm going to post something in all lowercase, and you're going to type it in all capitals. The first person to type it in all capitals between arrow and TCP will score a point. Include the punctuation there, if there's any punctuation in the sentence or phrase. And spell everything correctly, obviously. It has to be typed correctly or it doesn't count. Here is your first sentence. The life of spies is to know, not be known. These are just like random famous spy quotes that I looked up. Arrow got it. That was pretty fast. Well done. Arrow scores a point. So Wake is up 4-1. Now we're going to cycle through these again. The first tribe to score 8 wins. So we're back to Wembo and Quicks for backwards spelling. I'm going to say the word out loud. Your next word to spell backwards is elaborate. Elaborate. Also pronounced elaborate. Quicks got it. Quicks scores a point for Cuthbert, making the score 4-2. For our next unscramble, Carson and Vandy, I'm getting your letters ready for you. Here you go. The letters are R-I-R-T-E-K-Y and C. Andy, that is not correct. I'll give hints if need be. The first letter is T. The first letter is T. Vandy got it. Trickery is the word. Vandy scores a point for Cuthbert. We're at 4-3 now. All right, next we have opposites. So this is Rah-Rah and Mavelost again. Here is your word. The first one to type the opposite scores a point. Here you go. Separate. Together is the word I was looking for. Mavelost got it. The opposite of separate is together. Mavelost scores another point, making it 4-4. All right. Back to this one will be fun. I'll describe what this is to Zoom afterwards, or to the viewers, I mean. So here's the question in Zoom chat for Slime and JC. It says, how many question marks are there? And then there's a bunch of question marks. First one of you to tell me how many scores a point for your tribe. Slime got it. The correct answer is 29. Slime was correct. Well done. Giving the Wake tribe the lead again at 5-4. All right, time for more speed typing. Again, typing in all caps for Arrow and TCP. Here's your next sentence. Here you go. Spies cannot be usefully employed without a certain intuitive sagacity, I believe is how you pronounce that word.
You just made that word up.
No, these are like famous spy quotes that I looked up. So
cool, that spy made that word up.
I guess so. Let's see, I got an answer from Arrow. I'm going to double check it. This is correct. Arrow scores for Wake. All right, so we are at 6-4 in favor of the Wake tribe. First to 8 wins. All right, we're back to backwards spelling for Wembo and Quicks. Currently, each scored a point. So round for Wembo and Quicks. Your word is intelligence. Intelligence. Like the property of being smart. Intelligence. Quicks got it. That was, again, very, very fast. Quicks scores a point for Cuthbert. We are at 6-5. Yeah, I missed the pun there. All right, time for some more word unscrambling with Carson and Vandy. See if it's any easier than trickery. Here are your letters. M-P-E-I-T-S-R-O. Vandy got it. The word is imposter. We are now tied 6-6. All right. We're doing another round of opposites. This is for Slime and, this is for Rah-Rah and Mavelost. Okay. Here is your word. Type the opposite as soon as you are ready. As soon as you find it, I should say. Word is complex. Simple is what I was looking for. Simple or basic. Rah-Rah got it first. So that makes the score 7-6 in favor of Wake. All right, we have more counting coming up. Our last counting question for Slime and JC. If Slime completes the 3-0 sweep, she will win immunity for the Wake tribe. No pressure. Here you go. So there's a question here that says, how many capital letters are there in this question? And the capital letters are randomized somewhat.
It's like that SpongeBob meme.
Yeah, basically. You got to count the capitals. I got an answer from both of you. You both said 26, which is the correct number. JC got it first, which means we are tied 7-7. So it's all going to come down to RO and TCP. Whoever wins this round wins immunity for their tribe. Whoever types this the fastest will earn immunity for their tribe, and the losers go to tribal council. caps. Here is your last sentence. Include all punctuation. Here you go. Spies go to bars for the same reason people go to libraries, full of information if you know where to ask. Let's see who wins. Waiting on a message. I got a message from Arrow. I'm checking it. Let's see. Making sure there's no typos. There are no typos. Arrow has scored and won immunity for the Wake tribe. That was a close one. Everyone go to sleep.
All right.
Nice job.
And Cuthbert, get ready for Tribal Council.
Well, I got a nice close game. I think the highlight of that game was JC physically counting the letters with his fingers the first go around.
That'd be all the way real, boys. I was doing the same thing.
Yeah. You can physically see his finger.
The question mark one was totally a blur.
I liked how that challenge went. It started off as a landslide, then quickly got tied, and then it was even for a while. So it's like, okay, that's nice.
Good balance mix there.
And you know what? I'm actually pretty happy we see Cuthbert go first because we get some insight into the dynamics of the players in that tribe, right? So depending on like the vote numbers and how things go out, we know kind of where the game is heading, right?
Right. And it was another
true.
It was an interest. It's going to be interesting to see since once again we have basically a full tribe there. We'll see where the game kind of goes from there. But for how that challenge went, it was kind of clear, like at least who Wake saw as on the weaker members of their team, or at least weaker members in terms of where they're placed. Now I don't know what that means for Ring a Bell and Kelly per se, right. But I feel like in that spot you're trying to advantageously put players in positions where you can win, and it does intrigue me that Wake decided to keep Kelly and Ring a Bell out of the game. So maybe there's information there that can be gleaned. I don't know if the tribes will think like that, because again, you don't know what the politics is there. But
by the way, this is a little bit unrelated, but shout out to Lombax for making these challenges a lot more viewer
a lot more
to
fun.
the extent that you could. Like the background thing works really well.
Yeah,
there's a lot of people that are following along on Twitch, and like a lot of those like Zoom specific challenges, it's hard for them.
Yeah, I knew I needed to do something like that.
Did you
I'm glad they're working.
It's definitely been a big improvement this season, so good job there.
Did you want us to discuss what you mentioned in commentary chat?
No.
Aloud? Okay.
No.
It
Read what I wrote. Pay no attention, Twitch chat. This is all unimportant.
Yeah, so interestingly, so the 3 people that got swapped over from the second mission that
okay, I missed
have not been to every tribal council. It's what, Ring a Bell and
yeah, Ring a Bell's been to every
Ring a Bell, Kelly, and JC. Yeah.
Ring a Bell,
they've
Kelly,
been to
and
every
JC.
tribal council. They haven't gotten a single vote yet. Like, that's pretty good. It's
and once again, Kelly and Ring a Bell, both of which you didn't play in that last challenge.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like based off the way the captain vote went, I think there's like a 5-person majority in that side of that tribe, probably the 3 of them plus Vandy and one other. But what do I know?
There's a small chance like it is more split and fractured than we think, but it does seem right now that all of the numbers basically favor like whatever Vandy wants to do at this point, right? So, I mean, he's always got Ring a Bell, and I don't think they're ever going to go at each other. So, and I think Ring a Bell might have like 1 or 2 players pocketed. So I think regardless, Vandy has like majority going into this vote.
There's always the potential for a blind side.
Well, yeah, I would like to see a blind side. I would like to see my boy JC not get voted out here, but it is what it is if he does. He's been
I
doing this
think
routine
JC
where
is a
he's like,
fantastic ally, by the way.
oh
I mean,
yeah, dude. And the worst part, his strategy is actually awesome because every time he goes to tribal council, he's like, I don't care, you can vote me out. It's like
Someone in Twitch chat.
It's actually a
I don't know who the
poor
Sergeant
strategy,
Shed
but I
guy
won't
is.
go into it.
Yeah, he made a Big Brother reference, but he compared him to Victoria. He's kind of like he's kind of a dream ally, honestly.
Yeah.
He's somebody who's like going to be like super loyal and like kind of generally low threat profile.
Yeah, I agree. He's like Hydro from the last season, basically. You know, get Hydro on your side, you get a free number. He doesn't really do much. He won't win any challenges, you know.
Hello. Let's begin tribal council.
Okay, good luck.
All right, Cuthbert, wake up. Should be one more of you. There we go. All right. So it's kind of funny because like we had a tribal council of 7 and then 6, but now we're back to 7 with how the swap worked out and this tribe losing. Personally, I am thrilled because I think that may be the best challenge that has ever been run in any of the Survivor seasons. But losing it, you know, it's got to be a little rough when it was that close. Vandy, so you're the new captain. How do you feel about your choices? Do you think there was anything you could have done slightly differently, or do you think it was just that was just how it shook out?
I did not realize, I didn't realize Arrow was going to be that good at just like rote typing exercises like he was in middle school computer class again. But no, I don't hate the way our team performed. Like it was really close, and like none of us got shut out. It was just like really close all the way through. I think Carson did a really good job picking people that were weak in certain challenges. I tried to do the best, but I didn't know that team as well. Honestly, I didn't know their strengths. So I was just like, I'm keeping Slime away from anything that's speed related. And that was like my only strategy going into that. Cause like, I didn't know where her skills lied except in fast typing. So I was never letting her do any of that.
How do you feel about your tribe overall? Just to kind of take a step back here. You swap tribes. How are you feeling at this point?
I think it was a pretty fair trade in terms of strengths, if we're being completely honest. I think we lost Slime, who was like the originals. That my first tribe lost Slime and Carson, but we got a Ringabel, we got Kelly, we got JC, and I think that those were pretty strong additions. But I think, there was a reason the first tribe didn't lose any challenges, and pretty much ran away with most of them. We did. It was a really strong tribe, and I think that trade balanced out a little bit. But I think this tribe is closer, and I think we're more of a family.
So let me talk to the other 3 people here who have not been to a tribal council yet. That would be TCP, Maeve, and Quicks. How are you 3 doing? You know what you're doing tonight, I guess? Tonight is in this tribal council. You know how you're voting?
I don't know if I know what I'm doing.
Yeah?
Honestly, yeah.
You don't, or you do? Sorry, I misheard you.
I don't. I don't know if I played correcttly with knowing how fast the game would be. So I'm just.
Did you expect it to be slower?
Right, actually, yeah, probably.
Interesting.
But just because I'm behind, I don't know if I'm out.
It's an interesting comment. I'm not going to add anything onto that. I'll let others read into that as they will. Quicks, how are you doing?
Well.
How is this comparing to your season 1 experience?
We won challenges, so that was really exciting. I didn't get to do that my first time around as a tribe. I think we maybe won 1, but we didn't. It was because it was 3 tribes to 1, so we were granted that. So it was exciting to be not voted out immediately. Or
yeah,
have to vote
that tends to feel better, I imagine.
Yeah.
Well, so now you're at your first tribal council this season.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where you stand in this tribe?
I think I do, yeah.
How about you, Maeve Lost?
Not completely.
Less confident?
Yeah, maybe a little.
JC. I don't really have much of a question for you. Just how's it going?
Well, listen. If I get voted here, you got to do what you got to do. It's a game. I get it. I love you all, and I hope you all, win the game.
I find it interesting that you've said that every time so far, more or less.
Yeah, it's just a game. I don't really care. I mean, it'll be fun to win, but there's a low chance. If you got to vote me here, you got to vote me. It's just we got to do it, and it's for the game, and I respect it. You vote. I don't really know. I'm a pretty weak link.
Kelly, that's kind of an interesting comment, because on the one hand, you could interpret that as he's trying to downplay himself and maybe survive. But on the other hand, you could say, well, this is an easy vote. What do you think?
Targeting that question directly at me? Can you
hear me?
Hello?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I've never been really good at social games, as why I'm awful at Mafia. So I feel like he thinks that he's lower than he is, almost. Does that make sense?
So there's an order.
Probably.
Okay. Ring a bell. Do you have an order?
What do you mean an order?
I think you know what I mean.
All right, let me put it this way.
You don't have to tell me what it is if there is one, but
I don't know who I'm voting for. I think I'm between two people. And let me put it this way, that I think what it will come down to is, who do I think wants to and deserves to be here more? That there's a sense of passion and the spirit of the game that I'm just like kind of missing from some people that they're embracing here. Like you want to compete, you want to win and whatnot.
I just want the Miku art that I'm hoping is being offered.
I mean, yeah, like really, the real end game is like getting through the auction. Like, let's be real, Lombax. That's what we're all trying to hope for. But yeah, I think that's going to be like the big factor in my vote today, is who I think embodies the spirit of the game more.
I think that is a perfect note to go to the vote on. So everybody message me directly on Discord the name of the player you would like to vote out of this game. All right, I have received all of the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now would be the time to do so. All right, let's read the votes. Our first vote is for TCP. Our next vote, JC. Our next vote, Quicks. That's one vote each for TCP, JC, and Quicks. Our next vote is for Quicks. Our next vote is for TCP. Our next vote is for JC. That's 2 votes each for TCP, JC, and Quicks. The third person voted out of Survivor Espionage and the first member of our jury is JC. JC, you're out. Everyone go to sleep. JC, leave all of your chats, including your tribe chat. Yeah, thanks for playing.
Oh, well played, everyone.
Well, Twitch chat feels bad. Okay, so JC, you're on the tribal council though, right?
Wait, what's that?
You're on the jury.
You're on the jury. So now you gotta stay for the rest of the game.
I was about to go to sleep.
You guys stay for the rest of the game.
Wait, do I pick who wins?
Yeah, you vote for who wins.
You pick who wins, yeah.
I'll stay up.
Or you
I
can
know
place
who
it
voted
in
me, and you're
order and
fucking
give
not
it to
winning
Lombax
this
if you
for
want
voting me. All right. I know who it is.
How does it feel being
you
the
can
first?
turn off your
How does
camera
it feel being the
now.
first jury member, JC?
I mean, it's not bad, to be honest. I mean, as I said, I wish everyone the best. I mean, it's just a game, to be honest. I understand you got to vote me there because obviously I'm so good that you just got to take out the big rivals. You know, I understand.
Yeah.
You know, I had no clue what I was doing in any of those challenges. I'm very bad at this. So I'm just going to turn on my cam now. But well played.
All right, sounds good.
Well played, JC.
We'll see you later.
All right.
Um,
Yeah, I mean that was an
vote,
unexpected
guys.
vote, but we got like a really big split there. So
Yeah, I was
it's
about, I was about to say the thing, like JC getting voted out was probably we've been like thinking it through like points of this game, but the thing that surprised me was that it was a 2-2-2 split entering the final vote. I think that's the thing that kind of surprised me because you expected it to be like a walkaway vote there, and it kind of just wasn't.
Well, no, there was the idle play around that I think incorporated it, as well as the tribe swaps and who you can trust and loyalty.
Okay, so but here's the thing, CPB, right? The vote was 3-3-2-2. For Dota players, everyone knows what that means.
Yep.
JC got 3-2-2'd.
That such a feels bad.
That's
but okay, but
hey, I'd rather go out that way than a straight.
On a more serious note, okay, the indications of that, right? If you think about it, CPB, right? 3 votes on JC, 2 votes on TCP, 2 votes on Quicks, right? So if you just think about it logically, that means if there was a split vote, then one or both of JC and another player from that 3-man vote could have voted somebody else, and they would be out the game right now, right?
I think it was a 5-2 split.
Not necessary.
You think it was
I think it was a 5. I think it was just a 5-2 split with an idle play around. So like, let's say you had 5 people on a tribe that you could trust, and 2 people on the outs. It wouldn't make sense to do a pile all 5 votes onto one person. It makes more sense to do a 3-2-2 split because then you always win the tie. And let's say the person who gets, let's say JC plays an idle there, then you have 2 and 2. Then you revote on the 2 on the outside.
Then you revote and you got your votes. Yeah. But
from the perspective of the 2 players being voted, it might be optimal for them to vote the other player, right?
Yes. Well, maybe.
Especially if you're a player like TCP, who once you get to the merge, you're going to be like a challenge beast, and you're going to fuck everything up that way. You know what I mean? So the real question is, who is part of the majority on the tribe? If it was a 5-2 split, right?
It implies that either one of Quicks or TCP is on the outs.
Yeah, exactly.
And one of them is inside the core alliance.
Mm-hmm. There's also a possibility, because this has happened in other seasons in early game votes, where there's just there's like 3 or 4 different factions, and they're just voting who they think should go home without like any strategy involving the other players, right? And that has happened before. If you remember last season, the first vote was split because there were 3 separate groups of 2 or 3 voting at their luxury, right?
Well, you have to think, right? Like, yeah, you probably have your numbers in tribe now, since this is still like early game tribe, but like in the back of your mind, you also know who like 1 and 2 within that 5-man is. So like, even if we are doing like 3-2 splits for like idle reasons, you still have an idea of like, okay, even though I'm working with these 5 now, that number is going to come to 3 eventually, right?
Who's on the bottom of the alliance and who's on top? Yeah.
Some people are complacent though.
Yeah. I think in this case, if it's a 5-man alliance in Cuthbert, then it's going to be obvious who's going home next, either TCP or Quicks. But there is the chance that those votes were just like 3 separate alliances voting without realizing they could have voted for somebody else, right? There is that chance.
It's possible, but it's also like the way that the captain vote went also implies it was a 5-person alliance, right?
Right.
Because,
that is fair.
I don't want to name specific names, but
well, on that note, why don't we have everyone wake up then? So I'm looking for 11 of you still in the game. Okay. So this is going to be fun. So we're going to do our 4th immunity challenge here in a second, but this one's going to be a little bit different than the other challenges we've done so far. And that's because in this challenge, you will all be competing for individual immunity, because afterward, both tribes will be going to tribal council. So let me explain the challenge and how it works, and then I'll get into the details of that a little bit more for you. This challenge is called Reversal. It's a relatively simple one. In each round of the challenge, I'm going to use a virtual background to post a word or phrase that will be written backwards, and you'll all race to type it rewritten forward. You'll all message it to me. The last person to do so will be eliminated, and then we'll move on to the next round over and over again. At first, we'll start out doing this like in separate tribes, just so that it's not all 11 of you at once, and then we'll start doing it as one group at a certain point. The last player standing from each tribe, respectively, will earn individual immunity, which will protect them at their tribal council. In addition, the 2 winners from each tribe will then play a bonus round at the end, and the person who wins that bonus round will earn for their tribe the right to go to tribal council second, and in addition, their tribe's communication will remain open during the other tribe's tribal council, so they will still be able to talk and strategize as events are unfolding. So nice little bonus at the end for the 2 people who win immunity. So yeah, let me pull up an example. I believe I made an example for this one as well. Yeah, I did. So it'll just look like this. This is just example backwards. Put that up, and then you'd all type example to me as quickly as possible. The last one out, or the last one to do it is out. Cool. So we're going to do one round first for Wake Tribe. So this round is only for the Wake Tribe. So Carson, Slime, Wembo, Rara, and Arrow. The slowest of you to message this to me on Zoom is going to be out first. Our first question, our word. Here you go. All right. Arrow's good. Carson's good. Rara is good. Slime is good. Wembo is out. Wembo is eliminated from the challenge. Wembo was the slowest. This next round is going to be only for Cuthbert. So for Ringabel, TCP Quicks, and Vandy. The slowest of you to type the word will be eliminated. Here is your word. Okay, let's see. Vandy's good. Ringabel's good. Kelly's good. Maple is good. Quicks is good. TCP is good. Sorry, no. So TCP was last, is what that means. So TCP is eliminated. TCP, you're out. Let's go back to Wake. So Carson, Slime, Rara, and Arrow. This is for the 4 of you. All right. Carson, Arrow, Rara are good. Slime was the slowest. Slime is out. All right, so now we're going back to Cuthbert. Ringabel, Kelly, Maeve Lost, Quicks, and Vandy. Here's the next one for the 5 of you. This one's 2 words. Here you go. All right, let's see. Ringabel's good. Maeve is good. Vandy and Quicks are good. Kelly was last due to an unfortunate typo. All right, now we're going to continue as one group from this point on. So now it'll be just the last one out among all of you, okay? Let me pull up the next one. Here is your next word. All right, let's see. Ringabel's good. Carson's good. Good. Maeve lost, rah, and Quicks. Vandy, you typed infiltration instead of infiltrator, so you are out. Vandy's out. All right, next word. This one's actually a phrase. Here you go. All right, let's see. Maeve, Carson, ring a bell, rah, Quicks. Arrow was last. Arrow is out. Oops. Next one is another phrase. Here you go. Ring a bell's good. We got ring a bell, rah, Maeve lost, Carson, Quicks was last. So Quicks, you are out. So we're down to Carson, rah for Wake, and ring a bell, Maeve lost for Cuthbert. All right. Coming up in just a second. This one's a quick one to go. That is backstab. Maeve got it. Ring got it. Rah. Carson is out. Carson is out, which means Rah has earned individual immunity for the Wake tribe. Rah, you're good. You can hang out for a second. Has earned individual immunity for the Wake tribe. And Ring a Bell and Maeve lost. You're going to show down for individual immunity for the Cuthbert tribe. Last question. Here you go. Lie detector. Ring a Bell got it first. Maeve lost, you are out. So Ring a Bell and Rah will each have individual immunity at these two tribal councils that are about to come up. And in addition, you're going to play the bonus round now. Whoever wins this round will get to go to tribal council second, and we'll get to have more time for communication. This one's longer. It's a little harder because it's a nice little showdown here. So this one's like a full sentence. Very end. Here you go. Make sure you spell everything correctly. The price of victory is high, but so are the rewards. Ring a Bell got it first, which means the Cuthbert tribe will be going to tribal council second. Everybody go to sleep. Both tribes get ready for tribal council. Wake, you will be going first.
Interesting. GCP and Slime didn't do so well in that challenge. Interesting. What are your thoughts?
Well,
what are your thoughts, guys?
It's unfortunate for Wake because, like, for them, the easy vote is the person who got immunity, basically, right? So now, because Arrow and Slime know each other from Res, right? I've played with them for a while, and so, JC, just keep your camera off for the time being. I don't want to expand the number of people talking tonight. In fact, turn your camera off, CPP. Get the fuck out of here.
CPP can be here. Nice.
He can be here every so often, but not right now. Yeah. But okay, anyways. So like Arrow and Slime obviously probably have like an alliance together. Carson and Wembo are probably, in chat right now doing something, trying to save their hides and whatnot. So Rara might just be like, in terms of those two duos, Rara might be like Kingmaker, right? But who knows? Like Rara is like detached from, I think, all of them. I don't think she was on a tribe with one of them. I don't remember who it was.
Yeah, she was on the tribe with hold on, let me try to remember. I think it was Arrow, yeah. I think the hard part right now for I think you're probably right about Wake. That's probably a Kingmaker situation.
Well, there's potential. There's
potential that it's not. You don't know, like,
yeah, exactly.
You don't know how it's translated over on the Switch, but
Well, the thing is, right? There's potential Carson just cuts his losses and fucking votes out Wembo, right? Like or Wembo cuts his losses and like votes out Carson. It might just be a vote between Carson and Wembo. If especially if Arrow like had a pre before this tribe swap, especially if Arrow had a relationship with Roach, then it's likely she's going to side with Arrow anyways, and it's just whether Carson and Wembo can appeal to the majority and which one gets voted out between them. Because we know the merge is happening soon. From Carson's perspective, his best bet might just be to take out Wembo at this point, because like Arrow and Slime are always voting together for the most part, and Roach is probably voting with them. So he's just going to appeal to them, take out Wembo, and then go into the merge with a strong advantage because he still has Ringabel. Vandy probably is going to stay in there, potentially Kelly, right? So from Carson's perspective, it might not even be good to try to get into the Kingmaker circumstances scenario. It might be just best for him to take out Wembo here, because that might be just the easiest. Yeah,
that might be true. But what are your guys' thoughts on the other tribe? Going to tribal council. Let's switch gears.
I think we're gonna wait for that. Let me get this virtual camera to go away. But I'm ready for the Wake tribe. Wake up. I'll get my camera on. All right. So kind of a big twist here that you both have to go to tribal council. No chance to not vote someone out, but that's how the game goes sometimes. So there's only 5 of you, so you're kind of getting down to it now. You know, you can't really hide at this point in the game. Rara, you won individual immunity, which I imagine feels pretty good. You couldn't quite bring it all the way home, but
thanks for throwing that in
no,
there.
No, I'm not. No slight against you. It was a hard last puzzle,
Yeah.
if you want to call it that. But how are you doing?
Doing all right. I'll be honest, I was nervous. I think I've been nervous, so that win for me was pretty clutch.
Okay, so you thought you maybe were in danger is what I'm hearing.
Oh, I knew I was in danger.
Okay. Well, that makes things interesting for everyone else, I have to imagine. One thing I forgot to say this at the beginning, remind everyone that Cuthbert, your communication is still open, kind of an unusual circumstance, but because of your reward of Ringabel winning, you can still communicate through Discord at this point. I meant to mention that at the beginning. So let's talk to some of the people who might get voted out, since that doesn't include Rara. I don't know, who wants to go first? Let's go with, okay, Slime, yeah, you have something? You haven't really been to a tribal council yet, right? You and Wembo?
Yeah, I haven't. Carson and I both haven't. So yeah, this is interesting.
Yeah, Carson too, yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of a lift. Like I'm still kind of a little bit unsure about a couple of things. So I'm interested to see how this goes.
How did you feel about the tribe swap? Like swapping into this tribe? Was that good, bad?
I think kind of neutral. I think I have some people there and some people here. So.
Okay. How about you, Carson?
Yeah, I think the tribe swap worked relatively well. I don't think I'm in a whole lot of danger, but I could just have a bad perspective. Who knows? That last game, I thought I had a good grasp, but I didn't. It could be the same thing striking again. But I think, things are going smooth sailing. I have good relationships with a good few people, and hopefully those will carry me to the end. That's where I'm at.
So I hear 2 people who are pretty comfortable. Wembo, are you also feeling pretty comfortable here?
I'm a fan favorite. So
I agree.
I think my chances are slim to okay. You know what I mean? Wink. Let's just say I'm in a lot of DMs.
If you 3 are feeling comfortable,
to vote me out would be very treacherous for all. I mean, that's
see.
Just.
So let's just call a spade then. If you 3 are all feeling comfortable and Rara has immunity, Aro, it sounds like it's not looking too good for you.
Unfortunate, my man. I'm sorry.
It's how the tides change, right? No, but in games like this, it's so interesting because people can say stuff, they can say whatever they want, but as soon as the vote happens, that's when it all means everything, right? So I think right now we just have to see what happens to the vote. I'm always excited, right? I'm always happy always looking forward to things. And I think I'll be okay. I think it's gonna be exciting.
I mean, I wouldn't lose faith because you never know. As Agatha Christie says, there could be a cat among the pigeons. So who knows?
Possible.
That sounds like as good a segue as any. So let's go ahead and vote. Send me the name of the person you would like to vote out of this game through a direct message on Discord directly to me. And while you're doing this, I'm going to mention one other little announcement. You're going to be doing something a little extra at this tribe. One of you is, at least. Your tribe captain, which is currently Carson, is also going to send me the names of 2 people from the opposite tribe who you would like to go on a secret mission after both tribal councils have ended. You do not need to tell me, you do not need to say out loud who they are. You can discuss it a little bit if you would like, or you can just message me 2 names. But they have to be from the opposite tribe. The other tribe will be doing this as well.
So Carson's just messaging you, not us.
Correct. Carson is the captain, and he is deciding who from the other tribe will be going on that mission.
I made my decision on that, and I sent you a message.
All right. Let's see here. Give me one quick second. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm just gonna double check something. Okay. I've received all the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now is the time to do so. All right, I'm going to read the votes. First vote, Wembo. Our second vote, Carson. Our third vote, Arrow. That's 1 vote each for Wembo, Carson, and Arrow. Our next vote, Wembo. Our next vote is for Arrow. So we have a tie between 2 players, Wembo and Arrow. This means that Carson, Slime, and Rara, the 3 of you are going to re-vote, and you can only vote for either Wembo or Arrow. If you do not have time to discuss your votes, send me who you would like to vote for between the 2 of those players right now.
There's no wrong answers.
All right, I've received all the votes, and I'm going to read them now. Our first vote is for Wembo. The 4th player voted out of Survivor Espionage, and the 2nd member of our jury is Wembo. Wake Tribe, go to sleep. Communication is closed for everyone now. And Cuthbert, wake up right now.
Here, get out of here, Happy Meal. Get out of here.
Shoo. Are they not? Oh, did Carson already message you?
Yeah, I'm just taking some notes. All right, so as you guys found out at the previous tribal council, your Captain Vandy is going to be sending 2 players from the Wake Tribe on a secret mission when he submits his vote. You can talk about it if you want. You don't have to. It's all up to you. You will not know who those players are unless you want to share it. But we can talk about that later. Let's talk about who people are voting for. So it's not going to be Ring a Bell. I know that much.
I'm going to say I don't think Ring a Bell winning that challenge changes a whole lot. I don't think Ring a Bell was ever in any danger of getting voted out. He's just too
Really
goddamn
wasn't.
likable. He's just too
Right?
goddamn likable.
God damn it.
I mean, Ricardo was too, and then
I mean, you want to talk about who has chemistry? It's Ring a Bell.
Oh.
Yeah, it's probably going to be
7 out of 10.
honestly.
Why do you think that, TCP? I'm sorry, I'm doing
Because
Lombex's job.
I haven't heard any names, so it must be me by process of elimination. I don't really have anything to offer. I don't really have any info or anything. I would say that I might have allies to work with on the other tribe, but I probably don't, considering that Wembo just got voted out. So
I know, that was sad, wasn't it?
really,
I was
everything
really
I had
excited
going
to play
for me
with
is
them.
gone right now.
And I didn't even get to play with them.
That was an interesting vote.
So
I did
sad.
not see that happening. I did not think
all I
Wembo was the vote there.
have to say is there was a wrong answer, and that was the wrong answer.
So, raise your hand if you were surprised by Wembo voting out. Let's do that. Raise your hand if that was a surprising outcome. 4 of you. Okay. 5, 4.5, maybe.
Well, Wembo was getting messaged, right? So he had something going on, but it didn't work out for him. That's what he said. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Just updating. Yeah. I want to talk to Maeve, actually, because your little half vote there is interesting. You were sort of surprised? Is that what that means?
I mean, kind of. I don't know. It feels like, isn't like the meta, people who get subbed in get voted out real quick. So Wembo was subbed out and then subbed in. So it kind of, I don't know, didn't feel too bad a place.
Question.
Yeah.
Who should I vote for?
Vote with your heart.
And where would my heart, if you were directing it, vote for?
Yo, Lombax, how much of a mindfuck would it be if I gave TCP my immunity necklace?
That is true. I didn't even mention this, but you can do that. You can assign immunity to someone else if you would like to.
Historically speaking, that hasn't ended well. So.
If you're doing that, you have to announce before the vote that you're going to do it.
If I recall right, I think we call that pulling a DJ.
Oh, yeah.
Vandy, 1 or 2?
2.
Okay.
Well,
I'm not
that's
gonna lie to you, I don't know what that means.
Interesting coded conversation over there.
I don't know what that means, so it's coded to me too.
Oh, yeah, do you have anything to offer other than that?
So it seems like some people maybe are deciding who they're voting for a bit impulsively. I'll put it that way. Didn't have much of a plan coming into it. Sorry, I might have lagged there for a second.
Well, it's hard for me to have a plan when I don't have anyone telling me anything. So
that could be an
3-2-2
issue.
vote. I'm pretty sure it was split between me and JC for a reason. JC actually messaged me, and I was actually very interested in working with him. We voted together that vote, and I guess it was because we were on the outs. He did get a message to vote for Quicks. He didn't tell me specifically who. He just said someone. So someone was actually at least messaging him over me. I'm surprised they took him out over me, to be honest. But that's really all I have.
Quicks, you're the only one I think who hasn't really shared anything. What do you have for the class?
I pretty much knew that TCP and JC were the ones who voted for me. I kind of figured that out after. So I feel pretty good here. I'm interested to who told them to vote for me, but I don't think it matters too much.
I don't know either, so it's something I'll figure out.
It probably doesn't matter.
All right, well,
yeah, probably not.
I guess let's find out what happens. I guess I have to ask, Ring a Bell, are you going to assign your immunity to anyone?
No.
Hey, you're making me ask.
If you want to assign yourself as a pariah, this is what you do.
All right, then in that case, let's vote. Everybody send me the name of the player you would like to vote out of this game on Discord. In addition, Vandy, let me know which 2 players from the other tribe you would like to have go on a secret mission after this tribal council is over.
I do not see my key.
All right. I have tallied all of the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now is the time to do so. Sorry, I think I lagged when that was happening. When you would have to play it. All right, I am going to read the votes. Our first vote is for Quicks. Our second vote, TCP. Our third vote, TCP. Our fourth vote, TCP. The fifth person voted out of Survivor Espionage, and the third member of our jury is TCP. Everyone go to sleep, and the people who are selected to be on the mission will get to find out about that momentarily. And communication is open.
The best part of those tribal councils were the fact that Carson had visible confusion on his face when Wembo got 2 votes. Like, he was so confused, bro.
He had no idea what was happening.
Yeah, I know exactly. Like,
I think he does now, boys. I think he does now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
also that TCP comment, interesting tidbit there.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of says more about what the pecking order looks like in what the 5-man team looks like, assuming that there was a 5-man team. In my opinion.
Actually, the funny thing is the double tribal council. You would think that it would hurt Wake more than it hurts Cutbirth, but it actually really hurt Cutbirth, since if it was just a regular, if it's just one, then Cutbirth wins the challenge, right? And also, it basically fucked over TCP. You know what I mean? Regular challenge, TCP gets.
Well, I was going to state that when CPB was going to have us talk about Cutbirth before, whichever one of TCP or Quicks was on the out, 100% needed to win that immunity, and then they didn't. Exactly. So the vote was pretty academic. But it kind of went how I expected. Ring, who was never really under any pressure, got an immunity, and the person who was on the outs got voted out. That was just kind of how it works out. Now, on the flip side of things, it does interest me that I guess it's like, I don't even know if it's for like idle reasons, because it was still like a 2-2 split vote, but like I found it weird that there was a vote on Carson, so there was like probably a miscommunication somewhere there, if I had to guess. Whether that was say we believe Roach is outside of Slime and Arrow and votes Carson, where they vote Wembo,
right?
That's kind of where that would, miscommunication there, but it works out. But
maybe not even a miscommunication, because it's possible that they were in that Kingmaker scenario, right? And Roach was like, I'm just going to throw my vote on somebody else to look better. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that she doesn't have to like cut ties with anybody. And
eventually you have to make that decision, right? Because when you are in a Kingmaker, unless what we said, Carson or Wembo, or say it happened on the Slime or Arrow decided to saw the writing on the wall, wanted to avoid the Kingmaker, you're going to have to make a decision there at some point. So it's like there's always going to be a split because there's 5. It's a bit of an irrelevant split.
The second time around, did Carson still throw his vote onto Arrow, or did he?
I didn't hear another vote on Arrow. I think he just went to Wembo.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? That's if there was a Kingmaker scenario and Roach did the brilliant thing of just tossing her vote on Carson, then or Slime, it doesn't really matter, right? And then they go to tiebreaker. She predicted Carson would just vote Wembo because it's not like he can vote Arrow at that point, right? He thinks he's fucked. So Roach doesn't get doesn't get her hands dirty. But the same result happens.
Yeah,
so it's actually kind of brilliant if Flower Roach did that, right? It's actually kind of brilliant.
Well, like if you're in Carson's spot, and Slime's not voting Arrow, and Roach is not voting your way, you kind of have to save face. But it's a little unfortunate on Wembo's end, because you kind of got befell by being on the wrong side of the Kingmaker, which
right.
You never want to be there, but
yeah, exactly. I mean, to be fair, probably the
Levi,
most
do you have
obvious
any
thing, probably the
comments
most
about
obvious
this?
thing happened, which was
Unfortunately,
like,
my cat distracted me during the first tribal council, so
yeah,
I had to
that's
go
the-
take care of her
the-
for a
that's
second.
the one that
and
mattered,
she,
right?
so I missed
A
the
little
Wembo
cat in
vote
the
out.
production area, guys. We gotta escort the cat out of the room.
I was rooting for Wembo. I was hoping she'd make a deep run though, just because she's fun to watch.
I mean,
yeah,
to be fair,
so it's kind of the interesting thing though is the interesting thing about TCP's comment, right, is so if there was a 5-person alliance, it does sound like Quicks was the most expendable, right? Because if they had to risk anybody going home, it sounded like they were the most okay with Quicks inside of that group of 5 being the one to go. So
right.
What if there's only a 4-person alliance?
I mean, same thing, right?
4-person alliance and Quick just guesses right. It'd be like that sometimes.
I mean, he probably didn't even guess right. It's just obvious to him who he has to vote if he's not in the main alliance.
You gotta assume they're in. You got to assume that that people talk, and you know where people's heads are at some point. So like maybe even if Quicks isn't even in the alliance, he knows, okay, their pecking order looks like this. I gotta vote with that, and then try to make a move in there at some point. But if that's the case, then like at that point you just work with the 3-man and see if you can get someone to swing, because I think it's so hard to infiltrate a 4-man in some way to create a new 3-man.
On that note, what are your guys' thoughts on like a merge approaching? Like where do you see things happening? Who do you want to see win immunity? It needs it the most right now.
I feel like it's going to be like a Carson v Ring of Bell Thunderdome. That's my prediction.
I actually kind of, man, it's hard because the numbers that would favor Arrow side of things, they kind of got destroyed, right? TCP and JC are both like out of the game, and they would be potentially the most with Arrow. So going into the merge, you've got Arrow and Slime together, which duos are fine because like even if there is a big alliance, they have to start cutting into each other eventually, and it's quite possible, judging by Arrow's face, he looked pretty confident. He might just have an immunity idol. Someone has an immunity idol at this point, and my bet's on Arrow right now.
He did go in the first mission.
I'm gonna be real. I think someone in the Ring Alliance does, and Ring was just bluffing for them. I'm gonna be all the way real. I think someone in Ring. I don't think Ring has it, but I think someone in his Alliance has it. Is my currently working theory.
Well, Ring of so if the night missions were tied to the idols, then it would imply that the person out of Ring of Bell's tribe to most likely have it would be one of Arrow or Rara Roach.
Right.
I'm gonna interrupt because we are gonna begin our next day. Everyone wake up. Down to 9 after our double elimination. All right, everyone. It is time to leave your tribe chats because you are no longer separate tribes. You are merged. You will now be one tribe competing for individual immunity. So everyone leave the tribe chats. So I kind of have a tradition on these shows so far of letting the players decide the name of the final tribe. So you guys can come up with whatever name you want for the final tribe. I encourage you to pick something thematically appropriate, but it can be whatever you guys want.
What's Jamie Cortez? Is that the kid? Is that the little boy from Spy Kids? Junie Cortez. Yeah. Tribe Junie.
You're gonna have to spell that for me. If,
No, Cortez. Why
just
not?
Cortez.
Cortez works.
Yeah. You want to be the Cortez tribe?
God,
we'll be the Cortez.
We're all such millennials. Jesus Christ.
Fuck off.
Is that with does it end with an S or a Z? Do you
I believe Z.
Cortez? Okay.
Oh, we're gonna say it's a Z. I know.
The fuck cares? Who fuck
all right,
knows?
the Cortez tribe. Cool. Only other thing I have to announce to you right now is that now that you are merged, tribe captains are no more. There are no more captains. You are on your own.
Feels bad.
Everyone go to sleep and get to know everyone else. Get to know everyone else.
A Cortez tribe. What a tribe name. Gotta love it. I'll be your sole commentator while they're talking.
Okay, so
there we go.
Well, they merged rather quickly.
I kind of saw that coming number wise, but
it makes it does make sense. But
let's see here. So Ring a Bell and Vandy are coming in strong with numbers. We know that. The question is, how close are those numbers to them? Are they willing to flip, etc.? I don't think Kelly or Maeve lost flips right now. I don't think either of them do. So Quicks would be the flipper here. The question is, who the hell is the opposing numbers? Slime, Arrow are together, probably. Carson at this point is a free agent. He's basically lost. I think he's basically lost all his numbers at this point.
I think right now you're in a bit of a tribe versus tribe scenario with Quicks as the free agent, in my opinion, because I think in terms of how the game went, you just had Carson try to save face with the Wembo vote. You have Ra who picked the side of the Arrow Slime alliance. As you said, you don't think Kelly or Maeve would flip on Vandy Ringabel. I don't really either. And Quicks was and based on TCP's comments, I think it's fair to assume that Quicks was the low man on the totem pole in that alliance. So he's kind of the hammer, if I had to guess. Assuming assuming the way we're thinking of the numbers are correct.
Well, there's potential for Kelly to change where she lies. I don't think the season she played, she was in one alliance and then went to another one, right? Created a new one, right? So there's potential for Slime, Kelly, Carson, right? That sort of trio to emerge, and then Arrow, Vandy, Ringabel, Maeve lost, and then Quicks and Rara. They played on the same season 1 together, so they're probably going to team up at some point as well. That's likely the case. So it's the most likely scenario from my perspective is the primary one we stated, but there is secondary fringe worlds where Kelly makes an alliance with Carson and Slime, and then Arrow goes to the other side again, because Arrow kind of started out with Vandy and Ringabel, right? So it's quite possible he just comes back to them, right?
I mean, it's certainly possible. It just kind of felt like with the way the last two tribals went, it felt like how the teams were sitting out were pretty set. In terms of Arrow and Slime are probably working together. He could flip to the Vandy Ringabel train. I can see a world where that happens, but it felt like those two were pretty in lockstep. I mean, with Carson Rara Quicks as free agents, you have to basically decide, do we just kind of hammer through an Arrow Slime team, if that's still a thing, or do we go with Arrow Slime and try to take down the Juggernaut? That's always the question you got to ask yourself.
So the thing is, right, in terms of likelihood of having an idol, Carson went on the first mission, Arrow went on the first mission, and Robert Roche went on the first mission. If that mission was tied to receiving an idol at some point, and they're all together, chances are they have an idol.
Chances are, yes. I would agree with that.
While the other team doesn't.
Yeah. So
because of that, right, they might have some more power in persuading people to vote their way.
Yeah, certainly. Although it does kind of, although in that case though, it kind of makes the power dynamic interesting where, say, one of them does have the immunity idol, the numbers start not falling that way, and then it's okay, well, eventually you're going to have to see writing on the wall, whether or not you're getting voted out or not.
I think this is the most likely.
Play the idol correctly like last season.
I kind of agree with that, actually, Levi. As I'm going through it in my head, I'm like, this seems like a idol tribal.
Yeah, this is
No, I wouldn't say that. Depends on who wins.
I mean, yeah, there's the immunity challenge too, and there's still players who performed very well at the.
All right, we're going to start the next challenge. Sorry about that. Everybody wake up, because it is time for our 5th immunity challenge, and the first challenge is a new tribe for individual immunity. Looking for all 9 of you to wake up. Cool. All right, this challenge is called Tax Collector. So in this challenge, each of you is going to start with $100, not real money. And in each round, you're going to privately message me how much you want to pay to the tax collector. The player who pays the least will be eliminated, and the amount that they paid will be revealed. So I'll say, like Amy only paid $3, she's out, or whatever. Once we get down to 2 players left, whoever has the most money left wins. So your goal is to not be the one who gets rid of the lowest amount each time, but to keep as much as you can until the final 2. Make sense? Cool. All right, so you all start with 100. Everyone message me directly on Zoom how much you are going to pay in the first round.
Are we supposed to keep track of it ourselves?
I'm keeping track of it. You don't have to.
I'm sure there's a correct strategy for this that I don't know.
What?
It feels like super Y-foamy.
Sometimes you might have to feel the Zoom. Like we might all be going 50 here at the first round, and you're just the one who's like
48. Damn it!
Gotta love you.
Are we allowed to table talk?
Oh, why not?
Sure, yeah.
Hope so.
Makes things interesting.
I don't know, Vandy. I think you'd be pretty
here,
good at
Emmy.
this, considering you're in the poker group. I think you would
That's true.
try to make
Come here,
small
baby.
bets, and
I gave the taxman $0.
Nice.
Oh, thank you for just throwing.
Appreciate it.
Oh, okay, I'm being attacked by a dog.
Carson, in future runs, just do it.
Oh, through Zoom. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. All right. Slime, at least. Slime is eliminated with a bid of $3. $3 was not enough.
I almost said 3.
Slime is out. So you can turn your camera off. Go to sleep.
What happens on ties?
Oh, yeah. If there's a tie at the final 2, there'll be like a tiebreaker challenge. But that's like a very rare situation.
But if I had also said 3, we both lose?
You would both be eliminated.
Get out, Vandy.
Send me your amount for the next round.
So did we lose the money that we put in the first round?
Yes.
Or?
Yeah.
Oh, we lost that. Okay.
So how much did you bet, Ring a Bell?
Hopefully enough.
Enough? That's what you're going with? Enough?
I'm really already out of money. It's awkward.
I'm betting the same thing every single time, and hopefully it works. That's the strat in my eyes.
I mean, you can only bet 50 twice.
I'm betting one more than whatever the person that lost bet.
I heard you can only go out on.
That's like an awful strategy.
Yeah, it's because it's not my strategy, Kelly. I'm lying.
I believe you there, Vandy. I believe
Vandy's actually doing that though.
All right, this is why I'm bad at Mafia.
You were very sagalicious earlier, so you might still be here.
Sagalicious.
Yeah, sagacity, sagalicious. Come on.
It's sagacity. I don't know what that word means.
It means making good decisions.
All right. Vandy has been eliminated this round with a payment of $7. That was not enough.
As I said.
He actually did almost that.
Send me your payments for the next round.
So Kelly, what did you put up? You wanna enlighten the class or not?
I
feel like this might be one of those ones where I survived to late with like $1 in the bank account.
That's the strategy I'm going for, though. I'm just betting the same thing every single time, and whatever I get. It's I'm not gonna try to mind game you guys here.
All right, Maeve Lost is out with a payment of 10. 10 was not enough for the tax collector. Maeve, you are out. Send in your payments for the next round.
I may need to amend my strategy as I am running out of money. That's rough.
Carson is out with a payment of 13. 13 was not enough. All right, the other 5 of you, send me your payment for the next round.
Amber, no.
All right, Quicks is out with a payment of 9. $9 was not enough. Quicks is out. So the 4 of you, send me your payments for the next round. Ring a Bell is out. $10 was not enough. Ring a Bell, you are out. This is the last round. Send me your final payments. All right, $12 was not enough. This leaves Aro and Ra-Ra's paid, and whoever paid the least will win immunity. So I'm going to add these up real quick. Give me a second. So for Arrow, 10 plus 20 plus 15 plus 16 plus 16 again plus 12 plus 9. You paid 98. You have $2 left.
I misread the Zoom.
All right, Ra-Ra. 7 plus 12 plus 20 plus 16 plus 21 plus 12 plus 12. You paid all $100. You have $0 left, meaning that Arrow wins with his 2 remaining dollars. Arrow has earned individual immunity. Everyone go to sleep, and communication is open.
Okay, that was just a basic medical math there. You subdivided, since there are 7 rounds, and divide 100 by 7 and just pay that amount on average.
Well, that strategy would have lost.
It still would have lost.
It still would have lost.
Oh, well.
So
That's the optimal strategy.
Well, but it's a min-max thing, right? Because the more players there are, the greedier you can get away with on average, right? So.
True. I guess it's more of a slope than a curve.
Yeah, well, I think it's like the distribution. I think is you can start off low and then in the mid game go high and then go back down low again.
Anyways, we've got PTB here to do his traditional season interview. How's it going, PTB?
Hello, everyone.
What
I would have just bet $15 every round.
That would have gotten you out.
It's pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. How many rounds did it go? I think you can go 6 rounds if you do $15.
No, it would have been $105.
It's 7 rounds.
Oh, 7 rounds. Okay, well, whatever. I think the season's pretty good so far. It's very interesting. The challenges are different than the previous season, so I like that a lot. I think it was interesting. Some players have gone out early, kind of unexpecting some people to go as deep as they did. Twitch chat has been a lot to manage this time around. I'll say.
I can tell. I can figure that out.
Yeah.
The Res Squad infiltrated Twitch chat this time around.
The Res Squad almost infiltrated them. Anyway, that's all I'll say about
Anyways,
that.
follow and subscribe to Lumbax999 for more of your viewing content like this.
CPB, go away.
Yeah, turn off your camera, CPB.
You're not part of the commentary team. I like the commentary team plus CPB this season. You 3 are doing a really good job.
Yeah, a lot of the complaints.
Is my interview? My interview's over.
Yeah, we're gonna start
Bye.
tribal council. So everyone wake up. Cool. All right, Arrow, you received immunity with a whole $2 left to spare. Well done. How you doing?
I feel good. I actually misread the Zoom when I paid 20. I was like, oh shoot, like I'm probably playing this game wrong. But then as it went on, I just lowered the numbers. As far as all the people in here, man, it's been such a great journey. I think all of you are great players. But I think it feels good to be on the side where I don't have to worry about stuff right now. But I think right now the votes are gonna be interesting again. I think I know who I'm voting for though. I'll say that much. But yeah, I just look forward to.
Yeah, I think personally speaking, I always think the first vote after the merge is very telling. It kind of sets the tone for the second half of the game. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes. Anyone have anything pressing to say? Otherwise, I'll make up some questions to ask you.
I've heard lots of names, so I'm kind of unsure who to vote here, but I think I'm going to go with the last name in my ear, and hopefully that, is correct. I think things are very fluid right now. I don't think the commentators are correct saying that they're just two big groups. I think it's pretty fluid, and it's going to be a tough game to navigate, and I hope everybody, I wish everybody the best.
I think that there is a few people spinning too many plates, if that makes sense. I think too many people are trying to figure out how to appease the most amount of people, and I think it's going to burn them.
Is that directed at me or is that directed
No, that's absolutely not directed at you.
Okay.
And there are multiple people, and honestly, I'm probably part of that issue too. Honestly. Like, I think I am also, I have the feeling where I'm just like
I'm very paranoid, but hopefully things work out. Like last time I was way too trusting, so this time I'm a bit more paranoid. My number one ally, who I knew I could trust 100% TCP, got yeeted the last round, so that's unfortunate. So I'm just trying to pick up the pieces and go from there. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. Anybody else have anything?
I will bring up one thing very briefly, which is that no idols, no special advantages, no nothing has happened so far.
Yeah, there's definitely idols out there. The code for
I keep
second
sending
thing
you the
was
secret message.
Yeah,
and then
one
you
of the secret
just say,
messages
like,
was
sorry,
to protect you. So there's
shit out of luck, and
there's
I'm
two
like,
idols
all
out
right.
there. There's two idols out there.
I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to
One
go
on
ahead
each
and out that I won the first challenge and it was not an idol.
Yeah.
It was, I got to talk with Ricardo on the other island, and then he told me you were
That
voting
makes
out CPB, and then he said, I'm pretty sure I'm fucked here. So it was really not a very helpful, a very helpful discussion, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, the code was like something to secret communication. So that makes sense.
It was very
something about protection. So there's two idols. There's one on each tribe. So
yeah, I messaged him, how's it looking over there? And he just sent me in all caps, fuck. So I don't think, I was like, well, that was not worth much.
Okay, well, let's see if some idols get played. Everybody send me on Discord the name of the player you would like to vote out of this game.
Got some interesting endgame predictions in Twitch chat.
Is it more or less accurate than all of the commentators?
Guess we'll find out in about 2.5 hours.
I have received all of the votes. Importantly, while there are 9 players at this tribal council, 10 votes have been cast. So just so you all know, 10 votes have been cast at this tribal council. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you would like to play it, now is the time to do so. All right, I'm going to read the votes. Our first vote, Carson. Our second vote, Maeve Lost. Our third vote, Kelly. 1 vote each for Carson, Maeve Lost, and Kelly. Our next vote is for Maeve Lost. Our next vote is for Kelly. Our next vote is for Maeve Lost. Our next vote is for Kelly. That's 3 votes each for Kelly and Maeve Lost, and 1 vote for Carson. Our next vote is for Maeve Lost. Our next vote is for Kelly. That's 4 votes each for Kelly and Maeve Lost, 1 vote for Carson, and 1 10th vote left. The 6th person voted out of Survivor Espionage, and the 4th member of our jury is Kelly. Kelly has been voted out. Everybody go to sleep. Communication is open.
That's a nice split vote. It makes the game interesting. What can I say?
I will say I feel like I got some
Slime your
victory from
camera.
that I feel pretty sick. I gotta be real here.
It's hard to tell who was excited and who was disappointed by that vote.
Oh no, I could tell one person was very excited.
Carson,
like one
baby.
person really liked that vote.
I think that, so you guys asked me how I thought about the game. I was like, it's kind of lackluster, like with the abilities and stuff. And I think they're all going to start making plays now.
Right.
Now that everyone's alone. I want to know, I can't wait to find out who went home with an ability. Because someone went home with something.
Yeah. I gotta say it's surprising Kelly got voted out there. Usually she goes far just because it's the non-threatening aspect of the game, right? You're not really a big threat, so people can take you far. But you know what? She got booted pretty early on for how one would view her play style, how far that can get her. So
I think
first of all, I want Carson to keep our name out of his mouth in future tribal councils. Okay, thanks.
No, he can say what he wants.
I'm kidding.
It implies that Kelly was sometimes you vote for the person who's not necessarily the head of the alliance because you expect them to play an idol potentially. You vote for somebody who's a number for them, but not the actual person that you may want to get out in an ideal world.
True.
Kelly may have fallen into that bucket.
Yeah, she was.
I think Kelly fell into the wagon of she could go either way with either side of the numbers, I would say. So that's what happened there. Maybe.
All right, let's start the next day. I'm going to make a bit of an effort to speed things up. So we're going to pick up the pace a little bit here. So let's have all 8 of you wake up. All right. It is time for our 6th immunity challenge. This challenge is called Acronyms. It's very simple. In each round, I'm going to post an acronym in Zoom chat, and I'll also say it so the viewers can hear it. The last person to send me a message of what that acronym stands for will be eliminated. Last one standing wins the challenge. This one's going to be pretty quick, so let's do it. Make sure you're set to message me directly. Here is your first acronym, ASAP. What does that stand for? All right, Ring, Maeve Lost, Arrow, Slime, Carson, Quicks, Vandy. Vandy is last. No, sorry, I missed one. Rara is last. Rara was last after Vandy. So Rara is out. Rara is out of the challenge. Our next acronym, UFO. What does UFO stand for? Slime is good. Maeve Lost. All right, a bunch of you got it. Slime, Maeve Lost, Vandy, Ring a Bell, Quicks, Carson. Arrow is out. It stands for Unidentified Flying Object. That's what the acronym UFO stands for. Our next one, let's see who knows this one. MIA. What does MIA stand for? Good. Everyone knew this one is missing in action. Vandy, Ringabel, Maeve, Carson, Quicks. Slime was the slowest. Slime, you are out. Our next acronym, AKA. What does AKA stand for? That, of course, would be also known as Ring, Vandy, Quicks, Carson. Maeve lost was the slowest. Maeve, you are out. Our next acronym, FYI. What does FYI stand for? That is for your information. Quicks was the slowest. Quicks, you are out. 2 more to go. Our next acronym, let's see who knows this one. This one's a little harder. PS. What does PS stand for? Nope, Vandy's wrong. Carson got it. Carson's good. And Vandy got it. Postscript. Vandy beat you to it. Postscript is what PS stands for. All right. So Vandy and Carson playing for immunity. Here is the last acronym. DIY. What does DIY stand for? And that, of course, is do it yourself. Vandy got it. Vandy has earned individual immunity. Everyone go to sleep and get ready for Tribal Council.
Vandy from the verge of elimination. Going the distance.
You think Vandy was going to be the next one going home? If
No,
he
was almost the first one out in the game, and then won it.
True. Yeah. He came back. I mean, at this point, right? It doesn't really matter who wins as long as the person that's the target doesn't win in the vote, right? So like, its last vote is very telling because it doesn't seem like Slime is receiving any votes. It doesn't seem like Ringabel's receiving any votes, etc. So
depends who Kelly's allied with.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really depends on which, because that Kelly Maeve vote felt like two sides. Although if I'm to believe Carson, it was a fluid two sides. It still felt like blocks.
There was that one fine extra.
There is that one vote on Carson, which is like, I don't even know what that was.
Voted for himself.
We can call that the Savaic factor.
Yeah, the Savaic factor.
But
that is a strategy.
I mean, like there was a throwaway vote on Carson, but it did still feel like somewhat blocks. I think the idea that Maeve wouldn't still be under the gun is out of the realm of possibility, depending on how fluid the game actually is. I think there are people who I feel pretty sure are safe. I'm not really sure whether or not I should say those names, but there's one person in particular who I feel like the game is really going in their direction based on like purely body tells.
Who do you think that is?
I think the game's going really well for Slime. To be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that.
Like she even kind of slightly revealed that she had like a little bit of allies everywhere. You know what I mean? But,
she didn't have to go to sleep because she didn't need to talk at night. She's already seen all possible outcomes. They all lead to her victory. No further discussion necessary.
On that note,
I mean,
all right, Tribal Council time. Everybody wake up. And then there were 8. Vandy, you seem pretty excited about that win. Feeling good?
Yeah, it was nice. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, that one pretty competitive.
Yeah, I thought I was out on the first round.
Oh yeah, that's right. You were the second slowest. Yeah, that's kind of funny. You know who you're voting for?
It's between 2. I don't know if it's going the way I want it to. Like from what I'm getting from other people, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if it's going the way I want it to. But I from what I've heard, I can't vote the person that people want to vote. I just can't do it.
Interesting. It's an interesting comment.
From what I'm getting, I'm not gonna lie to you, I haven't. Arrow, I haven't talked to at all this game. We talked a little bit post game, but since then we haven't been on the same tribe until recently. And it's just by the time we like merged, we didn't really talk. Me and Slime kind of talked a little bit in the first tribe, but then we got split up again. So it's one of those things that it's probably between the two of them, but that's not because I'm like particularly hard against them.
So I'm going to be the devil's advocate here because I always do this in Survivor. Slime, Arrow, if you're the two people who are being considered by everyone to be voted out, shouldn't your whole thing be like, well, let's try to flip the bottom of their alliance, right?
I'm not saying that those are the two people it's between. Those are just the two people I'm voting for.
Okay.
That's just the two, like those, it's between those two for me.
Understandable. I understand where you're coming from. I'm in a similar boat. Some person who I've not talked a whole lot with is probably who I'm voting for as well. Last round, last minute, I heard through the grapevine that Kelly was voting for me, so I tried to scramble there. That's all I could do. I tried my best, and you know, like if that's not how you wanted the vote to go, if you wanted either me or Maeve lost on that last vote, was not what I was thinking, because like I don't know, I was just trying to survive.
I am going to say Kelly was absolutely the person I was talking about spinning too many plates.
Okay,
just so everyone knows.
Like I'm a bit lost on like where some of the people lie in this game, and I'm just gonna go. I'll just say who I'm gonna vote for. I think I'm gonna vote for Quicks because either Quicks or Vandy has an idol from the first tribe, and Vandy has immunity. So Quicks, if you have an idol, play it because I'm voting for you. And the people who are aligned with me,
that's pretty direct.
So yeah.
How you doing, Quicks?
Doing great. I don't think that changes anything for me.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that change anything for anyone else?
Probably
I just wanted to respond real quick to Vandy's statement about me and Simon. Obviously, right, as we go into these games deeper and deeper, you know, we're all going to be in this quote unquote POE where, you know, we're like the suspects of being targeted. But honestly, I'm not too concerned because I think I'll be okay. So if you put the vote on me and unfortunately it goes somewhere else, then, you know, some of those votes might get.
I will say last round, I was shocked, not because of who got voted out, but by the big voting blocks. Because like, you know, it came mostly from people that I had not been in a tribe with. So it was one of those things where I haven't had any communication. My only communication was with Rip Cardo for all the good that did me.
All those backstabs, Jesus.
Yeah. I think this game, I can't wait for post game though. I think there's so much.
It's been a good season.
Yeah, there's been a lot of interesting things going on.
I mean, I kind of on purpose, I was like, I'm not going to do as much pre-gaming because pre-gaming kind of killed season 2.
I think we were all like that. Yeah.
My biggest regret right now.
Oh, yeah,
my biggest regret is that Kelly can't get that art.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves with the post game. Let's handle the business we have right now. So if everyone is ready to vote, go ahead and send me the name of the person you would like to vote for through a private message on Discord. All right, I have received all of the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol, and you want to play it, now would be the time to do so. All right, let's read the votes. Our first vote is for Ring a Bell. Our second vote is for Slime. Our third vote is for Quicks. Our fourth vote is for Arrow Game. So that's one vote each for Ring a Bell, Slime, Quicks, and Arrow. Our next vote is for Ring a Bell. Our next vote is for Ring a Bell. Our next vote is for Arrow. And our next vote is for Arrow. So that is one vote for Slime, one vote for Quicks, 3 votes for Ring a Bell, and 3 votes for Arrow. So we have a tie between Ring a Bell and Arrow. So the other 6 of you are going to re-vote right now, and you can only vote for Ring a Bell or Arrow. Send me your votes right now. You can only vote for the 2 of them.
Oh. If I go here, Arrow, there's no hard feelings.
No, it's no hard feelings, Ring a Bell,
You're
because
actually going to be mortal enemies. It's really going to be awkward.
No, it's.
Arrow's going to turn into the bad pants and always vote on Ring a Bell formals, regardless.
Can't wait till the next final 3, baby.
It's kind of fitting, though. I'll say that much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, good luck to us.
All right. I have received all the votes. I'm going to read the votes. First vote, Ring a Bell. Second vote, Arrow. Third vote, Ring a Bell. Fourth vote, Arrow. That's 2 votes each for Ring a Bell and Arrow. The next vote is for Ring a Bell. The next vote is for Arrow. So we have another tie. So here's what is going to happen. Ring a Bell and Arrow are going to play a challenge to resolve this tie. So one of the 2 of you is going home. You're going to play a quick challenge right now at Tribal Council, and whoever loses will be eliminated. For this season, I actually haven't done any tiebreaker challenges yet, so you guys don't know this, but I've prepared them for every season. Things that you can do. Actually, no, that's not true. We did one last season. I lied. But anyways, for this season, the challenge that I've chosen as our tiebreaker challenge is called Ghost. Ghost is a word game. Here's how it works. Whoever goes first will say, or in this case, we're going to do it through Zoom chat, we'll type a letter. The next player will then type another letter, and you'll alternate typing letters. Whoever types a complete word that is 4 letters long or longer loses. Words that are 3 letters or less don't count. If you get to the point where you think that the other player has created a string of letters that can't possibly create a word, you can challenge them. And if they can come up with a word, it's kind of like in Scrabble, if they can come up with a word to prove you wrong, then you lose as well. This is going to be played best 2 out of 3, and I'm going to randomize who goes first. Do the rules make sense to both of you?
It said the word has to be 4 letters or longer.
Yeah, so if you go C and then Arrow goes A and then you go T, you don't lose. But if the made it like a full word, like if a 4-letter or longer word is completed, the person who completes it loses. Make sense?
So I have a quick question, because you said we can challenge them if we think there's like a string of letters that isn't a word. So if we
like,
them,
let's say Ring a Bell started with X and then you went Y and then he said P. You could be like, I don't think you know a word that goes X, Y, P. And if he could come up with one, then he would win.
And he has to use all letters.
He would have to tell you what the word is if you challenge. It's like in Scrabble.
Okay. Wow, this is tough.
All right, this is going to be played best 2 out of 3. Ring a Bell, you're going first in the first round, and we're going to go quickly, so I'm going to give you not much time. Type your letter in Zoom chat, or you can say it. What's your first letter?
Oh, God. F for me.
All right, Arrow, your turn.
A.
F-A, Ring a Bell.
I'll put that in for everyone.
F-A. Can I just keep typing it?
Yeah.
It was F-A, and then I'll do N.
Yeah, just set it to everyone. I'll type it for everyone. Okay. So it's F-A-N. So any words completed from this point on will eliminate you. So Arrow, your turn. F-A-N. 5 seconds. Give me a letter. F-A-N-I.
L. Oh, that's an L.
Oh, that's an L. Okay. F-A-N-L.
Yep.
Ring a Bell. Give me a letter or challenge or whatever you want to do. I'm going to be using dictionary.com to verify challenges, by the way, just to clarify. E. Arrow, give me your next letter. 5 seconds.
T.
F-A-N-L-E-T. Ring a bell.
F-A-N-L-E-T.
Arrow, stop messaging me directly for this.
Oh, my bad. I was messaging you. Whoops.
L-E-T. 5 seconds.
I'll challenge it.
All right, Arrow, what's a word that starts with this, that finishes, that you can finish? You can't look anything up right now, in case that's not
I'm
obvious.
not
Yeah.
looking up. Yeah.
5 seconds. Tell me a word that you can complete like this.
Naflet.
What?
Naflet. I'm just Naflet.
I'm not following.
Oh wait,
Are
so
you
I thought don't
fan-
they take
Be in order.
Oh, it has to be in order?
Yeah.
Yeah, like you have to give me a word that could be finished with these letters.
Oh.
It has to be in order. You're spelling a word.
Oh, I got you. Oh, okay. Fanlets.
Yeah, I don't think fan.
At the end. Yeah, I was just I mean.
Okay, so I'm gonna award the point to Ring a Bell. Challenge has been lost. Arrow could not come up with the word. We're doing this best 2 out of 3. Arrow, you're going first in the next round, and you cannot start with an F. You have to start with a different letter than F.
Okay, got you.
Let's go a little quickly. So
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just.
Pick a letter.
P.
Okay, P.
R.
PR.
E.
PRE.
S.
PRES.
E.
PRESE.
N.
PRESEN.
Uh,
5 seconds.
W.
PRESENW. Ring a bell.
I challenge that.
Give me a word, Arrow.
Put an E at the end of it.
Presenwa.
Yeah.
This is your word?
Yeah.
I don't know if I even need to check for that. I don't think.
Yeah. I messed up with W, so.
Okay. So Ring a Bell has won the 2 out of 3. Arrow, you're eliminated. So Arrow, you are the 7th person eliminated from the game and the 5th member of our jury. Everyone go to sleep.
Tough luck.
What was that?
Tough luck.
What was that, Arrow? What was that?
I think there was a bit of scrambling there.
I think that's a very hard game to give people. It's a good game, but it's a hard one.
So
That is
Arrow I
incredible
think
fire
had
making
it
challenge if I ever saw one.
when Ring a Bell did the PRES. I think if he challenged right there, I don't think there's a word that he could have come up with. I don't think there's a 5-letter word that starts with PRES.
But
that's kind of what I was thinking.
I thought it had to be 4
Press.
letters or more.
PRESS.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
All right,
Yeah. He kind of
Yeah.
just. Yeah, I guess he was
Press your
kind of always
buttons.
checkmated there. Yeah.
He was
good-
in a
good
very bad
one.
spot, like most of that time. I see. I'm with that freak nasty guy in chat. I would have said C there.
Yeah,
but
presence. Yeah.
instead of W, but that's just how my mind went there. I don't know where
Do
the
you
W
think
came.
going back to the game now, looking at the votes, a lot has changed.
I feel like you win that challenge every time if you just start with X.
No.
Because you can't challenge before 4.
Or
right?
4, I guess.
Yeah, so you just do X and then they say anything and you just say X. Can they challenge it? Can they challenge then, or do they have to come up
they
with
can challenge.
You can challenge at any point. So if you say something that's nonsense, they'll just make you finish it, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I was under the impression they couldn't challenge until.
It's like, what is that word, Levi?
Also for the challenge word, I guess this might have been unclear to some people, but it doesn't have to be a word that finishes in 1 letter afterwards. It's just any word that can be finished from that point on.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't get that either. I thought it had to be exactly 1 letter
Yeah,
away.
No, it doesn't have to be exactly. Yeah. Just
Gotcha.
any word that can be finished from that beginning.
The question is, do names count, for example?
It's an apostrophe count. Like
I
if you
would
added
not count a proper
let's.
name, no.
Would you count like let's and an apostrophe S? Would that
No,
count?
you can't use apostrophes.
Okay.
I did just want
I
to
just
say
making
in
sure.
terms of the actual tribal, I think I read the room like incredibly wrong entering
right.
that tribal.
I
which is
have
kind
one
of
other
feels bad.
announcement for everyone. We're going to be bringing back a challenge that we did in season 2 called Tribe Survey. So what I'm going to do right now is post a list of
Touchy
questions.
subject, guys.
Stop talking. Let me talk right now. I'm going to post a list of questions in the main tribe chat. Everyone in the game still, I need you to answer these questions very quickly and don't talk about them with anyone else in the game. So I'm just going to post a list. There's like 20, 25 of them. You can just send me like 1, Amy, 2, Bob, C, or 3, whatever, right? You just send me a list of each question and your answer. Just don't overthink it. Just answer them very quickly. And do not discuss your answers with anybody else, okay? Commentators, you can continue. And make sure you message this to me directly.
It's right now looking like a returning player is probably going to win the game, just based upon
Probably
pure numbers right now. But who knows?
I mean, who's left? That's a new player.
Well, I mean, that's the thing I was trying to think about because, like, I was listening to the votes go off, and at the start of it, I'm just like, okay, if in this spot, I'm thinking like maybe Maeve's under the gun again. I actually considered Carson under the gun too because I think he was like completely floundering through parts of that. And then all of a sudden, I'm hearing votes for like Arrow and Slime and Ring, and I'm just like, I'm reading this way wrong.
Well, here's the thing, right? Both times the votes were tied. It's quite possible that someone misvoted the first time around, right? Because Carson said he voted for Quicks, and then all the votes went on to Ring a Bell, and then somehow the vote tied again, right? Which is actually quite perplexing, because how does that occur if, let's say, Carson is on one side, right?
I think what Vandy brought up was probably indicated that where he was like surprised that there were voting blocks that big for the Kelly Maeve vote, and then those voting blocks just kind of showed up again when Ring and Arrow were tied. So that's kind of where it's telling me the game is that like blocks exist and there's kind of like stray votes just elsewhere.
It seems
I
like
don't understand how the idols haven't come out into play yet. I feel like
I
think people are holding on to them or got sent home with them.
I have a feeling that
Just have to
Arrow.
find out.
I don't know. I feel like Arrow had an idol and he was confident enough he wouldn't leave. You know. I don't know. It's just a feeling. Maybe it's wrong.
We'll see.
Because like
we'll see.
Let's look at it this way, right? Either Arrow or somebody else had an idol and they were too confident to play it, or the players that have an idol just didn't really feel like.
I was about to say there's a non-zero possibility that I think Vandy had an idol there and just had immunity anyway.
Yeah, but he could play it on Ring a Bell if they were aligned.
Yeah,
exactly. They could have. I mean, I guess it depends on how much it seemed
well,
like
judging by what
Ring a Bell
Vandy
was
said,
under
I
the
don't
gun.
think he expected it.
It is pretty surprising they voted Arrow out, though. He seems like the perfect person to take to the end because he always chokes at F3s.
Yeah, exactly.
Memes. I love it.
Gotta get the memes in.
I do find it weird though that Carson basically I do find it weird that Carson kind of called a shot on Quicks though. I just like, yo, I'm pretty sure you have an idol, bro. I found that kind of funny.
This challenge seems pretty similar to touching.
It was a good comment, Draga. I didn't steal it from you. Credit to Draga.
No hard feelings in this challenge, guys. It's all fun and games. Just answer them quickly and get them in. No one will be offended, I'm sure.
I just want to see the next. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just excited for the next month. There's really not much else to talk about.
Yeah.
Like, when you get
So
to
who do you think makes it to the end? Who's the best bet to go to the end right now?
There's a lot of dependencies with that question, but I think right now,
Well, who would you want to take to the end personally?
If I'm in a position of power this game, and I was like, here's my hand-tailored players that I'm bringing to the end, so that I always win on the vote, I would always bring Quicks. here, probably. But it's possible Quicks is in the position of power. But if he's not, then he's obviously like not doing anything, right? So if I
All
were
right, then
Vandy,
Dave, Dog, what's your?
I would bring.
who
I would
do
probably
you
bring
take
like.
to the end?
I would bring like Quicks and Mave Lost probably. That's Vandy's big shot of like just winning the game, right? In terms of like getting all the votes because.
So my thing
because
about
he has competition with Ring a Bell in terms of vote gathering, right? So
yeah, my thing about it is right now I'm looking at a lot of people who are kind of like in the middle of things, like or more or less in the shadow of things. Like I think there are people who like are clearly out there, and there are people who are clearly not. I'm surprised to this point Rara hasn't gotten any attention, which probably tells me that they're doing things behind the scenes that are working out. I mean, I know they had immunity on like at least one of the challenges, but Rara's just kind of existed. They've been towards the middle or upper middle of most challenges. Their name hasn't really come up in most tribal councils. I feel like they're kind of an interesting spot to me. I'm kind of looking at that a little bit. I think an F5 is not unreasonable. That's just my personal take on that. Other than that, it's kind of up in the air, especially considering that last tribal, once again, there was like blocks, but didn't feel like very concrete blocks. So, you know, depending on which side of the line you're on is kind of like where you're taking. But like Rara for me is like the interesting one I'm looking at, just based on like how I felt like the game has like played around them, if that makes sense.
All right, Levi.
Okay.
Your turn. Who do you bring in this situation right now with the people in the game? Who do you want?
I mean, I have no idea how like people are voting together, because obviously, I mean, it seems like there's two alliances that are at each other, and I don't know who's on which side. It implies because Ring a Bell. So when Vandy was giving his thing, he said he was voting between Slime and Arrow. So it implies that it's Slime Arrow +2 on one side, and then it was Ring a Bell Vandy +2 on the other side, right? But obviously, I don't know who the +2s are.
Not necessarily, since Carson called a shot on Quicks. We don't know really where he lies. So like, it's not necessarily +2. It might be a +1 with like a floater. But
yeah, I think
it's kind of the weird part about
it. Carson has a good chance of like making it to the end because it seems like he's playing both sides, and he's probably like craftily doing too. Like, I don't see him on either of the alliances, but he's also not a big target because he's not part of the big alliances. So I think Carson's in a good spot to make it to the end right now. He's not in charge of anyone. Maybe he is, but you know, he put his vote randomly on Quicks when if he was part of the Arrow gang, right? He puts his vote on Ring a Bell, and Ring a Bell just gets voted out. So therefore, Carson's probably playing the middle ground. And on the revote, it was Ring a Bell versus Arrow, so there were 3 votes on each. More than likely, Slime voted on Ring a Bell on the revote. Rara probably voted on Ring a Bell on the revote. +1 voted on Ring a Bell for the revote, right? So Carson didn't vote on Ring a Bell the first time. So it makes me think that he didn't vote on Ring a Bell the second time. Right? Because if he didn't vote on the first time, why would he vote the second time? And then simultaneously, if there were 3 votes on Ring a Bell the first time and Carson voted for somebody else, it makes no sense, at least from my perspective, that the person who would switch their vote from Ring a Bell to Arrow actually voted on Ring a Bell. So from my perspective, right, the 3 votes on Arrow were just Vandy, Ring a Bell, Carson, right? And then the 3 votes.
It's possible. Well, the thing you have to remember is that there was a vote on Slime. So that person probably voted Arrow.
Oh yeah, true.
So I think Carson actually voted Ring a Bell, if I had to like take a guess, if I had to throw a stab at it. Because I think the person who votes Slime probably votes Arrow there like most of the time.
You're right. Yeah. They switched their vote to Arrow, you're right. So
unless it was like exactly Slime who voted themselves, which I kind of doubt.
No, yeah. So the 3 votes originally on Ring a Bell, we could probably deduce are Slime, Arrow, and Rara, and the 3 votes that were originally on Arrow were probably Vandy, Ring a Bell, plus Quicks or Maeve Lost. More likely Maeve Lost. So the vote on Slime likely was Quicks or Maeve Lost, and then the vote on Quicks was Carson, and then Carson was probably the 3rd vote on Ring a Bell then, right? And it just so happens that he probably made the wrong vote because now the numbers that were on Arrow's side that he would have been a number 4 or possibly beat his way into leadership, they're dwaddling down really quickly. So, which is actually surprising that Rara and Quicks aren't working together. And if they are, then they're probably playing both sides, and that's working really well for them, right? So. I think that depending on the relationship between players, there's a bunch of combinations we can see make to the end. So I would not be surprised if Rara and Quicks were 2 of the final 3, depending on what strategy they're going for. I would not be surprised if Carson was in the F3 or F2. At this point, I would be surprised if Slime makes it much farther. She probably just needs to win challenges from here on out to make it to the end. That's what it's looking like to me, at least.
I don't think so. I think next tribal we might see idols if there are still idols in play. That's my thoughts right now. So there you go.
I do think. Well, I mean, the numbers clearly just swayed off just because Arrow lost the challenge. Like that's clearly what just happened. So whichever way the number looked there, just clearly gained the advantage.
Mm-hmm.
But again, there's to take into account fluidity. You know, people who are willing to become free agents.
All right. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt.
In the middle, so.
Thank you for bearing with me for the long night, but I want to get this next challenge started. So yeah, everybody wake up. Looking for 7. Cool. All right. Slime, something seems like it's wrong with your camera, maybe. Just a heads up. Can you hear us okay, Slime? Hear me?
Wake up. Haha. Thanks, mate.
That was a good one, Vandy.
I try. I have my moments.
Slime.
Man, I wonder who won that award with the comedy thing.
Yeah, I know. The funniest.
Yeah, with jokes like that.
Yeah.
Don't forget to wait 1 second for Slime.
I'll be here for the next hour or so. I don't know how long it's going to take.
I'm just checking what's going on. Said she's having some lag.
How about that weather and/or local sports team?
I love local sports team.
Mm-hmm. Man, sports team looks so good and/or bad last night.
Ooh.
All right, well, we'll chill for a second. She's going to rejoin the Zoom, see if that fixes it. Getting ready for our next immunity challenge. Thank you, TCP, for that wonderful contribution.
This game has been blessed by CPB.
Wait, the kazoo wasn't CPB, it was TCP? Wow.
Oh, was it? I thought it was. I just assumed.
It was CPB.
It was CPB, but I thought you said TCP, and I got like, what?
No, I said CPB.
Did you? I'm not listening.
Yeah.
Plain, that's fine. What if TCP pulls out a kazoo? Yeah, I shut up.
TC Poo?
Is that your pet name for TCP? After you betrayed him, you're calling him TC Poo? I don't know, TC Poo. Come on. You can't do him like that.
TCP, CPB, and PTB are all going to form a kazoo band.
I wish.
Just having some technical difficulties. Sorry about this. Working on it.
Here's PTB trying to rewrite history.
Also, you could have
Quick
absolutely,
clips.
instead of W, done C to fuck ring a bell, by the way, in that game.
What's that?
He could have absolutely said C and screwed you in that game, by the way, in the tiebreaker.
Yeah, with
well,
presence.
I thought about that, but
Yeah.
it would have been tied. So yeah. I thought of that too when I typed that. I was like, shit. I hope he doesn't think of it.
I think it's pretty clear he didn't have a good grasp of that game. So
That was a hard one.
It was tough, yeah.
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 It wasn't clear to me that it was in order until it was clarified.
Yeah, I mean, I've done like the ghost
Stuff
game
like
before,
this.
like the letter. Yeah.
Yeah, I missed out on that challenge.
I gotta say though, man, thank God I didn't have to do backwards typing. I suck at that, man. I was so afraid Carson was gonna pick me for backwards typing, and it's like it doesn't matter who I'm against, I'm gonna lose.
Unfortunate.
I was surprised I got picked for it. So I won that challenge
my
first
did not know
season.
that. Well, I trusted Wimbo. Wimbo is a typing goddess, so
Yeah, I just looked right at Rara when I got picked for that. Just like,
I was like, no.
I was like, all I'm doing is not letting slime type fast. That's all I'm doing. I don't have any other strategy in this.
Fair enough.
I was like, Carson's smart, but all of these are like kind of in his wheelhouse because he's like very much like a typing, spelling, like word game champ.
the champ, even though I lost 2-1 or 1-2.
Yeah. Trickery was really
Yeah,
hard. The way that one was.
I did that one after the Y was screwing me up. Like I knew the C and the K had to go together, but then like I knew it was like a trick something. I just couldn't figure out where the Y went.
I think I typed rickety at first.
Slime, are you able to wake up? Yes.
Yay!
Yay!
All right. Cool. I want to get things going because that was kind of a long delay. So let's get this next challenge started. This is your 7th immunity challenge, and as I said earlier, it is called Tribe Survey. So in the night, you answered a bunch of questions. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to ask you those same questions, not necessarily in order. I'm just going to go through them randomly, pick out the ones I like, and you're going to try and figure out what the most common answer was. So you're going to try and guess whose name was the most common answer to that question. Each time you're right, you'll score a point. The first person to score 4 points wins the challenge. So let me pick a good question to start out on.
And this is through Zoom, right, Lombax?
Yeah, you can just message me through Zoom. All right, we're going to start with this question. This question says, who's really in control? What was the most common answer for who's really in control? Message me through Zoom. What was the most common answer to that question? Everybody said Vandy. Everybody is correct. Everybody scores a point. Vandy was the most common answer for who's really in control. So everyone has a point.
I literally sat there and goes, should I say my answer? Because I don't know if he's going to read out and I'm going to write myself. I don't know if that's the right.
Our next question, who is the funniest? What was the most common answer for who is the funniest? Does everyone have their answers in? All right, the most common answer for this was ring a bell. Carson, Vandy, ring a bell, and Rara each got that correct. Carson, Vandy, ring a bell, and Rara each have 2 points.
Close second.
Ring a bell was got four votes for that, and Vandy got the other 3 in the actual vote.
Vandy is clearly carrying.
Kind of cringe.
All right, our next
Except
question.
for my Mafia team, I can carry anything else.
Our next question is, who is the most logical? Who is the most logical? What got the most votes for who is the most logical? Everyone got their answers in for who is the most logical. The most common answer here was Carson. So who got this correct? Slime, Vandy and Ringabell got this correct. Slime, Vandy, and Ringabell got this correct. So Ringabell and Vandy each have 3 points currently. Carson and Rah Rah and Slime have 2 points, and Maeve and Quicks have 1. All right, our next question. Oh, I love this question. Yeah, let's do this one. Who would do the best in an actual survival situation? Who would do the best in an actual survival situation?
This one was a total guess. We all play social deduction games on the internet for fun.
None of us is the real answer.
So the correct answer for who would do the best in an actual situation, correct, but the person who got the most answers was Carson. 4 people said Carson. 1 said Vandy, 1 said Maeve, and 1 said Quicks. So who put Carson here? Slime did, Vandy did, Carson did, and Maeve did. So Carson, Vandy, Slime, and Maeve. This gives Vandy a 4th point, which means Vandy has won the challenge and won immunity as everyone else is behind. Everyone go to sleep. Vandy has immunity. Get ready for Tribal Council.
All right.
There's a clear front runner.
No. You're replacing JC on the jury because he had to go to sleep. You got to turn off your camera now. You're not allowed on the commentary team anymore. If you on the jury, you can't be here anymore. We finally got rid of him. We finally got rid of him.
We did it, boys.
We did it. Man, this is going to be.
All right.
It looks like Vandy's just going to. It looks like Vandy's just going to win this whole season at this point. Not going to lie, which is nice. It's nice to see Vandy excel.
It's feeling that way. But you never know where the tiles may fall. Vandy doesn't get immunity somewhere. He might get say Vandy doesn't get immunity, and it's just like, all right, now's the perfect time to strike. He gets eliminated before final, and that would be unfortunate. But right now, it feels like he is the leader in the clubhouse. I mean, the game clearly agrees. Going into that challenge, it kind of felt like a challenge that you kind of knew the people who needed to win the challenge and the people who didn't. And I don't think Vandy was one of those people who needed to win the challenge, but he won it anyway. So
yeah, from the perspective, so there's 2 ways to look at it, right? One, people who are someone who's going to get voted out today, having that necklace would have been huge for them, right?
Great.
But let's look at it another way, right? Vandy getting that necklace means one of them don't get it, which means that he could just vote them out.
Well, let's figure out who needs it. Everybody wake up. Time for Tribal Council. Looking for all 7 of you to wake back up. All right. So Vandy, you got back-to-back individual immunity wins. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, I got kind of lucky because I think all of the answers that were the most popular were also the answers I put in the survey itself.
Yeah, I mean, there's luck sometimes in these kind of games. May have been luck. I don't know.
I think I know more of this group better than like when we did it in season 2. Like when we got to this point and we're doing that survey, we were all like, oh, I don't know. I didn't know like almost half the game. So it was like, I don't know who's going to survive in a survival situation. But at this point, like I kind of know everyone enough that we felt a little bit more comfortable with each other to know Carson's going to like pull out some plant knowledge and fucking like.
Yeah, there you go. That must be why you got all the votes. I'm imagining.
Probably.
The plant stuff. Yeah.
That'd be my guess.
Instantly.
All right. So we're down to 7.
Vandy because he's like the most athletic.
So I like to bring something I like to talk about at 7 is I think 7 is the best time to like make a move in the entire game, generally speaking, because you have odd numbers, right? So it's a lot easier than say at 8 or 6.
Well, Bex, I already made a move last round by like accidentally throwing like if I just voted arrow, then we wouldn't even have that tiebreaker. I just would have survived and won up. But instead, I was just like, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna vote for slime and see what happens. And then we went into a tiebreaker, and then that happened. So,
well, I guess that's how it goes sometimes. But I don't know. Do you think that things are just going to go as expected, or do you think that anyone has
Probably. Well, I know
put
there's
something
idols
together?
in the game. I know there's idols in the game, but I think they are on the side that is not in the or they're in the majority. Like the idols are definitely in the majority.
Yeah,
so it's hard for Maeve, Slime, and or myself to make a move. So
okay.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I know probably where the vote's going here, and it's like almost purely an idol dodge. If we're being completely honest.
So it's on me, is what you're saying. That was a cringe laugh. Okay. That's
well. That's very very direct. I mean,
I'm gonna be direct. I'm on the bottom. I'm going to try to do what I can to survive. Like that's just how it goes.
I think that an idol
fair
could.
enough.
I think the only way that, this is gonna sound super scummy, but like the only way our faction doesn't win is if we accidentally hit an idol and they play it and like
you know the idols are on your side too. So like I don't know why you're trying to like play coy.
So I will say Arrow softed that he had an idol, but I don't think he's not. I don't.
You got to remember he can also give items away in the night, so it might still be in play if he has it.
That's true.
Just saying.
That's true. Yeah.
There's also two.
I don't have an idol, by the way. So if you think I need to go, feel free to throw your vote my way. I'm going to try to survive as much as possible.
I would never vote on you, Ring a Bell. Never, ever.
Okay.
I believe Maeve lost in that comment.
So everyone believes each other. Everyone's just good to go. Knows what they're doing.
I think we're great. We're
all best friends.
All right, then let's vote.
See y'all in jury. Before we vote, actually, I'm going to use my vote steal.
Yeah, someone just turned their camera off.
Yeah.
It's a habit, sorry.
Yeah, what's up, Carson?
Yeah, I got a vote steal a while ago. I'm gonna use it at this juncture, and I'm stealing Ring a Bell's vote.
All right, do you want to explain for everyone what that means exactly?
So in the first secret mission, there was a challenge.
Oh, I mean, you don't have to go that far, but
yeah. So I received an advantage where I can steal somebody's vote and then cast 2 votes. I'm stealing Ring a Bell's vote. So at this tribal council, I'm casting my vote and Ring a Bell's vote. So I have 2 votes. There you go.
All right. So Carson will vote twice. Ring a Bell, you will not.
Oh, I know I am.
Everybody, send me your votes on Discord. Message me directly who you would like to vote for.
Oh, wait, I don't have a vote.
Correct.
Yeah, right. You don't have a vote.
You can vote for just like for fun. It can't tie. It's odd numbers.
Well, there still might be a tie.
Let's not discuss things while voting is going on.
Sorry. I forgot, I'm dumb.
You're so confident that you already have it in the bag, Being my school.
Okay. I've received all the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now is the time to do so.
I would, Lombax.
Okay. Tell me what the plan is.
I think I'm gonna play it Ring.
All right.
Yeah.
Rara does indeed have a hidden immunity idol. Any votes cast for Ring a Bell will not count. I'm going to read the votes. Our first vote is for Quicks. Our second vote, Slime. Our next vote, Quicks. Our next vote, Slime. Our next vote, Quicks. Our next vote, Slime. We are tied 3 votes for Quicks, 3 votes for Slime, 1 vote left. I need to check what number we're at. The seventh person voted out, and the fifth member of our jury is Quicks. All right, goodbye, Quicks. Everyone go to sleep.
GG.
And communication's open.
Oh God,
Oh,
dude.
what a beautiful turn of events.
Yeah, what a beautiful turn of events. Oh man.
We got an idol played on someone else. We got a vote steal. Oh, it was beautiful.
Sorry, I did misspeak that there. It doesn't matter too much, but that was the 8th person voted out and the 6th member of the jury.
Yeah.
Anyways, go on.
Yeah, I mean, like we all thought the game was pretty much over for Carson's side, but he pulls out the vote steal. They vote the right person. Rara misplays the idol, which, to be fair, I mean, it's hard to predict.
I thought it was a fair assumption that it could be Ring.
Yeah.
You basically had a coin flip there. I don't think Rara was actually getting the votes in that spot. You basically had a coin flip.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, but yeah, good play to Carson's side. They have a fighting chance to win in the end game now. Like, this is like we thought basically Vandy's team is going to win at this point, right? But they flushed out the idol, so Vandy's team doesn't have an idol anymore. Carson made a big move. He's got a target on his back, but he's got equal numbers to the opposing side. So
yeah, and Vandy basically admitted he assumed the idol was on the other side or dead. So
yeah. I mean, to be fair, and there's a possible chance, though unlikely, that Carson might scoop up one of the opposing numbers now that they're like on the back foot. I do get loyalty, but so basically from Rava's perspective, it's like she lost Quicks at this point. So like, I don't think she has any ties to Vandy and Ring a Bell directly. It was probably all through Quicks. And we saw earlier in the season that she sided with Slime and Arrow against Carson and Wembo. And so like, she obviously has a relationship with Slime in some capacity. So we could see her flipping to the other side, and we could see a very interesting end game where it's not just Vandy and Ring a Bell make it to the end together, right? So we could see a good end game, especially if like they start especially if Carson or Slime start win those challenges, guys. Fucking win them.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot now because you had, Vandy and Ring a Bell are like tight just because Vandy essentially spelled that out during, I think it was the Maeve and Kelly, or no, it was during the Arrow and Ring vote. They basically spelled that out. Roach just gave an immunity out to Ring. And then you just kind of have the rogue team of Carson, Maeve, and Slime who are just like, yeah, screw it, let's go for it.
Which is the oddest pairing of players. You didn't expect those three players to kind of go to end game as an alliance together. You know what I mean? Looking at the early game, like Slime literally,
losing your big allies or make strange bedfellows. Carson lost Wembo, Slime lost Arrow. Like you gotta find someone to work with.
Exactly. No, I love how Slime she just knew she wasn't being voted out. She just like went to the camera, put her hands under her chin, and just smiled like, y'all got fucked. That was a great moment.
Yeah, it honestly, right? Like, there have been multiple
CPB, are you there? All right, CPB's not there.
Give me a moment. I'm talking.
Yeah. Respond to Lombax for us, okay? Okay. Anyways, keep going, Dave Dub.
There have been multiple occasions where I felt like Slime has like given body tells on like when things are going right for her and when things haven't. Because I watched that Kelly Maeve loss vote and you could not take the smile off of Slime's face. Like that was things going perfectly for her at that point.
Exactly. Dude, she has not said shit this entire
No, but
game.
you can read her. Like
exactly.
There's things there.
Like she's like a Black Widow, you know what I mean? It's insane.
Yeah.
All right, let's wake up.
She kind of wins.
Let's get to our next day with 6 of you left. We're going to play our next immunity challenge. So this is the 8th challenge, and it is called Code Word. So each round of this challenge, you're going to try to figure out a secret code word that I'm going to give you hints about. So I'm just going to say the hints out loud, and the first person to message me the correct word scores a point. First person to score 3 points wins the challenge. So I'm just going to kind of like, you'll get an idea of how it works with the first one. It's pretty straightforward, but I'll just kind of slowly make the hints more and more obvious. Message me directly on Zoom. One other note is that if you send me 4 incorrect guesses in a round, then you can't score that round. So that's just my little spam prevention measure. All right, so we're going to do the first one in just a second.
Sorry. Before
what's up?
You start, do you send a Discord or private message on
Through
Zoom?
Through Zoom.
Is there going to be an example, or
there is not going to be an example? I'm just going to start. It's going to be very clear how it works, though. I think. I'm just going to start talking about something, and you're going to figure out what it is. I just need 1 second for something. Okay. All right, so here is our first round. This is an animal. It's a rodent. It's known for being very big. It's a very big rodent. An exceptionally large rodent, the biggest in the world, I believe. Carson got it. The word is capybara. Capybara, the biggest.
Yeah.
Carson scores a point. So that's how that works.
Aardvark, I didn't know. Is aardvark a rodent? I don't know.
All right, here is our next clue, our next word. This is something that you eat. It's a kind of fruit. The outside is green. Carson got it. The word is watermelon.
Oh, wow.
If Carson gets another one, then he will sweep you guys. So we'll see how it goes. All right. Let's do this one. Let's do this one next. This is something that's in schools a lot. You see it in elementary schools a lot. Everyone has one. All the students should have one. Rara got it. The word was pencil.
Oh, so close.
So Rara has 1 point. Carson has 2 points. All right, let's do this one. Here's our next word. This is a type of structure. You may know about this if you do architecture. It's a type of structure. It's a short word. Rara got it. The word was arch.
Are you kidding me?
I did guess it.
Is that a joke? You got arch?
I guessed it
so,
too.
2 points for Carson, 2 points for Rara. 0 for everyone else. We're playing a 3.
What the?
Our next word. This is a game, a very popular game. It is not a video game. It's a game you play physically. This is a sport. A very popular sport in the US in particular. Carson got it. It was basketball.
I was about to say that because it's Lombax.
Has received individual immunity by scoring his 3rd point. Everyone go to sleep.
I had basket taught.
All right. All right, so good immunity challenge for Carson.
Okay, good. Carson won immunity, so that actually puts him on a good track till the end game as far as that goes, right? Because
gets him to final 5, which is the spot. The spot I think you're usually trying to. I think usually like when you're playing your game, you're playing for the intentions of final 5 until you get to like maybe 6 or 7. Then you think about actually winning. But at this point, Carson secured himself into the position that you're trying to get to at the beginning of the game. I think that I will say I think Vandy kind of showed how much it means to him winning these challenges, considering how mad he got about the arch question, about arch getting guessed so quickly. These challenges mean a lot to him. Fair play to that guy.
I mean, we could see actually Vandy just getting voted out here, to be honest. Like, He doesn't have immunity anymore.
This is the spot. This is the spot now to do it. He, off of 2 immunity wins, just lost that one. Very clearly was distraught about how that challenge was going.
Yeah.
This is the spot where if you get a flipper, he's just gone. Like he's just gone.
Yeah, exactly. The question is, if they can get Rara Roach to flip, do they split Vandy, ring a bell 2-2 in case they have another immunity idol? Probably, right? That would be their best bet.
Let's find out.
I think that's the idea.
Everybody wake up. Down to 6. Soon to be 5.
Oh, sorry, my camera's not on.
In the night,
No worries.
Blank has died.
Yeah. All right, Carson. So you won immunity. Timely,
Yes.
I would imagine.
Yes.
Final 6.
Very timely. I've been in a precarious situation sort of for a while, so it's good to finally be safe. I'm good, happy that the last round worked out. My end game, I really don't know where to go with it. I don't know if I should 100% be loyal to the people who have been with me pretty much since the first tribe, or if I should try to just side and try to sneak in. It's a very slippery position for me to be in. I know that there are advantages in the game. There's at least one still in the game between Roach, Rara Roach, Vandy, and Ringabel, because there was 2 advantages that were missing. Quicks could have had one, but I don't think he had both of them. So there's one somewhere out there. So it's very hard for me to make a decision considering that they have those advantages and I don't know where they're located.
Before I continue, I just want to make a note for all the players still in the game. JC, who was the first person supposed to be the first person on the jury, is gone. So CPB is taking his spot on the jury. So CPB is going to be the first member of the jury.
Going to be good for me
Instead of
That is
JC.
not good. That is not good.
I would,
Yeah, I mean,
CPB, I want
that's
to
just
say
you all need to be
got
aware
the
of that,
coin
okay?
flip.
So
We got the
CPB is
coin
taking JC's spot as the first member of the jury.
Well, let's hope it's not a split vote then, because that's just a coin flip. right
So
there.
speaking of the jury, though, the reason I remembered to bring that up now is because we're getting to the point of the game where you really have to think not just about who do I want to get out and loyalty and all of that fun stuff, but also who can I actually beat at the end, right? Who's going to win in front of the jury? To me, this seems like the part of the game where you have to get rid of the other threats, right?
Why would you do that?
Lost my voice a little bit.
That's horrible. Never vote up the threats. What are you talking about, Londex?
My bad.
That's
Maybe I'm wrong.
That's the coward's way out.
Yeah, come on. That's what got me out last time. So let's not bring that up, okay? No voting out big threats. Big threats to the end. Thank you very much. All right, everybody agrees with that, right? Vandy, do you agree with that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Rara Roach, do you agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Slime, do you agree with that? Yeah.
Oh shit.
She definitely does. We're good.
So everyone's in agreement. Everyone's on the same page. This is just one
Yes, we
happy, family, one content group of 6. Everyone's ready to go.
Well, we're content that we know that the big threats are not going out. Okay, they're making it to the end. That's all.
There is a variable. I mean, threats. Are you basing that on challenges? Are you basing it on laying low? Definition of.
I still can't believe you got Arch. What the fuck?
Okay,
An architectural structure?
Can we just?
No, Arch is a good guess. You want to go something somewhat vague that's not building or skyscraper. I went bridge. I think Arch.
I went skyscraper.
I said bridge and then I said arch.
Yeah. Bridge and arch I think are pretty good guesses there. So.
Won that fair and square, Vandy. Won that.
Oh no, I'm not mad. I'm just amazed.
Yeah, you are.
I'm amazed.
She doesn't even have immunity. I don't know why you're.
Yeah. Carson.
Anyway, I'm just saying.
Said he feels like he's against the wall, but I'm the one who almost got voted out 2 things ago. I got my vote stolen from me. All right.
I want to talk about close votes.
I'm a little scared right now.
Yeah.
I was pretty frustrated. I'll talk about my game with Quicks a little bit. So very early on in the first group, I didn't trust Kelly as far as I could throw her. I'm not gonna lie. I love her to death, but I knew full well she was trying to play as many angles as possible.
Oh yeah.
So
I know.
So I get added to a group with her in the first tribe, and immediately I was like, nope, I need another ally on this tribe that's not in this chat. So I messaged Quicks, and I'm like, hey dude, you're pretty good at challenges, and I don't think you have many. And so I was with Quakes for a while there, so I couldn't. And I was so confident he was getting voted out, and it was like there's nothing I can do to save him.
I want to give Maeve Lost and Slime a chance to speak. They haven't really said anything for a while now. So if either of you has any thoughts for the group.
Come on, allies. Come on.
Giving you the stage for a minute.
I think I might be the one to go here. I'm not gonna lie. So I think it might come to a challenge, maybe tiebreaker, if everyone votes as expected. So
I'm ready.
How about you, Maeve?
I'm looking forward to see what.
I'm just glad I made it this far. Honestly, I wasn't expecting, given my Mafia record. I'm happy that I got at least this far, and it'll be really nice when I make it to jury and beat. Not Ring a Bell. Fuck Ring a Bell. Carson.
You're gonna beat me, Maeve Lost?
Okay, well
I'm
let's.
Can I say one
I guess.
thing?
Sure.
I've messaged this to Carson, but I kind of want it out there because it's significantly more entertaining.
Sure.
Carson, I'm playing my immunity on myself. If you
I
flip
know.
Slime, I'll take you to an F3. I want to say it in front of everyone.
Well, see, Andy, my thing that's like making me doubt that is when you picked for the secret mission, you picked Roach and myself, which is I guess it makes sense. It's just like that has doubt in my mind that you're gonna pick.
I picked Roach because
me.
we've been hard aligned for most of the game.
Yeah, see, that's my word.
And you, because I thought that from what I could tell on that island, you were kind of treading water.
I was definitely not treading water. I'll
okay.
let that know. That vote, me, Aro, and Slime were like the three there. Like,
let's vote. Okay. Everyone ready to vote?
I appreciate that, Andy. Appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, we can vote.
All right.
Doing that.
Person you would like to vote out of the game on Discord. Yeah. Let's resolve some of this tension. Okay, I have collected all the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now is the time to do so.
I'm not dying with immunity idol in my pocket. I'm playing it.
For yourself?
Yes.
All right. Vandy has played an immunity idol for himself. Any votes cast for Vandy will not count. I'll read the votes. Our first vote is for Slime. Our next vote is for Ring a Bell. Our next vote is for Ring a Bell. Our next vote is for Slime. Our next vote is for Ring a Bell. Our next vote is for Slime. So that's 3 votes each for Slime and Ring a Bell. We are going to re-vote Carson, Rara, Maeve, and Vandy. You are going to re-vote. You can only vote for either Ring or Slime.
Can we talk for like?
You cannot discuss anything.
Okay.
Send me the name of the player you would like to vote for.
I'm ready, Lombax, for this tiebreaker.
Okay, I have received all the votes. Our first vote is for Ring a Bell. Our second vote, Ring a Bell. Our third vote, Slime. Our fourth vote, Slime. So Ring a Bell and Slime, you are going to participate in a tiebreaker challenge, the same one that we played before. That is this season's tiebreaker. So you're going to play Ghost again. You cannot start with the letters that were used previously in the season. So you cannot start with F or
P.
E, was that the other one?
P.
You cannot start with F or P. It's best 2 out of 3. I'm going to randomize who goes first. All right, Slime. You are first. So give me your first letter. If you want, or all right. First letter is X.
X.
Yeah, don't message me directly on Zoom because then I have to like change it back to everyone. So for this, just yeah, just say it or just type it.
That's a spicy letter right there.
E.
XE. Slime. You're up.
Mm.
5 seconds.
N.
N. XEN. Ring.
O.
XENO. Slime. Five seconds. Give me a letter.
P.
XENOP. Ring a bell.
H.
XENOPH.
O.
XENOPHO.
B.
ENOPHEI. Ring a bell. Five seconds.
E.
XENOPHOBIE. Slime.
Can you challenge that?
Ring a bell. What's your word?
Yield.
All right. So Slime has won the first round.
Holy
Ring a bell.
cow,
You're
that was
going
a
to
good
go
one.
first in the next round. It's best 2 out of 3. You can't start with F, P, or X.
M.
M.
E.
ME.
N.
MEN.
Yep.
Words have to be 4 letters or more to count, so you're good still. Any word that's completed from now on loses that player of the round. MEN.
T.
MENT.
A.
MENTA.
G.
MENTAG. Five seconds. Give me a letter.
R.
MENTAGR.
O.
MENTA. Sorry. MENTAGRO.
P.
P. Okay.
Yep.
MENTAGROP.
So this is the last one.
Yeah, MENTAGROP.
H.
MENTAGROPH.
Y.
Mentagrophy. Is that a word? Mentography? I have to check. I've never heard of it.
You got it.
Holy shit.
Is that a word?
Oh wait, no, that's not a word. Sorry.
Okay, then it is.
I'll challenge it. I'll challenge it.
Give me 1 second. I don't. So you're going to challenge. So do you have a word that can finish this ring a bell?
Oh wait, sorry. Wait, no, I didn't.
You challenged, right?
I got confused. It's my bad. I'll look at the next one.
Okay. What's your word that finishes it, ring a bell? Just say it or type it. Mentogrophites. Okay.
I just had to say T. Yeah, I just had to say T.
For it. Let me check.
Maeve, I'm with you, buddy. What the hell?
Oh, hold on.
I was proud that I got to xenophobic when they were spelling it.
I was like, I knew I saw the train coming with that one. I'm like, there's nothing
you can do. Yeah, I got
xenophobia, xenophobe.
I was like, is xenophobity a word? I was Googling. It's not a word. Xenophobity is not a word.
Going from dictionary.
So I'm not finding that on dictionary.com. Mentagrophites. It's like a scientific thing.
It's a fungi.
Well, it's the.
I wasn't expecting to have to rule on this. I did say I was going to use dictionary.com, and it's not showing up there. Yeah, I don't think I can count that if I'm going to be consistent with my rule.
I'm sorry, that's really rough. That's the word I was going for as well. So.
What? It's a fungi, right? That's what.
Yeah.
Well, you learn something every day.
If you guys are both okay with it, then we can.
Well, I'm not okay with it. It's on dictionary.com. So.
Okay. Well, I said I was going to use dictionary.com, so if Slime's going to take the point, then Slime has taken the point, and she wins this challenge 2-0. So Ring a Bell has been eliminated. Everyone go to sleep.
Let's go. Slime finished what Arrow couldn't. She got her revenge, baby.
Well, that's actually incredible because like normally I would slew taking the point there. I'm not going to do it here.
Yeah, I mean,
there's no point in playing a third game of that.
Yeah, exactly. Slime did the thing everyone should do, which is if your opponent makes an error in judgment, you take advantage of it. You don't let them get away with that shit. You know what I mean?
I would not want to play a third round of that game. I'm thinking about the letter I would go with next, and once they started getting to Menta something, I'm just like, yeah, you lost me, folks.
Well, here's the issue, right? From Slime's perspective.
Just to clarify, by the way, Ring a Bell is the 7th member of our jury. I didn't announce that. Go ahead.
Here's the thing. From Slime's perspective, she actually could have won just by spelling mentats or mentates, whatever, which is, the candy or whatever, because like Ring a Bell either has to go to the S or has to challenge, and either way, Slime gets the point at that point. So like, Slime was going to win that, I think, no matter what, if she played correctly.
I think at Men I was actually going for. I think I was going for Menace there, which I think I got away with.
Mentats aren't on. Well, either way, it doesn't matter. Point being is, good work to Slime turning the tables. Now the question I have for you, Dave Dobb, is: does that make her a target from her old alliance?
That's. I think that depends on how tight the plan to go, like how far they were planning to go together. I think we're now at a stage in the game where you're phasing to win the jury, right? So like, I think Slime is clear. I think you would think Slime is a threat anyways. Same with Vandy. So like, I don't think the threat level has suddenly changed with winning that tiebreaker. I think it reinforces the threat level, but I don't think it like suddenly changes the threat level. If that makes sense.
Yeah. So like from my perspective, or from anyone's perspective right now, they're looking at Vandy, they're looking at Carson, they're looking at Slime, and they're like, these three are the front runners to win. And at this point, I think Rara Roach and Maeve Lost are just like choosing which of those three players they want to win
Let's
as long as they don't
let's see
window
how it
into each other
goes.
via challenges. Basically.
Everybody wake up. I'm losing my voice. Everybody wake up. Down to 5. All right.
Cheers to the final 3.
It is time for your 9th immunity challenge. This challenge is called Centers. So it's kind of a spin on a challenge I did in a previous season called Edges, where I'd give all of you the edges of a word, and you'd have to fill in. Basically, by edges, I meant the first and last letter, and you'd have to fill in, come up with a word that started and ended with that letter. This is the opposite. So I'm going to give you the middle of a word that's going to be missing the first and last letter, and you will have to come up with a word that functions properly. So for this one, I do have an example.
Are we just messaging you, or are we going to go in?
You can directly message me for
Okay.
this one. So here's the example. This one, obviously, the word would be example, right? If you add an E to the beginning and end, you get the word example. Now, for all the other ones, there's going to be multiple possible words, and I'm not looking for any specific one. It's just any word that works. Make sense? So the first one to message that to me will score a point. First one to 4 points wins the challenge. Just taking some notes real quick. All right, so make sure your Zoom is set to directly message me, and I'm going to put up the first question. All right, here's your first question. Let's see, Carson with Peel, P-E-E-L. Carson was the first one for this one. Carson scores a point. Our next word. Here you go. Carson was the fastest again with glue, G-L-U-E. Might just come down to speed here. We'll see. Here is our next word. Second. Here you go. Carson was again the fastest with dried, D-R-I-E-D. A lot of you are getting in words, but Carson is just barely getting it in first every time. We'll see if he can get in just a second. Here is our fourth word. Okay, yeah, so there's the 2 words I expected people to go for were once and inch. All of you said once. Slime was the fastest this time. So slime scores a point. Slime is at 1, Carson's at 3. Right, just a second. Here you go. This one's going to be nice and fast. Very simple one. Slime is first with age, A-G-E. So slime is at 2. Age, interesting. I was expecting a lot of eggs and egos for this one.
That one was a weirdly hard one, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Just thinking of a G in the middle of a word.
Yeah. It's there. So slime's at 2. Everyone else at 0. Here's your next word. OU in the middle. Bandy was the fastest. Tour, T-O-U-R. Bandy scores a point. That one has a lot of options. Tons of words like that in English. All right, here is our next word. EF in the middle. Plenty of options for you. Some answers coming in. Maeve lost was the fastest, this time with the word left, L-E-F-T. Maeve scored a point. So Carson's at 3, Slime's at 2, Maeve and Vandy are at 1, and Ra has yet to score. Here is your... Come on, Zoom. Okay, here is your next word. Slime was the fastest. Oh no, I lied. Just kidding. I lied. Vandy was the fastest, actually, with food, Food. So Carson's at 3, Slime and Vandy are at 2, Maeve is at 1. Sorry about the fake out there. All right, here's your next word. H-E-E. Maeve Lost got it with sheep, S-H-E-E-P. Oh, this is a interesting challenge. So Carson's at 3 still, 1 away. Slime, Vandy, and Maeve are all at 2. We're playing to 4. Here is your next word. Vandy was the fastest with fire, F-I-R-E. So Vandy is now tied with Carson at 3, Slime and Maeve both at 2. Here's your next word. Let's see if anyone gets this. Carson said catch, Vandy said catch, Maeve said patch. A lot of you got catch. The first person to do it, however, was Vandy. So Vandy has 1 immunity. Everyone go to sleep and get ready for Tribal Council.
Wow.
Nice. The guy who needed it won.
Yeah, I was about to say, in the most important immunity challenge probably in the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Vandy gets immunity.
I mean, let's look at. I wonder. Oh, what's up, Freak Nasty? How's it going?
Hello, boys and girls.
What are you thinking of the game thus far?
It's going good, man. How you doing?
Yo,
thus far,
he has
I
a
like how
delay.
it's going. There's a lot of fluidity in it, huh? The delay? Is there a delay on here?
Yeah, there's a delay, dude. It's hilarious.
What do you mean?
It takes like.
Okay. Well, am I
takes
like
multiple
talking to
seconds to
voice
read it.
and you hear my voice like after?
Yeah. Yo, just keep going.
That's
Let's do your
beautiful.
piece. Go.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Well, just edit it now. It's live. I like how the game's going. I think the most important part that people should have taken note of earlier, hopefully they did, but they should definitely take note of now is jury management. Let's see if they do. We don't know if they did or not. Because if you make it to the end of the game, what really matters is who's going to vote for you. And everything else that you've done up to that point is obsolete if you don't have votes and then to win it. So as of right now, it seems like the 3 biggest targets, like you said, from our perspective, seem to be Carson, Slime, and Vandy. But we really don't know what's going on the inside. Like for all we know, someone like Rara Roach could be pulling the strings, and we really don't know. And then at the end, she like has this amazing speech and just blows all of our minds, and just talks about how she orchestrated this person's eviction, that person's eviction, and through that made it all the way to the end. You really don't know what's going on. But I find this season really interesting because there's a lot of things that are going on that aren't like orchestrated, that don't seem to have a consistent like team build behind it. You know what I mean by that? Like in past seasons, there was always like a group of people that would huddle together and work together to get an individual out. But in this season, it's just very fluid. Does that make sense?
Well, let's see how our next tribal council goes. See what happens. Another very important tribal council. We are down to 5. A close challenge for the final 5. One of the most important challenges in any season, in my opinion, is at the final 5. Yeah. Vandy pulled off the comeback. It was very close every round, Carson. You were right there every time.
Dave Lost and Slime both stole Age and Sheep from me. Like I had those like instantly, and they were just like that was their one. So,
I couldn't get that G1 to save my life. I was so late. I got sheet really quickly. I will say I got sheet really quickly.
I like instantly did sheep as well, but Dave Lost is apparently speed demon when it comes to farm animals. So alas.
I see. Well, here we are, getting towards the very end of the game. Vandy has immunity, so I assume he will not be going home.
Unfortunate.
It's also
But he's
interesting.
gonna make a play and give it away, right?
Yeah, I won't.
I mean,
unfortunately,
Are you
sorry,
is your name
Ra-Ra,
DJ?
I won't be doing that. I almost used. I'm going to say this. I almost used my immunity idol on Quicks in that moment there, but like, I can't do that. Like, I just can't. That's so game throwing. If like I can't like. I honestly did not know Roach had an idol at that point.
Oh, I knew she.
I thought I knew Quicks didn't. I knew Quicks didn't. And I knew Ring a Bell didn't. I thought Maeve might have had one.
So you guys,
multiple people told me
I knew-
that Roach had an idol at that point. So
Yeah, like it was either between Roach and Ring a Bell, and I knew Aro didn't have it, and like
I thought Maeve might have had one.
none of us had it.
Yeah.
well,
I knew
that's
Arrow
interesting
never had one 'cause he bluffed
that
that he
you
did.
all brought
There's
this
maybe
up
one idol.
because,
There may be one idol.
as I mentioned at the beginning, the final 5 tribal council is the last time you can play idols.
Yeah.
So if someone still has one, they're going to play it, right?
Yeah, there's one unknown idol that we don't know where it's at. Quicks could have had it. Either Vandy or Roach could have it. We don't know where the one from the jury voting is located, or whatever that advantage is. I assume it's an idol. We don't know where that one's located. We know where both of the secret missions, me and Maeve Lost had those. We know both of the tribe idols, Vandy and Roach had those. So we just don't know where the last one is. My guess is that Quicks had it because he unmuted his mic before that that vote. So I'm gonna guess that he had that third idol and he just didn't play it on himself. He didn't think it was on him. That's my assumption, and that's what I'm doing with my vote.
So you're not too worried about this, is what I gather from
I'm
that.
just gonna hope. Yeah, I'm just gonna hope. Like you know, I'm just not gonna worry about it. I've worried about it for the entirety of the game, so I'm not gonna worry about it at this point. Like I got with my 3 here, and hopefully we can stay. There's nothing we can do. Like we could do some finagling, but
I'm gonna actually do one final plea. I'm gonna do one final plea to get Ra-Ra. Maeve, I'm gonna talk specifically to you because I don't think I'm flipping slime. Maeve, vote one of them, and I will, barring the other one getting immunity, I will bring you to final 3.
I'm sorry, are you talking to me?
Yeah.
My bad.
Get dunked on, Vandy.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I told Ra-Ra this wasn't going to work, but I owe her, like,
you do.
She kicked ass on her own tribe, basically by herself.
Oh yeah.
And she won immunity when it mattered because she was absolutely going home if she had not won an immunity earlier in that game.
No,
Was she
Wimbo
not?
was always Wimbo
Was it
was always
Wimbo?
going out.
I
Yeah,
thought
Wimbo was
Wimbo
always
had a
going
stronger alliance than that, for real.
Wimbo had nobody.
I thought Wimbo had not Arrow, but I thought Wimbo had more of the. I don't even remember who was on that tribe at that point.
It was TCP, Quicks, you, me, Maeve Lost, Slime.
I was not on the
Four
Wimbo
of us. Four
tribe
of us.
at that
Look at us.
point.
Look at us. Yes, you were at the beginning of the game.
No, not at the point when. Yeah, but not at the point
Yeah.
when Wimbo got voted out.
Well, you would have to think.
No, because we had swapped over.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. So you had to. Yeah.
But I think, yeah, I've been very true with Ra-Ra this game. So I told her I'd give her the old college try getting.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Vandy. You being a little too truthful for me, I think, cost you, unless like earlier in the game, because we leveraged that pretty well in the middle game.
I hope the jury heard that, by the way.
Yeah. So if Vandy made it to final 3, a lot of the information you provided me made us make the moves that we did.
He lied to me a lot, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, no, he was truthful for me. Like him telling me that they were voting for you, made you play that double vote. Him telling me that they were going after Aro and Slime and made us do that vote. I don't know why Aro voted Quicks. I guess I confused him with that.
I don't know if he did.
No, he definitely did.
That was the one vote of this game, and I'm not quite sure where everyone was at.
It seems like everyone's ready for final tribal council already.
I'm just letting the jury hear this now, so I get extra time. That's all I'm doing.
Okay, well, I'm gonna cut short this extra time, and we're unless anyone has something pressing to say about this vote, we're gonna vote.
Sorry.
I do not. It's been fun. Good luck in Final 4. Maeve Lost, Slime, and Vandy.
All right, everybody, send me the name of the person you would like to vote for on Discord. The person you would like to vote out of this game. Okay. I have received all the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now is the time to do so. Okay, I'm going to read the votes. I should have clarified, now is your last time to do so. So let's read the votes. Our first vote is for Carson. Our second vote is for Rah-Rah. Our third vote is for Slime. That is one vote each for Carson, Rah-Rah, and Slime. Our next vote is for Rah-Rah. And unfortunately, the 10th person voted out, and the 8th member of our jury is Rah-Rah Roach. Everyone go to sleep.
GG.
Okay. Well, I mean, honestly, I gotta say, okay. So here's the thing, right? Normally the game like hits us like for the last few games. The issue is like early, mid game are exciting, and then like late game is just kind of boring. You expect it. Late game was awesome, dude. This late game.
this was very fun. I enjoyed
Yeah, exactly.
This.
It was like you thought fucking Vandy and Rigabel and all those players, they were just going to crush the opposing alliance and just win the game. Then Carson pulls out the vote steal and then changes the entirety of the game.
Well,
and then Slime
I was about to say, not only did he pull out the vote steal, like well, like here's the thing, right? Is that like 3 things went really well for Carson and his alliance. Thing number 1, Carson pulls out the vote steal. Thing number 2, the other alliance botches both immunity idols. Mm-hmm. Third thing that went well for them, Slime won the challenge against Ringabel. So like all 3 things went perfect for his alliance. Like it could not have gone better.
Exactly, dude. I know it was awesome. And like you see all these possibilities, and the most boring one seemed the one that was going to occur after Arrow gets voted out. Apparently, Arrow's the one who misvoted and voted quits for no
That's
reason.
so funny, by the way.
That's actually funny because Arrow would still be in this game right now if he cast his vote properly. But that being said, yeah, the end game was awesome. I gotta say, the mid game was kind of boring. Like the mid game was a little boring. I think early game was pretty cool. Mid game got a little boring, and then you get to the late game, and then there's all these like fucking things that happen, and you're like, holy shit.
Well, you think, well, like in theory, right? You look at the game state. It's like, okay, there's an alliance of 4 here with 2 immunity idols. What could possibly go wrong? And then everything went wrong.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna begin our next day now. We're down to 4, so we're gonna get right into it. So let's have our final 4 wake up. It is time for our 10th immunity challenge.
It'll be spicy.
The 10th challenge is called Alphabet Code.
Oh.
This is a fun one.
Oh no, I was not expecting this.
I like this one a lot. This is kind of our signature challenge of this season. This one's pretty unique. So I'm going to give you an example of how this works. In each round, I'm going to put a message up on a virtual background that will have the alphabet written out, but some of the letters will be replaced by numbers. What those numbers tell you is how many times that letter appears in a word. So you'll have to figure out all the letters and then unscramble them to form a word.
I'm quite literally playing for my life here.
Here's an example. So this one, if you look at this, it tells you there's 1 A, there's 2 E's, right? There's an L, an M, a P, right? So this word spells out example. It spells out example, right? Yeah. There's an A, 2 E's, an L, an M, a P. And
I probably shouldn't have started drinking.
And an X.
That was a bad move.
They'll start out easy and they'll get harder. The way this is going to work, each round, you're all going to work to solve them, and the last person to solve it and send me the correct word will get a strike. If you get 2 strikes, you're out. So you each have 2 chances
like
to
baseball,
not be last. Just to make it, a little less feels bad. It makes the challenge a little better. It extends it a little bit.
Longer, yeah.
They're going to start out easier and get harder, as you would expect. Is everyone clear on how it works? Everyone good?
I said this would be best for content.
Awesome. All right, here is your first. Oh, loads. Here is your first code. Go ahead. Directly message me the word when you find it. Okay, let's see. Slime's good, Vandy's good, Maeve is good. Carson got a first strike. The word here is wait. There's a W, an A, an I, and a T. So Carson has Carson has gotten his first strike. Here is question number 2. Go ahead. Carson got it. Still waiting for the rest of you. Slime got it. So it's between Maeve and Vandy. It's not a very long word. There you go. Maeve got it. The word is look. An L, a K, and 2 O's. The word is look.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie to you. I read the I as a 1. That's on me. I was like,
yes, the I is an
I
I.
read the I and the A is at one point.
You live and you learn. You know.
I did it first
the I
as
is
well.
an
I also thought there was an
I think
A
there was
in
a
there
lag or
initially for
something,
some reason.
Well, my apologies.
Yeah.
Otherwise, oh yeah. Otherwise,
I was like, a look, a lookie.
All right, so
like,
Carson and Vandy each have a strike. I'm going to keep it rolling. Just is question 3. Go for it. This one's a little harder. They're going to start to get harder now. Find all the letters first and then unscramble them. That's what I would recommend. Vandy got it. Slime got it. You have the right letters, Carson. Try another word you can make with those. A more common word. There's a much more common word you can make with those letters. You have the correct first letter.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah.
I got it.
Hidden is the word.
I chose the wrong spot.
So Maeve strike. Hidden. There's 2 D's was the main thing to look for in this one. Hid was what Carson submitted at first, which I think is probably a word, but that was not what I was looking for. All right.
I got it eventually. That's
so Carson, Maeve, and Vandy each have a strike. And not. Here is question 4. Here you go. This one's a little harder as well. Take your time. You have time. Figure out all the letters and then unscramble it. Maeve lost, that's not correct. Vandy got it. It's going to use all of the letters. It's going to use every letter. No more, no less. Uses every letter. Vandy is safe this round. As time goes on, I'll give hints if people are struggling a bit too much.
I'm just waiting for Slime to get it, and then I will try.
Oh, okay.
I'll
give you a hint.
It's literally like, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's me against all 3 of them.
The first letter is S.
It's me against all 3 of them. So like, I have to like.
All right. Well, we'll see. The first letter is S. There are 2 E's in this word.
Okay.
It starts S-E.
Slime, the word. Can I say it to her? Is that okay?
No.
Is that against the rules?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Astros over here.
All right. Slime got it. I'm waiting for one more person to get it. Carson got it.
I spelled it wrong first.
Which means that Maeve lost is eliminated with his second strike. The word was secret. S-E-C-R-E-T. So Carson has a strike. Vandy has a strike. Here is question 5. This one's a hard one. Get all the letters. There are several repeated letters that'll help you figure it out. This is a very difficult. It's a pretty difficult one. Pretty hard. Take your time. You have plenty of time. Don't panic. Find all the letters and unscramble it. Carson got it.
Yeah.
Slime got it. The word was undercover.
Oh, wow. I was
Vandy
never getting
got
that.
his
Well, GG,
second
guys.
strike. Vandy has been eliminated. So now we are down to Slime and Carson. All right. Question 6. Here you go. This one is quite difficult, I will say. So find all the letters and then work on unscrambling it. This is a pretty hard one. Slime got it. The word is espionage, like the season we are playing right now, which eliminates Carson with his second strike. Slime has 1 individual immunity. Everyone go to sleep. Our commentary team has, I guess they're all taking a break.
Looks like I returned just in time.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. So I was keeping up with it while I was away.
Let's see how we entertain this dream. Watch as I eat an apple whole.
Yeah, but that was a cool challenge. I actually kind of like that challenge.
I can't eat the apple whole. It's too large for my mouth.
It is. It's a little big, sir.
It's a little big. I'll eat half of it whole. I can't bite through it, dude. This apple, man. I need a softer apple.
You made a good attempt. I appreciate it. But yeah, I thought that was a cool challenge. I've actually might use that later.
Well,
I actually might use that for some games later. Honestly,
use it for a D&D puzzle or something.
Possibly.
So, Dave Dauber, do you plan
I
on
liked
playing
that one. That was
Survivor
a
in the
fun
future?
one.
It's crossed my mind. If I have the time to do it, I would certainly be interested in it.
How come you didn't play today?
Because I didn't know if I would actually have the time. Because initially, when Lombax was recruiting players, I didn't know if I would have the time. And then once he said he had players recruited, I kind of just looked at it. I'm like, I can back up or commentate. So I told him I'd do that. And then he approached me for commentary. But it's something I'm interested in doing in the future. Just kind of, observing, getting the meta, and then we'll test the waters.
So,
of course,
you used to play Mafia. You don't play Mafia anymore?
So it's not that I don't play Mafia anymore. It's that I don't have much time to do it anymore.
Got you.
So that's kind of where my
I hate to interrupt, but
bye, Vandy.
I also loved Interrupt. Everybody wake up for Tribal Council.
Scum.
The final four.
This vote's gonna be spicy.
Now we're really getting down to it.
Yeah. So
is it gonna be? So it's gonna be spicy at final four, huh?
It is going to be spicy because Slime just straight up said they were going to vote
voting
for
Carson.
Me. Yeah, I don't know
Carson.
How this happens, but if I have to go against Vandy,
I mean, logically, it actually makes sense because Slime and Carson have been kind of aligned for a lot of the game.
Yeah.
And so and she has to decide if I kill someone in my alliance, if I don't kill someone in my alliance, she has to take the chance that they're going to vote for her over Carson.
Dude, Slime's gone up big. She won that 2 challenges in a row that carried our team pretty much. We trusted in her that she would be, do that.
Carson and I didn't go to a single tribal council until both tribes went.
Yes, exactly. And we've been pretty even. We both carried our weight in this 3-person alliance.
I was super frustrated to see you guys flip tribes. I'm not gonna lie. At the very beginning.
Yeah, that did work out. That worked out pretty well.
Yeah, it worked out for y'all real well.
Get
I got
dunked on,
left
Andy. Get
behind.
dunked on. So I did not think we were swapping. I just wanted to choose Wimbo to try to sell stuff, and it just I didn't want to.
I still don't know whether that was the right. I'm still.
So I'm actually going to talk to Slime here. Like, I think that
I probably should.
You legitimately do have to look at getting someone out that has a significant. Like, if you vote me out, you're just basically like, is your alliance going to vote you or Carson? Like, it's a legitimate question that you don't have the answer to.
We do not have that many alliance.
I guess
members.
there's no appeal to Maeve Lost over here, huh?
He already voted me. Like,
Vandy was rounding up.
I just thought it was interesting.
100%.
All I'm saying is I thought it was interesting that Maeve Lost was left out of that. That was all I
will say, if I'd known the vote was going on Kelly that badly, I would not have been against voting Kelly. I did not think Kelly was a potential vote at all that day.
Well, it's because our alliance chose for it. That's why it happened.
I thought,
and Kelly Rome voted me for whatever reason. So
I thought right? So that was the thing, is Kelly really wanted to kill you that day, Carson.
Yeah, I know.
And I was like, I don't really see that being
the reason. Now you see the reason. Now you see the reason, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I knew you had allies. I wasn't sitting here like Carson's by himself, but like, I didn't think that you had that many that would vote as confidently with you as they ended up doing.
I had 3 locks, and then I had TZP, and that's pretty much all I had this game. Everybody else was like, scrounging the bottom of the barrel. So it managed to work. That's all that matters,
So if everyone's set on who they're voting for, let's just vote. If everyone knows,
Do you know a last peel Slime, or Vandy towards Slime? No. Yeah.
I mean, I've said what I need to say. I think people are voting for Carson over Slime. So
let's vote.
All right, let's vote. Everybody message me on Discord the name of the player you would like to vote out of this game. Okay, I have received all the votes. No more idols, no more advantages in play. I'm going to read the votes. Our first vote is for Vandy. Our second vote is for Vandy. Sorry, I'm lagging a bit. That's 2 votes for Vandy. Our next vote is for Carson. The 9th player voted out of Survivor Espionage. And the 11th player voted out of Survivor Espionage, and the 9th member of our jury is Vandy. Vandy, you're on the jury. The other 3 of you, we are not done yet. Go to sleep. Get ready for the next day.
Yeah. So it seems likely it's a final 2 because it's going on, right? So I think that whoever wins obviously brings Maeve Lost, unless Maeve Lost wins, which who knows who's he going to bring. If Slime and Carson decide to just get Maeve Lost out of the game, I think they have equal chances of winning. There's a lot of reasons to vote for Slime and a lot of reasons to vote for Carson. Slime was targeted on almost every single vote past the arrow vote, and she survived all of them, like every single one.
Yeah.
And she won out against Ring a Bell on the challenge.
I mean, the three that were bringing each other to final 3, kind of out of necessity in F7, got to F3. Congrats for that, obviously. I think the thing that comes to this is interesting because now you have a final 3 of people who just spent time basically blowing up an alliance and are now here. So that's kind of the fun part. I think in my position here, if I'm Maeve and I don't know what's been going on behind the scenes, but if I'm publicly looking like the backpack, I'm hopping in the bag and I'm being carried to victory. This immunity challenge is like if say Maeve wins immunity here, it's the most stressful vote he's going to have in probably the history of this game, because I don't know who you take between Carson and Slime in this position, because forward facing, Slime has been playing a very great game. Cruz has been playing a very great game. May's been playing a pretty good game behind the scenes, probably. I mean, you have to get into the
let's
spot,
see what
but...
happens. It's time to find out what's going to happen. Everybody, wake up. The final three. So first off, I want to congratulate you because you are the final three. This season, there will be a final three, and all three of you will be at the final tribal council. This is the final three.
Yay!
However, there is still something that we have to take care of. Anyone who is observing closely might notice that there are currently 9 jury members, which doesn't quite work to have a final three because you can have a 3-3-3 tie that is impossible to resolve. So what we're going to do right now is not an immunity challenge. It is a reward challenge. The person who wins this challenge is going to earn the ability to remove one member of the jury from the game. What this means is that when the final tribal council begins, you will pick one member of the jury to remove. That person will turn off their camera. They're done. They're out. They will not ask any questions. And most importantly, they will not cast a vote for a winner. So if you remove the right person, this could be to swinging the final vote in your favor. So with all of that said, let's talk about what this final reward challenge is. This is a fun one. It's kind of similar to that tax collector game we played earlier. This game is called Bidding Game.
Ooh.
So in this challenge, once again, you're each going to start with 100 lombucks, $100. Each round, the three of you are going to submit a secret bid to me, just like you did in tax collector. You're going to submit a bid for some of your money, using some of your money. And the player who bids the most will have their winning bid revealed, so whoever bids the highest amount, and they will score a point. So you're bidding on points each round in secret, okay? Now I want to be very clear about this next part. The bids that you make are not refunded even if you do not win. They are lost permanently no matter what. So if one of you bids 3, one bids 4, and one bids 5, I'll say, this person won the bid for $5, and that's all I'll say, but the other two of you will still lose your $3 and your $4 from your $100 total. Does that make sense? Sweet. All right. Also of note, if you bid too much and run out of money, you will just be stuck there bidding $0 every round until the challenge ends and somebody else wins. So be, crafty with your bids. You'll need to be smart about it. One other very important rule, which may or may not come up, is that the top bid could theoretically be a tie, even a three-way tie in theory. If that happens, what I'm going to do is the person who submitted the bid to me first is going to win it. So each round, I'm going to say go in Zoom chat, and then you'll message me your bid for that round. So like if two of you bid like $10 and the other bid's 3, then whoever sends me the $10 bid first will score the point. Does that make sense? I'm going to take the silence as a yes.
How many points were we looking for again?
I haven't said yet, but most importantly, we are only playing to 3 points. The first person to score 3 points wins the challenge and earns the right to remove someone from the jury. Any questions before we begin?
Negative.
Sweet. All right. Get ready. Set your Zoom to message me directly. As soon as I say go, you can send me your first bid. Okay. All right. Slime has scored a point with a winning bid of $51. 5-1. So Slime has 1 point. Get ready for your round. And I'm going to kind of trust you guys to be keeping track of your own dollars.
Oh, sorry. Let me do that real fast.
I'm doing it partially, but just don't make me rules lawyer you and go back. All right, get ready to submit your second bid. Here we go.
Oh, I said the wrong number. That's what I meant. Okay.
Okay. I will accept that, but in the future,
I just typoed.
Yeah,
I just typoed.
Can I bid 0 or like 1?
You can bid whatever you want. So yes. Okay. Maeve Lost has scored a point with a winning bid of $35. So Maeve Lost and Slime each have a point. Playing to 3. Get ready for the third round. Go. Needs. Slime has scored a second point with a winning bid of $29. So Slime has 2 and Maeve has 1. Playing to 3. Get ready to submit your next bid. Go ahead. Carson has scored a point with a winning bid of $12. So Slime has 2, Maeve and Carson each have 1. All right, getting ready for the next round. Send me your bids. Slime has scored a third point with a winning bid of $20. So Slime has won this challenge. Slime has earned the right to remove a member from the jury, which will happen when we begin Tribal Council. I should say your final Tribal Council, which is going to start in a couple minutes. So the 3 of you can go to sleep, think about what you want to say to the jury, get ready for final Tribal Council.
I think it would just be hilarious if she removes CPB. CPB is the first one voted out, replaces a jury member who has to leave, then gets voted off the jury.
Well, I mean, people in Twitch chat have been suggesting it, and in my head, I can justify it because it's like CPB in the grand scheme of the game, especially with these 3 who are not in the tribe that voted him off, is like the super variable. Like, you don't know what the guy's thinking.
I think if Slime is thinking about like the best chance she has at winning, removing TCP would be the best bet, right? Because TCP kind of always votes for Carson over her. She doesn't have a strong connection to TCP. Carson and Slime's game are kind of equivalent in a lot of ways. Carson did some good moves with some advantages, to be fair. Like, if you're saying Carson played the better game because he used an advantage to steal a vote, like, anyone can do that. I'm not gonna say he didn't play a good game. I'm just saying, to argue Carson's game is significantly better than Slime, it's because he got a little bit luckier, right, and got an advantage.
Yeah,
like,
he had an item, but they still had to use that item effectively. They correctly dodged the 50-50 on the immunity idol. Like, it all works.
But if we're just talking about like, if we're just talking about like removing CPB because it's funny in GM, you can do that too. If Slime really wants to like hammer out and get the fucking votes though for the win, she just removes TCP. That's 1 guaranteed Carson vote out of the jury.
Right.
So removing CPB is the best like GM removal.
Right,
but Simon has been cutthroat. Remember that battle she had with Ring a Bell? She like, no, fuck you. You fucked up, motherfucker. I'm going to punish you. Simon has been cutthroat. I hope she continues to be cutthroat and gets TCP's ass out of here.
I would like Carson spelled out that like, aside from the alliance Carson made kind of out of necessity, like TCP was the only other was like a guy he had. So like that's been well established in these tribal councils.
Yeah.
So like it makes sense. Like most of the people you're going against are people just kind of either like I know Aro has probably been on the same side as Slime, which is something that's been like said. But a lot of the jury just kind of feels like people who felt like they were on opposite sides rather.
Yeah,
and just kind of
we'll see what happens.
Well, speaking of the jury, it is time for our final tribal council. So let's have our final 3 wake up. And let's have our jury wake up as well. I'm going to get this all laid out in order.
Flip your camera, Ring a Bell.
For everyone in just a minute. Again, as a reminder, CPB replaced JC as the first member of the jury. So I'm going to get our final 3 up here. So Carson, Slime, and Maeve lost. First person voted out was CPB. Then the next person voted out was Wembo. Let me check. Was Wembo here?
No.
I think Wembo was on the jury.
Yeah, Wembo was in the jury chat.
The first jury person was JC.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Wembo was voted out after JC.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Wembo is a jury.
Wembo's on the jury.
Wimbo is not in the Zoom.
Are they? No.
Kelly's in the jury too, but not on the Zoom.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
I didn't think.
I'm working on it. Yeah.
So yeah. Not that weather. Would you like a little travel music to lighten the mood, guys?
Yes, sir. Orchestral masterpiece person, CPB, please. We would love it.
You'll get nothing.
It's here.
Okay.
Oh.
Feels real bad.
No.
You just you hype me up like that, CPB, and then you just take it away.
We didn't have the auction. I'm sorry.
I know. I heard.
Okay, Kelly's here.
Yeah, I was wondering what happened to that. I was like waiting.
I'm so sad.
We used all of our long bucks on the challenges instead of the auction.
Yeah.
And Kelly.
I think that I should just message
Arrow,
Miku
Quicks.
and be like, "Can you do art for me?" And I should just pay her for it.
I'm not gonna lie, Carson. At one point when he said you have 100,
Ring a
I
bell,
thought he was gonna
rah,
say
rah,
long bucks, and I was like, damn, inflation. It
Right?
was 10.
I thought it was
Okay,
14. Oh, wait.
So here's what we're gonna do. Fortunately, Wembo, I did not realize was unavailable. So Ripcardo is going to return and join the jury as well. Sorry that I wasn't able to announce this until now, but he
All
offered
good.
to do so.
Stay
So
Levy.
them's the breaks. Yeah. So actually, our first jury member is CPB. Our second is Ripcardo as soon as he joins, replacing Wembo. So JC and Wembo are being replaced by CPB and Ripcardo. The first 2 voted out before the jury are going to be the first 2 on the jury instead.
Let's go.
Following them
Ricardo.
in order, we
See
have
what happens.
TCP, Kelly, Arrow Game, Quicks, Ring a Bell, Rah Rah, and Bandy to make our jury of 9. But of course, this jury has to get a little smaller, down to 8. So Slime, before we begin anything else, which jury member would you like to remove? I'll give you, 30 seconds or so. It's an important decision.
Yeah.
So take a second.
Can someone put a 1 or a 2 in chat?
No, you have to decide.
No?
You have to decide.
I'll give you. I'll say 2. I'll make it.
That's what I was also gonna say.
TCP it is.
Hi, TCP.
All right, TCP, go to sleep. You are no longer on the jury. So,
bye, sweet prince.
The other 8 of you are on the jury. You will be casting a vote for someone to win this game. But before that, we're going to have some dialogue here. This is going to work just like the final tribal councils of every previous season. So what's going to happen is each member of our final 3 is going to have 1 minute for an opening statement. Then we're going to have a round where the jury can each ask like 1 or 2 questions to the final 3, and then you'll have 1 minute each for a closing statement, and then we'll vote. So this is going to be determined in a random order. So Maeve Lost, you are up first. You have 1 minute for your opening statement starting now.
The sheer level of disrespect you all have been giving me during the night phase, fuck you. I have done plenty this game. I got the 3 of us plus Aro together pregame. I started that. Oh, Aro and I started that. I brought Carson and Simon. It wasn't a convenience thing to say that I am just backpacking along. Disrespect. You don't know what's going on. It really ticked me off. And then, so from there, Slime, Carson, and Wimbo. Wimbo wasn't on I never grouped with Wimbo. They go to the other team, and I'm left by myself. I single-handedly get Vandy, Ringabel, and Kelly together, and we hold that group. So to say that I have done nothing, I have worked my ass off to try and stay alive. Like, as far as the three of us go, I did the double vote for Kelly. I'm sorry, Kelly. I tried to stay working with the three of you, but like Mandy said, juggling too many plates. You all didn't want to vote quick, so I
Thank you, May have lost, for your opening statement. Carson, you're up next. 1 minute, starting now.
Yep. As Maylaw said, it wasn't a convenience thing. Like going into that first tribe, I already had a pregame with Slime and Mave lost. With TCP on the tribe, he was like my loose fourth, but he didn't really have any connections elsewhere because there wasn't a lot of pregame. They brought in Vandy, sort of aligned with us as well. So we in that first tribal council, I don't think we were ever in danger. Us our group. I chose Wimbo and Slime, so I had an ally and somebody else going on that mission, somebody who I wasn't loosely aligned with, but Wimbo was never voting for me, as you can see from that 2-2-1 vote. It was Wimbo did not vote me. It was Rara Roach. So I wasn't in danger from Wimbo, so I knew Wimbo was safe on the other tribe. I played that vote steal in a crucial position. I was hoping that Aro wouldn't take my message wrong when I was trying to have Quicks flush an idol, but he did. We were set up there to take the control of the game, and then we would have been safe and not have to rely on Slime's big brain to get that challenge. But that's what ended up happening because one of our alliance members sort of did not understand what I was doing.
Thank you for that, Carson.
I think all of us were even, and it's going to be a close
Slime, your opening statement. 1 minute, starting now.
Yeah, so I think pretty much like everyone else, I probably know the least people here as far as I know. I really only knew Arrow before. I've seen a bunch of you on stream playing Mafia and stuff like that, but I was kind of thrown in the deep end, and luckily, thanks to Arrow and eventually Carson and me, I think we were all really loyal to each other. We all played well when we needed to. For example, Carson and I, we didn't go to tribal council until both tribes went. So, yeah, I think everyone up here performed really well. I do think, for example, when Vandy was the ad, I was the one that suggested that. Rara, Kelly, we were supposed to have something. I don't know what happened to that, but yeah. So I think, but I think everyone's been very loyal, and I'm really grateful for that. So.
All right, thank you for your opening statements. So now we're going to begin the portion of the final tribal where the jury gets to ask you questions, gets to address the final three. Please only ask 1 or 2 questions each. Don't go on for too long. Just get your answers from the final three, and then we will move on. We're going to begin with Quicks.
Hi, everyone. Congrats on getting here. I do want to second that Maeve did play a very, very strong early game, and I felt that a lot of what was happening in commentary did not represent really what was happening in the game at all. So I think pretty much everyone here can agree with that most of the commentary just didn't have anything to do with what was actually going on, maybe up until Final Five. I have a question for Carson.
Yes, sir.
How much specifically do you feel that you personally misled Vandy into believing he was with you and using that to further your own alliance in the game?
Yeah, so I tried really hard to have Vandy be my loose person from the other alliance. I knew something was going on over there once TCP and once getting back together with Maeve. So I was actively trying to get as much as I could out of Vandy. Vandy, I think, was the person who told me that Slime and somebody else were voting for me. I think Vandy was the person who told me Kelly was looking at me, so that's why we switched the vote there. A lot of information leaked out of my relationship with Vandy, and the rest was from Slime's relationship with Roach, I believe. But those were, I think, were our two crucial relationships on the other side. Mine with Vandy, and then Slime's with Roach's.
Right. Okay. Slime. Specifically, when you told Carson to vote for me, when you told me that, was that true or was that part of flushing the idol? I was just curious about that. Was that your plan?
Can I ask for clarification? Because I'm not sure
If you remember, you told me that this was on the tie with Arrow and Ring a Bell. That night you told me that you were going to vote Ring a Bell and then you were going to vote Carson, and you told Carson to vote for me.
I think Carson did that of his own will, as far as I know. I think he was just saying that to flush the. I think he was just saying that to flush the idol. I don't think he's actually the one that voted for you. I think Arrow voted.
Yeah, Arrow did.
Yeah. You misunderstood.
Yeah.
So actually, all of us voted for Ring a Bell.
Yeah.
That night. So yeah.
I know all the other votes for the other people. Okay, that's about it. Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you, Quicks. All right, CPB, you subbed in for JC. Go ahead, let him have it.
I will say this, opening up, voting out TCP, Smart Move by Slime, and I have a question for each of you, but it's a one-word answer only question. You have a sword, a shield, or a duck. Pick one of them.
Sword.
Slime. Slime, your answer.
Sword,
shield, or duck. All right, Mavos.
Was the last option duck?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely duck.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, CPB.
All right, thank you.
That was a CPB question if I've ever heard one.
Coin flip CPB.
Next up, we are going to go to Kelly.
Hi. What up? My brain hurts. And I'm trying to be coherent. So I love all of you, and this is going to be a difficult decision. So my only question is, who played a better game? You just have to saying that you played the best game in a convincing tone will decide who I vote. Not entirely, but pretty close.
I go first.
That's how I get my bad pants read.
You have
Go
an
for
order?
it.
All right, so
No,
I
don't.
think I'm just
bad pants read.
I'm going to be honest. I think we all played.
If he says I'm town in a convincing way, he's town. Go ahead, Carson.
I think all three of us really contribute to the alliance. They've lost, carried us sort of early game. Slime did a bunch of individual plays like that. That split vote on Aro was very like opportunistic for her. She was keeping her relationships open, and I think I was sort of the glue keeping us together, and then also getting information from the other side. And I had that advantage that really helped us late game. And I was also trying to like fish for the idols. I was tracking all that. We all played equal. I would say I played the best just because I think my stuff was more crucial, and like I made correct decisions that got me here. But I think all three of us were we were a great alliance. We all contributed equally.
All right, maybe last your turn. Convince me.
Well, considering I brought Carson into the alliance, I think everything he said goes under me. So just saying. But also, I want to say that I'm the one that outed the Roach had an idol. So at the very least, I was giving that information, and I got that from Kelly. So it's not like he was the only one getting information. I was also providing information. I was trying to reach out with people too. I think I played a great game. I want to win this. I think I did great.
We all do.
We all did great, and I don't. I'm
it's
proud
really difficult
of
to choose.
Yeah.
Slime, your turn.
Yeah, so I think strategically we all played pretty similar games. You know, we formed our pregame alliance pretty early on. You know, we all voted together, we were loyal, and we kind of made the same choices. You know, all of us got information from kind of the other side. I think when it comes to challenges, that's where the difference kind of comes in. You know, early on, like I did dominate most of the challenges, and then later I kind of came back in as well because in between I was more comfortable with the alliance being there. But I think the challenges would be the main, you know, difference between our games, and I think I did do the best in the challenges.
Are you good, Kelly?
I'm good.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Ricardo stepping in for Wembo. What you got?
How's it going, guys? I just want to say first off, I'm really glad to see you all here. We all talked a bit before the game, and I was looking forward to get to play and like hang out with you guys. And then I got shot in the face, so you know it'd be like that. But I'm glad that you guys are all here. I can live vicariously through you. So we kind of already touched on this earlier with Kelly's question, but I specifically want to know what you each thought was your best moment right? Like Maeve Lost, talk about how you brought Carson in. Maeve Lost, do you feel like that was your best moment, or do you feel like
No.
okay, all right, that's what I want. Exactly, that's what I want to hear. I want to hear what do you think was your best moment this game?
I'm torn between two moments. My alliance left me at the first merge, so fighting to get Ring a Bell, Vandy, and Kelly together was a big moment for me, as well as that double vote on Kelly. I almost didn't do it, but Carson's conviction and the way they just turned on me the vote before, I put my option in there, out of fear, and it paid off.
That was a question all three of you guys, by the way. I know I just pinged up.
Who wants to go? Do you want to go first, Slime, or do you want me to go?
Yeah, I can go ahead. So I think for me, it's also kind of between two, but I'll pick one for the sake of time. I think the sort of 1v1 that I had to do with Ring a Bell was very trying in a lot of ways. I was actually going for the same word that he was, but I ended up challenging by accident, and it worked out. So, but basically, sorry, the good play there was like I already knew that we were going to like a challenge, so I was already kind of trying to think of like what that would be. I was like preparing for it. I already knew the votes would be 3-3 and then 2-2, so I was completely prepared for that.
All right, I'll go. I think my biggest move was just being a great, likable guy enough to be captain twice, and then drafting correctly and choosing the right people to go on the missions to get us all the advantages. Because for the first mission, I chose myself and TCP. I won that advantage. For the second secret mission, I chose Maeve Lost and TCP. Maeve Lost won that advantage. I chose well enough in all the challenges, so I never had to go to tribal until it was like left out where I was guaranteed to go to tribal. That guaranteed me through the early game, which is my scariest point. And from that, I had an advantage, and Maeve Lost had an advantage, which we use very good for our alliance to go further on the game. So me just being a great person, a very likable, charismatic guy is my biggest move right there. Just genetics.
You good, Ricardo?
Yeah, I'm good. I forgot to mention this earlier, but speaking of genetics, Carson, I really like your facial hair thing going on right now.
Oh, thank you.
I meant to
I
earlier.
shaved earlier.
It's very primo. But yeah, I'm good.
All right, thank you for that. Vandy, you are up next.
So that was going to be a similar question to mine. So I'll go ahead and change it. I'm going to actually probably do the reverse. What is a moment in this game that you wish you could have changed or done differently?
I'll go first. I think I should have, at the beginning of the game, instead of like letting Maeve Lost bring in you, Vandy, I think I should have brought in TCP right away so that Maeve Lost and TCP had a stronger connection. Because instead of bringing together Kelly, you, and Ring a Bell, it might have been something with TCP and Maeve Lost, and that would help me greater down the line. But I think that we played relatively well. Like, we didn't make any mistakes besides Aro, and that he's not here for a reason. I think we all did pretty well. That would be, I think, my one move I would change. I think I played as best as I could.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I think for me, what I probably would change if I went back was like in between, I kind of stopped trying as hard on the challenges because I was comfortable with my alliance, but the way the votes went, I could have easily been voted out a couple of those times. So I definitely think I shouldn't have been that confident. And if I did it again, I would have fully played to get individual immunity.
For me, I think the only thing that I regret this game is my vote on Roach. I really did not want to vote on her. If we hadn't pre-gamed, I tried repeatedly to bring her in, but she refused. I don't think I could have done anything differently and still have been here. Honestly,
Gave you the option.
I don't like content. I'm sorry.
All right, Danny, you're done. Get out of here. We don't like you anymore.
Also from TCP, how dare you? He wanted me to say that.
That is a...
Are you done, Vandy?
TCP.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, Arrow Game, you're up next.
Oh man, this is I mean, it's a great final three for me, right? I loved all you guys from the beginning. We all pre-gamed all together. And obviously I made the blunder, but it's such actually tough a decision for me. This is probably the toughest decision I gotta make because I gotta choose one of you, and you all played splendid. And a lot of people asked the questions that I was gonna ask, but I want to ask you guys. So for each of you guys, what was the moment that you were on the brink of feeling that you were gonna get eliminated, and how did you kind of like cope with that to try and like, you know, like wiggle your way through when it got tense?
I think I have a clear answer personally. My double vote. That's the only way I wiggled through there. Thank God I made it. After that, it was a lot of concern, but that was the moment for me where it's like everything got real.
Yeah. There were a couple times where I like was surprised what happened, but I didn't think I was necessarily in danger. Like at that final five, but that 5-person tribe, when I got a vote, I was not expecting that, and it sort of spooked me. That vote did not go as according to plan, but I never thought I was necessarily in danger. But the thing I was most in danger, I felt, was after I played my vote steal. Like that was when I was most vulnerable, and I was trying my best to try to convey to Ringabel, Roach, and Vandy that I like wasn't necessarily going to vote for them. Like I told Roach a bunch that I'm never voting you or Slime, trying to like see if she will flip onto our side. I kept talking to Ringabel and Vandy, trying to like show that I'm still open to working with them. So like that was the time I was most vulnerable, and that's how I tried to not be the target of us three. It was always Slime or Maeve lost. I think because I had those relationships there. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, I think for me it was the I even said it in the tribal council. I think it was when Carson used his double vote on Quicks, I believe.
Yep.
I thought I was going home that like that vote, but then in case something got messed up with the voting, or if there was like an immunity idol that got revealed, but then that was misplayed, and we were actually better off for it. So. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Thank you guys.
Thanks, Varo.
All right, Ra.
Hey everyone. I guess my question is, who on the jury would you replace yourself? Let's say you were out of the equation. Who on the jury would you select to be in place of yourself, given the other two finalists?
I'll go first. It's hard for me. Like I think some people played more dominant games and some people had the better position. Like Roach, I think you had probably the best position going into the merge, and you were like the person who we needed on our side. And I think that you position yourself the best. I think you needed to make a different change at the end game, and you probably would be here with us over one of us. So I think like I know it's your question, and it probably seems like I'm trying to suck up you, but I really think you played. Yeah, I really think you played the best for like up until the end game, and then we just overtook you because we played our advantages correctly. So I think you positioned yourself best.
Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Like I feel like the entire time, the one person whose vote we were constantly like almost begging for was Roach. Like we knew Kelly, Vandy, Ringabel, they were all like doing their own thing, but Roach was kind of that like kind of like a swing state. You know, we were always like fighting for her vote, and it didn't come through, but we luckily were kind of there for each other.
Yeah, I really agree. Roach is the person I pregame the most with. Unfortunately, we were never able to form an alliance. I tried repeatedly. You played it so well, and I really feel bad. I'm sorry. Like I said, number 25, who would I most want to win this would, if not me, Roach. I think she, for someone who seemed to be alone for most of the time, she never, for me, seemed like she had a clear alliance. She seemed to be doing the best. So.
Yeah, we all agree. You played well.
Thanks. It didn't turn out the way I thought, but thank you.
All right. Last but
Hey
guys. So I'm gonna do a question sort of reminiscent of what Lombax has done with other seasons, where towards the end he has done like a trivia of some sort of the season itself. So I'm gonna do a pop-up question, and whoever answers it first correctly, the fact that they answer it first correctly will influence my decision.
Oh, it's kind of
all right.
cringe.
So you ready for the question? Thinking back to this
Ooh, that was the wrong
season.
answer.
You ready? What did I say at the third tribal council?
You said something about TCP, like you wanted to choose somebody who was into the game like really much. You wanted to choose who's had the spirit of the game the most, and that's what's influencing your vote between like TCP and whatever his name was, JC. That's what you were talking about at that third tribal council.
And I still believe that.
Yeah.
That's all.
Thanks, Ring a Bell.
All right. Thank you, jury. We're now going to do our closing statements. The order is random again. And you're each going to have 1 minute again. Carson, you are up first. You have 1 minute to make your closing statement, starting now.
Yeah, I'm gonna start out with saying Maeve is claiming I think the pregame alliance, but I think Aro did most of that. I think I had a closer relationship with Aro than I did Maeve, so that's not 100% on him. I think it's mostly on Aro. I think all three of us played our advantage as well. Ours gave us the opportunity and the information that I got from Vandy, that I got. Like I got the information from the Maeve vote, so we could play double vote. I got the information they were voting slime, so I needed to play my steal there, and I got the information like I had the door open, so if like something went wrong with Slime and Maeve lost, I could pivot and maybe do a final three with like Vandy. If I had that option open, I just was loyal to my lines and trusted Slime's big brain to win that challenge. So I think I played and positioned myself very well in the mid to late game, and I think I was a great captain. I did everything I needed to do. I love playing with all of you. I was like this was very much better than my last game. My last game, I was a big threat and I tried really, really hard. I had some of that coming in, but I'm really happy how the season went. And good luck to both Slime and Maeve Lost, because they were excellent allies to have. And I don't think I could have had anybody better, except for maybe TCP, who got voted out because he was a sub. Okay, thank you.
Slime, you're up next. 1 minute to make your statement, starting now.
Yeah, so I think the main thing that I kind of want to end with is, like I said, when Kelly asked me the question, I think the three of us played very similar games strategically. We were all bringing in information. Again, like Arrow was kind of the core of the alliance, and it's really sad he's not up here with us. But yeah, so but I think again, like the challenges are really where like I think I did play the best, and I think that was what was different in the three of our games. And if there's something there, I didn't have any like advantages, and I still managed to kind of make it to the end. I also didn't really know anyone except Arrow before coming in, so I think I have played very well, and I'd be really happy if I won. So yeah.
All right, thank you. Maeve Lost, you have 1 minute, starting now.
It sucks that Aro isn't here. I'd say it was an equal pool between me and him on getting the other two in our alliance. I don't know what to say. I think I worked hard to make sure I stayed grouped so I could get this far. I don't know TCP that well, so getting Vandy was a strategic move by me to get someone I have a better knowledge of over TCP for the first group. I'm biased. I think I played well for considering how bad I did play in Mafia. I think I did really well for this. So I tried to stay true to as many of the friendships as I could. I was forced to turn when I was by the other people. So I tried not, I don't know. Please vote for me. I don't know. I love you both.
All right, thank you, everyone. That is it for Final Tribal Council. I need our 8 jurors to submit a vote to me now. You're voting, to be very clear, you are voting for a winner in this vote. You're not voting someone out. You are voting for the player that you want to win the game. Send me your votes on Discord now. Okay, I have received all of the votes. So my little traditional thing I like to do here is to have everyone turn the cameras off, except for our final 3. And then as soon as I say who the winner is, you can all turn your cameras on, talk again. But we're going to get a shot of just the final 3. So you 3 have come as far as you can in this game, and one of you has won Season 4 Survivor Espionage. There are 8 votes. I'm going to read the votes. Our first vote is for Carson. Our second vote is for Maeve Lost. Our third vote is for Slime. It's 1 vote each. Carson, Maeve Lost, and Slime. Our next vote is for Carson. Our next vote is for Slime. 2 votes Carson, 2 votes Slime, 1 vote Maeve Lost. Our next vote is for Carson. The winner of Season 4 Survivor Espionage is Carson.
Oh my
Congratulations.
God. Thank you. Oh my God. Shout out to Kelly for choosing me with that advantage. Shout out to my pregame alliance. Shout out for TCP and JC for filling in those last minute spots. This was a great game. I think we all played very well despite the difficulties. And I think this was the best season. You know, it might be kind of egotistical since I was the winner, but I think it was exciting through the whole game. And couldn't ask for a better cast. Thank you very much.
All right, who voted me?
Holy shit, I gotta say, man, that was so exciting. Me going against
100%
Carson.
did, because
Oh my
I
God.
assigned them each a task to tell me that they played the best game, and that is exactly what Maeve Lost did.
Oh.
I didn't need a spiel. I didn't need a
Arrow, good job
spiel.
getting
Listen, I
yourself
didn't need a
voted
spiel.
out.
I wanted
Dude,
you guys to look me in the eye and go, I play the best game.
No, like Carson, I knew it was coming down
On that
to
note,
is
I'm leaving.
Ring a Bell or
I will
Slime
play
gonna win
Mafia
that
at some point in time.
tiebreaker challenge? And I trusted Ring a Bell, and
But thank you all, and I'm going to bed.
I should have just flipped my vote under Ring a Bell.
You know what's so funny? I think the biggest thing that actually made all these events is my misvote. If my misvote doesn't happen,
You made us
none
have
of
to play
Carson's
good.
events.
Yeah, you
Yes,
made us have
none
to play good.
None of Carson's events happen. None of Slime's
Or
events
if
happen.
Ring a Bell just doesn't vote Slime
I
there.
couldn't.
Yeah.
I couldn't.
No,
like
here's the thing,
Arrow and I
Man,
had
there's so much good stuff that happened this
I wanna
season that I
say
can't wait to talk about. But I'll give you guys some time. Go.
I just want to say one
enjoy
thing though.
yourselves.
There were 2 things I didn't vote for Ring a Bell. One, what Carson said, but number 2, I was thinking about Ring a Bell. I was like, you know what? I don't hold a grudge against them. We were talking, we're not going to vote each other. I was like, you know what? I have 3 of them voting Ring a Bell. I'm not going to vote Ring a Bell. I'm just going to trust that he doesn't vote me either. And you know, it ended up happening.
Yeah, I assumed you would, since in the last vote, like our last message was vote Kelly. So I thought you would take that we were all going to vote for Ring a Bell because our last message was vote Ring a Bell.
I voted Kelly.
So I thought you were going to like see the same thing from the previous vote and just no. So I was just trying to get an idle flush because I knew they had.
Actually, wait, I want to ask really quick.
quick.
TCP, who would you have voted for?
You're muted.
You're muted.
Your mic is.
It's a really long answer, though.
You're muted, TCP. It's always interesting, you know. If someone gets removed from the jury, you got to know. Did you remove the right person, right?
If he says Slime, she's gonna feel foolish.
It removes coin flips.
You can just type it in Zoom if you're having audio issues.
Ooh.
Okay.
It is
I'll translate for TCP. He said he was between Slime and Carson before his question. Probably Carson by the end. So it looks like you chose well enough.
I think Maeve Lost positioning himself with Kelly and me right there in that first tribal council was like really strong. Although I knew full well that was not like a strong alliance. Like I'm not sitting here like this alliance Final 4, baby. Like I'm not sitting there like.
One thing I do want to commend the Final 3 for, this is like really rare, like in the real show, just in general, is having all 3 people get at least 1 vote is like pretty crazy. Like usually it's between 2 people realistically in Final 3.
Had the best Final Tribal.
It was really close between all 3 too. Like I think.
Yeah. I mean, I knew everything behind the scenes too, so it's just like it's so heartbreaking that I have to pick one of them.
Oh man, there's so many like behind the scenes things that I wish people had talked about more. To an extent.
So that was my thing. Is like I'm sitting here going, "This is boring as hell." If
the one thing that really got to me was like, I wish Maeve had sold his like double vote on Kelly more. because he had like a secret vote. It was like he didn't have to announce it or anything.
Yeah, we didn't know who did that for a while.
Well, I sort of knew it was made.
Huge. That was a huge play.
No, I was able to. I knew everyone who had voted for Maeve, so I obviously I knew where the other votes came from.
Yeah.
I knew it was made because I didn't have it, and Roach didn't have it, and Roach didn't play it. So
my
I
big
knew
misplay. If I had made Final 3 and someone asked me what my biggest misplay was, it was not putting my immunity idol on Quicks because I knew it was dying.
Oh.
I knew Quicks was dying there.
And he didn't say
I
it
did
to
want to
Roach
ask.
either.
I did want to ask about that.
I didn't
Now
know
that
Roach
it's
had an immunity idol. She didn't like.
Well,
the only person in this game who knew I had an immunity idol
Don't
until I
really
made a deal with.
Oh yeah, sorry. One thing I
Kelly
have to
said.
mention. Well, actually, I'll get to it when I do my full reveal. You guys can have a couple more minutes. But I was going to talk
the
about
only other person who knew that I had an immunity idol. I told.
There were 3
Rebel
idols, by the
almost
way.
immediately.
I'll say that for now.
Yeah.
So someone died with an idol.
So when Maeve lost to that double vote and Kelly got eliminated?
Did Kelly have an idol?
Kelly had an idol.
Kelly.
I knew it.
I
knew there was one between Maeve Lost and Kelly.
Yeah.
And I just figured when Kelly died there that Maeve Lost had one.
I thought Maeve Lost had one too. Yeah, I thought Maeve had it.
So that's why we were going. So like I was very much being honest when I was voting for Slime there that one time. It was very much when they voted out Quicks. It was very much a.
We were avoiding idols.
I wanted to go to Maeve Lost a lot. I just thought that Maeve Lost had an idol, so I didn't feel comfortable because like that screws us.
We thought Slime was the least likely to have an idol there for sure.
Despite how good she was doing all the challenges, you didn't think she would.
No. I thought Carson was almost spewing that he didn't have it, but then I thought that maybe
that was the point.
No, Carson was 100% spewing he didn't have one.
I will do anything to get an inkling of where the idol is.
I don't want Carson. I
don't care.
Posted a screenshot of the you didn't get the idol like into the chat. And
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that. I told you.
Yeah,
right away.
I deleted it. But I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought that was just me and Ringabell. I thought that was just a me and Ringabell chat. So then I go, yeah, Quicks didn't get it either. Then I went, wait, fuck, delete. But also Quicks could have been lying to me, and I was fully aware of that was a possibility. But like I realized that was fun, man. Holy shit.
Let me do my little post game thing. It'll be like Zoom is open to you guys, but I want to just share because for the viewers, a lot of them don't know about how the advantages and stuff were obtained. So I like to just kind of give a little thing about that. I'm also gonna maybe talk a little bit about season 5 at the end. So yeah, the main thing I just want to reveal is kind of all the events, the secret stuff. I told you about how captains were gonna have an important decision, so there are the missions, right? So for the first mission, which happened right at the beginning, that was the steal a vote advantage that Carson picked himself for. Basically the challenge they would do, this is the same challenge I used in season 1. The 4 people who got selected would play this challenge called Even the Odds, where they would each submit a number between 1 and 3, and a guess as to whether the total of all the submitted numbers would be even or odd. And then the people who were wrong would be eliminated, and you would just kind of like do it until someone won. Or if there were enough ties, I would just like pick for, like if there were 2 people left, I'd just be like, you're odd or you're even, and they would just pick. So Carson won the steal a vote advantage at the very beginning. And then on nights, like after the first challenge and after the second challenge, I posted these 2 like mail things for the tribes, which each had like a little puzzle they had to solve, and whoever sent the answer to me first won something. So the first one was Morse code. They were all kind of like spy themed, right? So the first one was Morse code, and the first person to translate it from each tribe, if you translated it, it said secret line of communication. And what it did is it gave those 2 people basically like a chat with each other. Vandy and Ripcardo won that, but then Ripcardo got voted out. Like
the most useless
second
chat
vote. So but it could have kind of allowed you to. The idea was like it's kind of it's an advantage that you don't have to play, but it can kind of it can help you build an alliance.
They all turned on me at the same time.
Yeah. It can help you build an alliance, across tribes for post merge. So it was kind of a long term.
I'm taking you off the list.
Kind of a long term thing.
You're good in
let me keep going.
When he loses that second challenge,
Let me keep going before the post gaming explodes more. So that was the first one. The second one was in alphanumeric code. So it was a series of letters, and each number was like that number in the alphabet. So like if it said 1, that would be A, or 2, B, and so on. If you translated it, it said something to protect me. First player from each tribe to send me that got an idol. Those first 2 idols were won by Kelly and Rara. So they were the 2 who had the idols. So Kelly got her idol pretty early.
They were on different tribes though.
Yeah, because there was one in each tribe. They were on
they were
different
on
tribes.
the same tribe. Weren't
No.
Kelly and Rara on the first? Am I tripping?
They were split after.
This was
the split.
Yeah.
This
They were
was
on
the
different
split?
tribes.
This was after the split.
The mix.
This
So
was at the
Wade
very
died.
beginning. Very beginning.
Yeah, the very beginning it was me, Slime, Vandy, Kelly or Rara was not on my starting tribe.
They were in the same tribe at that point. Yeah.
Yeah, they were.
Well, maybe there was a mod error in that case, but they were the fastest ones, regardless. But there might have been a slight mod error then, so my apologies if both idols went to the same tribe.
So I had no chance.
But it happens. So they got those idols, and then the second mission was like the tribe swap, right, where you pick 3, and it went. They went to the other tribe. So that could either have gone like. It could have been like 6-6, which would have been much more interesting if that happened. But since it was 7-5, it kind of like gave the majority to the previous, like to what were you guys called? It gave the majority to Lafayette, both on both tribes.
That was Cortez at that point, but yeah.
Yeah.
Or not Cortez.
Then beyond that,
Week.
The third mission, which was like right before the merge, the one where the captains secretly submitted votes, that was lost, and he got the hidden extra vote. So this was like an extra vote that you didn't have to announce, so you could just like use it without announcing it. But I would say, an extra vote has been cast, which was kind of your cue. Like if you had an idol, maybe you need to play it because something unexpected happened at this tribal. But so Mavloss won that, used it correctly. The restriction on that was a little more extreme. It you couldn't use it after final 7, not all the way till final 5, just because I didn't want like end game to be kind of too dominated by that stuff. So there was that, and then when the merge happened, there was a puzzle in the like tribe chat for the merged tribe. That just kind of had like this. It was like fill in the blanks, and it just had a bunch of numbers, and it said like what number each letter like corresponded to. So you just had to like solve it and line it up. Vandy won the third idol in the game by being the fastest at that. Yeah, that was all the main stuff. There was no auction this season. Didn't come together. There can't always be an auction. Sorry about that. I thought the spy theme was kind of just a fun, silly thing to do. I think it worked reasonably well. It did the job. Yeah, so also I'll say this was the first season with returning players. So on season 3, I'll kind of explain how this works now. So Kelly, at the auction for season 3, she won a bid on an item that was like something that would allow you to influence a future game, because that season was like time themed. So this was like something that was supposed to be way in the future. And winning that didn't allow her to play on this season. What it did was at a certain point. Yeah, I can reveal this. So this actually was not going to be what I was doing for season 4 originally. What I'm going to do for season 5 is what I was originally going to do this season, but it got kind of pushed back one. So I had to change what Kelly's thing was going to do. And I was like, well, that would be kind of a cool way. Maybe there'll be like a couple returning players, like 2 from each season, and she'll have some influence over who they are. So for season 1, she didn't have any influence over it. For season 1, I just picked the 2 people. But for seasons 2 and 3, I gave her a pool of like a couple people, and she got to choose 2 of them. And it so happened that she was in that pool. I'll reveal a little bit here and say that the people I allowed her to choose from were people who I thought were unlikely to return in one of the next couple seasons, because the next few seasons will probably feature more returning players. But I won't get too into that quite yet. But I thought that the cast worked really well for the season, despite all the last minute changes. Like it could have gone way worse. I'm glad it went as well as it did, that everyone played well together. Yeah, only other thing I have to say is that season 5 is going to be amazing. I thought this season was really good. I thought, it was really good, but season 5 is going to be better. I'm just going to be honest with you. Season 5 is going to be the best season. I am going to be announcing more about it soon, so keep an eye out for that in my Discord. If you want to play, join the Discord and get the Mafia roll from the Get Rolls channel. But yeah, season 5 is going to be really good. I'm going to have an announcement about it pretty soon. Yeah, running Mafia tomorrow. That's about it. So for the players and everyone here, the Zoom is yours now. Thanks everyone for playing as well.
For hosting.
GG's.
I have some
Thanks for
questions.
the opportunity, Lombax.
Lombax, do you have any questions about what happened during that game that you don't know? Because you don't know some of, you obviously weren't in all of personal chats.
Yeah, but I'm I'm okay.
I'll live with
I don't need to
it.
delve into all of it. That's kind of intentional, you know. I don't want to be in like a million chats with everyone and like.
So the funny thing is, I like on purpose didn't want to like team with Ringabel super hard this season, like for real, because like I figured it was like
obvious.
We did that. So,
oh
yeah.
my god, that message I sent to you right away. Too, after you sent me that first message was
I messaged him very quickly and went, I have a 7-group alliance that's coming to kill you, because that's what happened in season 2. Like fucking like he gets added to a group chat, doesn't say a word, and the next thing you know, I'm getting messages from people that's like, Rob Alloway has created a group of 7 people that want to kill you and Ringabel with fire, and Ringabel's like, I'm sorry, what? So I was like, I'm on purpose going, I'm not gonna like aggro towards Ringabel because I love the guy, but like,
oh sorry, and I was wrong about the idol thing, so sorry about that. But the 2 idols going to the same tribe, that was a mod error. It happens. There's a lot going on in this game.
It didn't affect
so
anything.
That's life. Kelly and Rara were on the same tribe. They did both get idols. Sorry about that. There should have been 1 per tribe. So that was my bad. But such is life.
I just want to ask Rara one thing. I didn't want to ask during the game because I don't know how it would be taken. But I did tell you I was voting for Quicks. But you still chose to play the idol on Ringabel. So did you think that I was baiting or something? Or
yeah, well, the fact that everyone had stacked last vote and then Carson took Ring's vote away, and then you told me
that was the plan.
I think I was a little paranoid. And so it did come down to Quicks or Ring. I was like, it was a 50-50.
I will say I also
lost a coin flip. Who was the other person that voted slime? Come on.
I think everyone not in my alliance voted.
Yeah. So I messaged Ring this almost immediately. I regretted not playing my idol. I think that this game is very different if I play my idol on Quicks there.
Yeah.
But way more exciting that I didn't.
It was really exciting.
Honestly,
the season was much better.
I will say this, in the commentator role, like the idol going on the wrong place and Carson getting the steal vote in the right place was like the greatest thing, because I'm just like, because from a neutral perspective, not seeing any chats, I'm sitting here like, man, these guys got this 4-person alliance, and like these 3 dudes who I thought were just like kind of out there at this point. I didn't even know they had an alliance. I genuinely believed it was necessity based on like just the information I was given. So I'm just kind of looking at it like, okay, well, these 3 ragtags are about to get raffle stomped by these 4 into Final 4, and then everything worked out. It was amazing.
Oh no!
By the way,
like that was an incredible comeback.
It was.
I messaged Ringabel immediately. I was like, man, that sucks because I think I'm going to lose now. But man, if that wasn't the best content way of that happening.
Yeah,
it was.
Yeah.
I noticed to say like the one, there's 2 other things I'm going to say before I head out because I need to sleep. It was very fun commentating for all of you. You guys were very entertaining for a first season for me to watch fully. I was very glad to be a part of it. 2 things I do want to say just as like observations. 1, Slime has like the best facial tells when you can tell when things are going her way. Yeah. Like I was watching her like the whole time the Kelly vote was happening, I was just staring at her because she just had this giant grin on her face. It was incredible.
I kept messaging people being like, we're killing Slime, and then they'd be like, maybe this person. I'm like, no, I don't think you understand.
Like her smile during the Kelly vote was just so Cheshire Cat. I'm just like, man, that's why I said I thought she was in full control, because I'm just like, she's smiling through the Kelly vote. Like she got this. And then kind of like a second thing, ring a bell. Genuinely, I will say it was unfortunate how you went down, because I looked it up afterwards and I probably would have given it to you, but like such is the rules. I think that ghost game is really hard, like really, really hard. So fair play to both of you.
That's like the perfect kind of challenge for a tiebreaker. They should be hard. They should be hard. It being hard and like very skill based is kind of the point, right?
Once I did it
agree.
once,
It's a great tiebreaker challenge. I would
it was
hate
just like
playing
so
it.
mentally taxing.
Oh, sure, yeah.
More than caring about the point for me is just that I did not want to play another round of that because I hated that game. It was so painful.
That fucking, what word did y'all
Like,
say?
please
What
just
word
end
did y'all
it.
try to fucking
Minta grow fights.
Yeah, so
That's not, me and Maeve, thank God we would have come up with the word like
I was
ice cube.
very by the letter of the law there. You know, I said I was gonna use dictionary.com. If it is entered on there, then it will count, and if it is not, it will not count. I gave it up to Slime's discretion, and she said she wanted to take the point, so that's it. You know.
I will say, as a person in the region of like plants and stuff, that's a Latin epithet. That's not necessarily a word. Like in my opinion, I think that was. Yeah.
Again, just if this challenge ever comes up again, that's how it's played. If it's a word on dictionary.com,
exactly.
then
I
that's
think
it.
I think you did it.
Yeah,
correctly.
you did.
Poor
you
Arrow
did say
poor
that.
Arrow
that
didn't understand
that's
the
what
game.
you're
The
missing
thing
as
is,
your,
I misunderstood the rules.
thing.
At first, I thought you can unscramble the world and then a word and then come up with a
Yeah,
word. I didn't know you have to.
Order.
Yeah,
and you
so
want to
if that
be
happens-
you want to not be the one to finish the word.
I didn't think there was
the
any
idea.
way anyone was going to realize that there was a potential alliance of Mequix and Raw Rock, because it's like three random fuckers in this
Oh,
thing.
I did not expect that.
That don't really interact outside of like the game or anything. And I thought like that's like a blindsided alliance. Like no one's going to.
Did you expect the blindsided alliance of Aro, Slime, Carson, and Maeve?
No, that's
Yeah,
true.
everyone-
Like this one was,
Arrow and I were
I think
aligned.
some of the
Oh, yeah,
previous
Slime and I
seasons,
were
like it really very much the alliances went down like
Yeah,
mafia
I think
versus
that's the best.
non-mafia.
Yes, I think this is the best cast based on balance of the communities because it allowed for these like spicy alliances out of the gate. Like my previous season, it was pretty much Among Us gang versus DM, and that's all it was. And I think it was very similar to the previous seasons. And I think that Lombax did a great job, even though some of this was last minute. I think it was very balanced and was very good.
And I think that we all like. Sorry, go ahead, Rara.
Oh no, I was gonna say Lombax. I think the whole pregame thing and how you kind of put guidelines on it, I really appreciated it because I got to know Maeve, I got to know Slime.
Yeah. So man, pre-gaming is such a sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but pre-gaming is such a controversial like thing with this. Like, I do the surveys right for each season, and most people like generally agree. Like, I'll be like, which players did you like for different things? Okay, sure. Which challenges did you like? Okay, sure. Like, what's your overall rating? Blah blah blah. And then when you get to the pre-gaming stuff, it's like it's just like the graph is like all over the place, and no one agrees about anything. There are people who have like all kinds of any combination of opinions that you could think of. There's someone who has it, right? So like there are some people who think pre-gaming should be totally unlimited. There are some people who think it shouldn't exist at all, and then there's like everything in between that you could think of. So what I've settled on that I think I'm going to continue with for the future that seems to be the best solution. I'm open to other ideas if people have them, but what seems to be the best to me is like really the point of quote unquote pre-gaming that I'm allowing is to allow people to get to know each other so that if you come into the game and you have like no connections, you don't just lose, right? Because if you come into the game and you don't have any connections, then you're just going to like get voted out really early, like, which isn't really fair and it's not really fun. So I want to give people who like aren't integrated with the community the chance to get to know each other like before the game begins. But I don't want to allow there to be like a week of pre-gaming or whatever there was for season 2, where people extensively plan out everything and
that was the good part about this is we all kind of talked to each other and like there were some alliances, but at no point, and I kind of made an active decision on this, but also like I didn't have time. There was no plans. Like no one here was like, so this is going to be the group of people that we're going to try to get on our first tribe. This is going to be that. It was very much like I'm rolling with you, but if shit hits the fan, like, it's not that strong.
Something I kind of thought about was like, what if I made like a group chat on Discord for all the players, like the night before or something, and it was just like you can talk in this group chat to each other, but like not anywhere else or something.
Yeah, I think
that was kind of an idea I had.
I think that you should.
Those will be okay. I think either keep it
It'd be
as
very
is
hard to
or
monitor,
maybe try that.
I like the group chat.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't monitor it. Like
on honor, yeah.
It's all. Well, you can totally.
It's all honor roll.
You can totally cheat in this game. You can talk to people who aren't on your tribe and stuff. I can't enforce it, right? So it's all just. Just don't cheat. Like, what's the point of cheating, right? I would hope most people have that opinion, at least. Sorry, go ahead.
I would say if you're going to do something like that, at least at some point, say at like 9 a.m. like you did this time, you can now pre-game with whoever. If you're going to do the big group the night before, we're stuck together, at least give us a chance. Some, not quite as much time before, but like maybe I want to try and talk to
most like
So
5 hours.
in regard to pre-gaming, I think there's 3 approaches would be best. If it's an all returner player season, I think you should do what you just suggested, just do one group chat and then eliminate pre-gaming altogether. If it's a new player season, like with everybody, either do what you did this game and have it be like at 9 a.m. you have a whole day to like DM and do that sort of thing, or do what Maeve suggested, where you have the night before and then open up pre-gaming. I think those are your three best ways to do pre-gaming, or just do like
time on my hair
open the
than,
group chat like
pre-gaming, by the way.
2 hours before the game, and like people who are earlier there to chat. That's also another possibility. But I think the pre-gaming this game I think was relatively tame. So
I think it was the perfect amount of pre-gaming. Like I got enough to know that. Like,
I think it's also a mix of the people. The mix of the people didn't want to like super hardcore pre-game, and like I know I learned my mistakes in the previous season.
I told you that, Carson. I'm like, I didn't want to pre-game too.
I think the thing that really stood out to me, like that made the season good, was like everyone was like the right level of competitive, where everyone was trying to win, but no one was like going crazy, you know? Because honestly, like at the end of the day, like, you know, I like design the games and come up with twists and challenges and stuff, and like that's all cool or whatever. But what makes the season good, really, like, it's like 15% what I do. You know, it's mostly like what the players do.
And I like your note about getting to know each other. Like that's what I really did with the evening. Is I really tried to just kind of stay as far away with the hard
what these games are about.
Yeah.
Really. There's no prize at the end.
Lombax.
There's no.
Did you expect people to use translators and stuff for like the hints in?
Yeah, that's fine. You can do whatever you want.
Absolutely for Morse code. Are you fucking
for Morse
kidding
code?
me?
People aren't going to
Morse code.
That's what I was saying.
I copy
Great.
and pasted that shit. What are you talking about?
So for the second one, the translator that I was trying to use was too advanced.
Yeah, mine was not working for the translator.
The alphanumeric one.
Yeah, and the thing is, it wasn't until like the third, and then so my Discord's blowing up because there's like 4 different group chats just yelling at me, and I'm like, fuck, do I just look at the group chats or do I just focus on this goddamn thing? And then I'm like, okay, well, I'm not finding a good alphanumeric one because I knew immediately what it was, but when I looked it up, it's like a 36 cipher, and I'm like, what do you mean?
I had the same.
It took me like 4
gave
different links, and then eventually I just did it by hand, and Lombax said in chat already like, thank you, and I was like, damn, someone's got it, but I'm finishing this damn
Yeah,
thing
that's
by
kind of
hand.
my hint. Like when I post that in a group chat, it means whatever the secret thing was, someone got it. If I post thank you, it kind of means don't worry about it anymore.
On Mysterious Letter, which one I got the human out of for, I got the first 4 letters of the first word and the first 3 of the second word.
That one had a trick to it. Well, I mean, I kind of try to do this with a lot of the puzzles, but you should have started with the second word. The second word was so much easier to figure out for letter because it had 2 T's and 2 E's.
Yeah,
so if you notice,
I got mist. And I went, it's mysterious. It's mystery. No, it's mysterious. And then I got LET, and I went, it's letter.
Yeah. You can skip a lot of it.
2 minutes late.
Ring a Bell had some unfortunate timing. There was one where you went AFK for a couple minutes.
I went to grab a plate of dinner, and
it was like, well, I have to progress the game. Like, sorry.
Yeah, I kind of just I loved the alliances in this one because it was just kind of like I talked to like 4 or 5 people, and it was just like, which ones am I vibing with, man? Like, let's just vibe.
I'm gonna be honest though, the commentators, like when it became nighttime, dude, I couldn't even listen to the commentators. I was like, there's so many group chats, there's so many
well, the commentators are not for the players. The commentators are for Twitch chat.
But we would just like message each other and be like, holy shit, are these commentators?
It's also just so it's like it's really boring. If there's no commentators, it's really boring because like during all the nights, there's just like minutes of silence, you know.
Oh, absolutely.
So they kind of like need to be there, and it's fine I think it's fine if they're wrong. I think it's actually better if they're wrong because I don't want them to just like one of the things that some people have brought up to me is like
I think I have something to help.
It can be kind of unfortunate if like the commentators just like blow up someone's game, you know, to use Survivor terminology. If they're just like, oh well, we think this person's totally winning, yeah, and it's like, well, everyone playing is gonna be like, oh, I guess we'll just like vote them out.
There's also a reason like I don't tell anyone what my game is. Like even I know like I don't even like hint pregame like to someone I know's not playing like, oh man, I have so many alliance, like I just don't say anything. Like I think it's more fun for them too if they're like watching and they don't fucking know.
Yeah, I think the commentators did a great job. My comment for that during the jury was mostly because of just Maeve seemed frustrated, and I just kind of wanted to clear that up that we didn't feel that way.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing I wanted
that was all that was about. I didn't want to shit talk Happy Meal or Dave. They did a great job.
No, you can shit talk Happy Meal.
The other thing I wanted to do with commentary going forward was like, so last season had like a 3-team commentary throughout the whole thing, and 3 is just like not like they don't all get to speak enough. Like what I really wanted to do for the season was have like commentary duos that had like shifts. You know what I mean? So like 2 people for like pre-merge and 2 people for post-merge. I think would be like perfect. You know, and you'd switch them out halfway through.
That would be really cool.
But until the game was about to start, like Happy Meal was the only one who was going to do commentary until like right at the end. So
Dave Dobb did an excellent job, by the way.
yeah, well,
Yeah,
he said
he
he said he could do it, but he said he was going to be like an hour late. And then like right at the end, Levi was like, "I want to do commentary," and I was like, "Oh, okay."
Did you ask
Cool.
PTB?
Ask people, but in my announcement, I was like, "Tell me if you want to do commentary." So
I think Dave Dobb should continue.
Read
I
the
think
announcements.
Dave Dobb was like the right amount of like
balance
in terms of like, let's analyze what just happened and what that could mean for potential. I think he just spoke really well about the game, and like there was the perfect knowledge of kind of knowing us, but not really knowing many of us, but knowing the format too. I think.
Yeah, you did a great job.
PTB loves to tell people, PTB loves to tell people they're right or they're wrong in Twitch chat and DMs, so he definitely should be in commentary team.
The only thing I think I said to Levi the entire game was, man, just didn't Lombex wouldn't let you take my $35 from me.
Anyway, hey, you guys played a good game. I just wanted to come
Thank
here
you,
real
Flash.
quick before I leave and say, let's go, my boy Carson. Let's go 23 games. You already know what it is.
Let's go.
We out here, boy.
We're back. We're back.
This is why Flash is not allowed to play anymore, because he will
Love you,
absolutely
Flash.
create an alliance
I
of
love that
23
man.
gang members.
I love that man.
I want to join the spectator Discord.
Oh, I do too.
I had a random question about. Well, I guess
I
not.
don't.
Yeah, it's random. So on the vote that killed me, did you guys vote based off knowing whether or not I had an immunity idol? Did you guys know that I didn't have one, or no?
Oh, I think the vote on you is just because.
Like I figured
Kelly
it was
was-
odd man out, right? But the thing is that, right? Like assuming in a perfect world where I found the right, because I got the Morse code one like really fast, and I assume I could have done the same for the other one. So in the like the perfect world, I already knew I was gonna use my idol there because I just felt like I needed to. So afterwards, I even told Lombex, like, "Damn, I knew I needed that idol." But I was thinking like, if you guys voted, regardless of whether or not you thought I had an idol, right? If I get immunity, and then it ends up being one vote Kelly, one vote Roach, right? And then we have to vote between them. And the game is like super skewed at that point, but I just wanted to know if that it like influenced the vote at all. But I guess not.
I don't think.
Oh, last thing I'll say, for everyone who's still here, which I guess I should have said this way earlier, but I will be putting up a survey again at some point. They take like 5 minutes to fill out, and they give me like a lot of feedback. I just ask like, which challenges did you like, and which players did you think were good at this thing or whatever, and they're just like really helpful, and they only take like a couple minutes to fill out. So please fill it out if you have time, which you do. So please fill it out when I post it.
Man,
Thank
this
you.
season was by far the most entertaining end game. I think season 1's end game was really good. I think season 2's was like really boring.
I like
because
season 1 end game a lot.
Season 1's end game was really good. I think season 2's like the most exciting part was like
the whole tilted.
The whole tilted to Levi,
Tilted
Levi
cyclone
flipping,
thing.
and then like
whole
Levi
thing.
flipping everyone against them. But then the problem is they had a common enemy that was never winning that. So then it became like they went down to Final 4, and it was like, well, we've killed the 2 bad guys from Final 7. So now like,
Oh, one other thing I'll say, just a quick little shout out. Vandy winning 3 immunity challenges. That's the second most immunity challenges that anyone has ever won in a season. I don't think anyone else has won 3. I'm checking really
Carson
quick.
won the first 3 in a row, and then we.
No, individual immunity challenges.
I know. No, I'm saying that.
How many did Storm win?
And the one I had to
Well,
win.
Storm won the most, but I'm saying he was Vandy was second most with 3. Storm won 4. Storm has the record there. That's kind of why he won his season.
Storm basically won on challenges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, especially
So now-
because if you think about it, what's crazy is he was immune for the last 5 votes because he had the flash forward idol that he won earlier. Then he had an immunity idol that he played, and then he won the last 3. So he was immune for 5 votes in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is like pretty insane.
It's rough.
I do want to
And
ask
he was
Carson.
immune
real-
for 4.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, or actually not Carson. Slime, were you actually thinking of voting Carson there on that like?
No, I was trolling, but maybe
Oh,
I
okay.
should
I thought
have.
she was
I don't
being
know.
serious.
It
I'm
would have
like,
been
this is spicy.
content to make me and Carson do that dumb word
I
shit.
don't know. I don't know if I
could not
win
have done the
over Carson or Vandy in any
I'm still laughing at
that.
Mavelost's face when you guys are typing in that second word, and he's like, "What are y'all? This is
That
not
was
real."
so funny.
I was
He's had
like, I
great
was proud I
reactions
got
in
xenophobic, and he's just like, this second word is.
I couldn't stop laughing.
You know what's funny is I make
There's
a
no other
different
guys, like, counting.
I make a different tiebreaker challenge for each season. It's just some of them never got seen, For season 1 and 2, they didn't come up. Yeah.
Ghost was
great. It was a really cool challenge.
Season 5.
It came up for last season, but
and final
came up in a really silly way where
Final
the person who quote unquote should have won it like messed up. Anyways, I won't get into that right now.
You should probably not
what it is.
say what.
Yeah,
the
season 5 is going to be
tiebreaker
amazing.
was.
I'll give you guys I'm going to step away for a couple minutes. I'll give you guys 10 more minutes, and then I'm going to close down the stream. But enjoy.
Yeah, it's almost 10.
Yeah, the stream is still
10
up.
a.m. for me, so I'm gonna go to sleep. But
go to
it's fun
bed.
playing with you guys.
Fun playing with you. Nice meeting you.
You should come play Lombax
Fucking
Mafia
that
tomorrow.
crazy ping that you still won all those challenges.
Yeah.
That ping.
Big brain.
Oh yeah,
I
also
remember I was like,
shout
who
outs
has
to
the worst ping
TCP
here?
for being the only competent one at the logic puzzles. Well done, TCP.
I got the first.
When I was watching
was-
those, I was like, "Fuck! I actually could do pretty well."
I got
through them
the first
before
3
these
really
Yeah,
easily.
ring a bell. Didn't
but,
you not pick yourself for logic puzzles? I was really
I
surprised by
picked
that.
myself for word.
Yeah. I thought you were going to pick yourself for the logic for sure.
I thought the logic puzzle was going to be like if Ted has $5 and gives it to Frank and it was just like this
Not me.
And Frank's
not
a piece of
math
shit who
related,
doesn't
Well,
but
I
more
wanted
just,
to make it vague intentionally, so that you
Yeah.
had to think who is the most generally good at what that could be,
Yeah.
And then
but what it
JCP
actually
plays
was,
and,
I was
I
really
picked
good.
my
at like-
tribe and where to put us, so it was pretty easy on that one for me.
Arrow was clutch on that one. I was like, whoa.
Wait, which one?
The typing.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh man, I think I'm gonna stand by this. By the way, I think that relay race challenge. I think that's the best
That was
challenge
really
that's ever happened.
Yes.
It was so
Relay
cool.
races
Yeah.
are
The
so-
fact
those
that it
were
actually
really
came
good.
down to the very last round,
Yeah.
oh man, that challenge was so good.
Actually, I'm going to say this: what was going through in my brain there is because I thought Ra was a lot more on an island than she actually was in that on that island. So actually cheering for them because I thought she was in more danger there than I.
I was.
She was no Roach was actually the most dangerous. The fact that she got that immunity
No,
from
and so
Carson
that's the
actually
thing.
saved her. I'm
So
gonna be
that-
honest.
actually,
it
I
saved
was
her.
anti.
Yeah,
I
I was
had
voting
to.
Wimbo.
You were voting Wimbo. Oh, that's true actually.
I didn't. I
we were
thought.
always voting Wimbo.
I thought
we were gonna
Wimbo had
split,
a more.
right? We were gonna split between them.
So I thought Ra was in a lot of danger there. So I
Oh, man.
actually was very, and I knew I wasn't. So I wasn't going to throw because I think throwing is not very good for the game. But I was totally fine with us losing there.
Well, throwing has a very bad history. The one other time a challenge was thrown, and that person with an idol.
Freak
So
Nasty.
yeah.
Oh,
no,
or
no, no, no.
James.
It was James. He
Freak
threw
Nasty
he threw
also
a challenge
threw a
on purpose, and then
challenge.
he got voted out with an idol because he thought
Yeah.
that his alliance was gonna vote someone else out when he threw, and they did not.
James should have known better.
Wait, sorry, I was gonna ask something.
He had 2 idols actually.
Shoot.
Dang.
Did he really?
He
No,
had 2 idols.
Yeah. Dumb shit.
No, he didn't. James only had one. He was lying about that.
Was he?
Yeah.
No, the
He probably
James
said he had
show.
2, but he only.
He
had
said he said he.
Oh
had
no,
2.
no,
I
no!
thought
I'm
he
talking
did.
about not in the actual TV show. I'm talking about
We know. I missed.
on
th-
these.
There
Yeah.
was a James who got voted out with 2 idols in his pocket. I spaced out.
Yeah,
in
yeah.
Survivor.
That's in the
why I
actual
said-
show.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
spaced
thought you
out.
meant James that played season 1. I was like, that dumb shit.
Oh no,
He
no.
played. Yeah, he played season 2
I-
out with an idol. Wasn't it season 2? Maybe it was season 1.
No, it was.
It was season 2. I know it
It
was
was
season 2.
I
Actually,
was in
yeah.
it. Yeah.
It's season 2.
And because he messaged me and was like, "Final 2," and I was like, "I
Shoot,
think
man,
you've
there
made
was
that with
something I
everybody."
wanted to ask, and now I can't remember what it was. So never mind.
All right.
I
this is
love
now
my
the
strategy
survey.
for early game, by the way.
Just win.
And only I think a couple people sort of picked up on it. Is I told a lot of people that all I want to do is play the auction. That's all I want to get. Just give me to the auction. So
Yep.
Arrow was on my side, Kelly was on my side for that, and I'm just like, I don't care after that. And then there was no auction.
Yeah. As soon as it got
Okay,
merged,
I will
Yeah.
say
Oh man,
this-
there was a tribal council where a bunch of people were like, "Yeah, we want to get to the auction," and I was just kind of like, "Okay."
That's what I said. Oh, those early.
I will say
think
this, I did
between
make
me
an
and Ra, we
alliance.
went to the most tribals, I think.
Yeah, I
I
was
think
like, oh my.
I did as
Oh, go ahead.
well.
Did you win it?
No, actually, I
Ring a
think
Bell
we were
did. I don't
tied.
think Ring a Bell won a challenge the entire time.
I won a challenge.
No, he did.
I made sure
No.
He won. He won individual
tiebreaker.
immunity. He won
No,
the like.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think Ring a Bell's tribe ever won. I think he didn't win
Oh.
until individual.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
then
No, that's not
this
true
one,
because
like,
you won the one when you
I
went to-
won the tribes that me and Slime were on won every
Maeve,
single
Ring, and
time.
Rara went to the most
So,
tribals. They're tied.
Yeah, when we
Hmm.
were, it was like
Maybe we
all
went to 2.
Deja Vu season 1.
like all
Uh,
together.
Man.
all together.
them all.
I
All
was so
together.
on point in these
Yeah.
challenges too. Oh,
Oh, by the way, Vandy, this is what I was gonna tell you. When you picked me for the typing, I was like, oh my god, I'm a computer science major. This dude just picked me for typing. Like, what is he doing?
I don't know. First of all, I don't know this. Second of all, like all y'all fuckers hang out online too much. What am I like? I don't
I
know.
thought you were gonna pick Slime because of her ping, right? Because like the
Well,
typing.
no, but she'd won like 3 challenges in a row that were all speed typing.
Yeah,
like, I
Slime.
wasn't-
Slime made a. She gave off the impression that she was very good at typing based on the early challenges. I think. Based on, like, the first
had
yeah.
one.
We had our tribe chat, and we were talking about our weaknesses.
I can't believe Carson. I cannot believe you didn't pick Kelly for any of the spelling challenges.
She did good in the previous one. That I don't remember what it was, but it was the one where it was. She did good in one, and I'm like,
Kelly.
first challenge.
So I've modded a couple of challenges with Kelly, and she's very like hit or miss. I feel like sometimes she'll just not know it at all, but then every few questions, she'll just like out of nowhere be like the first one to answer, and I'm like,
Man,
oh.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
I think I could have
that
like
last
replaced
challenge when I
maybe
was
quits
typing.
with Kelly. I think that was like probably the one move I could have done like in there that I could replace, but I don't know. I think
I'm a slow typer.
What did you guys
I
think
just
of the
make a lot
whole
of
like
typos.
captains choosing people stuff?
Totally fine. I
That
like
was
it.
exciting.
I thought
It was fun. It was
I'm
really
biased.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I also go ahead.
I didn't have any allegiances really at all.
Man,
I
something-
just was like,
I didn't even
I
remember
kinda
to
like Arrow.
explain
I
this.
like Rah-Rah, so I'm just gonna like give them the thing.
I didn't even remember to say this, but
What do you
if
do,
the
Ring?
captains got voted out, what would have happened is at that tribal council, you would have immediately voted for a new captain because you had to have a captain.
So that was interesting.
But that
because
never,
that-
the captains never got voted out, which it
Oh,
was
yeah.
unlikely.
It's almost
but
like that was the
I
reason they were
going to
captains.
suggest it
Actually,
to
that's
my
what
alliance.
CPP got
the other
voted
thing
out.
too, I was thinking about saying this early on, and then I was
Yeah.
like, I'm not going to say it. I'll just see if it comes up. Was that if people were very displeased with their captain, I would allow the
Bring a
tribes a
mutiny.
chance to revote. Yeah.
That's fun.
So
That
that
was
was
fun.
Yeah.
That was interesting on the Hari tribe. I forget it was a group chat, but it did not include Ring or Vandy. And
CPP.
it was.
I wasn't in the Hari tribe, so
Yeah.
I
It was
put
Roach, it was you,
myself,
Roach, it was you,
Arrow,
me,
you,
Ricardo,
and Ricardo.
Kelly, and then I believe JC plays. And we were like, should we vote Ringa or CPP? But we're like, Ringa Bill's our captain, so what's gonna happen? So we're like, let's vote CPP. So
Like, what happens if you vote out a cap? We don't know.
We don't know.
So the second that word
That's why you
undercover
should do
popped
it.
up in that final 4, I was like, oh, I lost. I had no clue. Like that word meant, those letters meant nothing to me. Undercover, not a
Even though I
goddamn
was
thing.
throwing your name out there behind
I
your
was just
back, I
playing
let you know.
to like try to like make sure
And
you
then
were
Kelly
out.
Yeah, no,
That was
and
done.
that's your right strategical play. It was very annoying, but like,
Yeah, I always
Who voted for the captains?
I always try to give you guys hints during the puzzle stuff. By the
Kelly
way,
voted
it's
for
like
you. I know
undercover
that
was
Like-
never coming to me.
yeah, but the strategies that I recommend to you are usually what you should do. So when I'm like, find all the letters, then unscramble it. Like, don't start working partway through. And I don't say everything, but like for those, the big things you should be looking for is what are there 2 of, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. There was one more of those challenges that I had prepared because in theory it could have gone 1 round longer since Slime never got a strike, so there was one more. And the third challenge had a 3 in it. There was 3 of something in it.
What was the word?
No.
You want to try and figure it out?
Yeah, sure. I'll just say it out loud if I see it.
All right, I'll put it up. You guys can keep talking when you find it.
It's a Zoom thing. I got to type it out.
Yeah.
I
Let me
stopped
see here.
deleting after the first one. I just stopped deleting the things I typed out.
Having the word challenges on slides was really nice because I had so many
Yeah,
cryptography
I was gonna
things
ask
open.
about-
It was nice.
It
because you
seems
could
like the
copy-paste
Zoom background experiment was a great success. I'm happy about how that went.
It was really good.
Hopefully I get feedback from the viewers on that because it's more for the viewers than the players. But
One of the first ones, the Q did not look like a Q.
yeah, and
I had to pin it, and then it was that's
yeah, you had to pin it, yeah, because it was too small.
The one.
I have this word is what?
This would have been the last round if it came down to 2 people. The thing you should focus on is the 3 E's.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out. So there's definitely a double E.
Enemies.
Yeah,
very good.
Quick's got it. It's enemies.
Yeah, it's not a.
You want to put them together, but you realize you can't have 3 E's in a row, so they're probably really separate.
The first one that was weight. I had no idea what the challenge was because I was like, I was I was very nervous before, so I like went and got a beverage of the alcoholic variety to try to calm myself down, and I was not paying attention at all what was happening. So
I see.
Yeah, on my audio sometimes cut out, and on the tax one, I thought you were supposed to use your 100, all your 100, and I was like, yeah, it was.
Well, hey, you were close. You're only $2 away.
Yeah, but I thought.
Oh my God! When he said 98, I was like, hell yeah, rah rah! You just got yourself immunity.
I know. I thought it was
losing.
losing.
I thought you were supposed to use all of them. Like,
okay, to do the math correctly, if you bid $14 out through 7 rounds, you would end up with $2.
I was doing 13.
Yeah, but you can't just do it linearly like that because you'll probably get eliminated at some point.
That's what happened to me because I was doing 13 at every single.
Yeah, Carson was doing 13 every time.
I almost was going to do 11 every time, but I changed my mind.
I really liked my not to brag, but I really liked my bonus challenge for the final 3 for the reward challenge at the end. I thought that was a good one where you had to bid the other version of Tax Collector.
Yeah, the challenges were great.
Dude, Slime killed that challenge. Her strategy was so good.
That was a great strategy.
Her strategy was like just get the first point. Like she bid like 50, right? And then she bid 0, and then she like high bid again, and then bid 0 again. The way she played it was so good.
I was like,
I feel like that might be a solid. Well, probably not because it's going to be interesting how people would do that for the first one, right? Going forward, it's probably something you could bring back without that being an issue. That's a strategy.
We'll see.
Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed. We'll see.
Yeah.
All right, bye, Vandy.
What a great season.
We'll win the next one, Vandy.
Get
Don't
dumped
worry.
on. Get dumped on.
Well, I'm gonna be super against you next season. We play.
Yeah, I'm just glad I lost to Ringable, to be honest.
I'm just gonna stick to the commentary rounds, guys.
You're a great commentator.
Thank you so much, Lombax. What a fun season.
I might make
I'm glad everyone enjoyed it.
Future auction. There might be a kazoo.
Yes, maybe we'll have a kazoo performance dedicated to you in your honor by CPB.
Can that be a
that'd be a great auction.
Yeah, an auction item.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You get a kazoo solo specifically for you.
For you.
Yeah.
That'd be really good.
All right. I'm gonna wrap it up. Congratulations again, Carson.
Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me back.
All right. I'm gonna end the Zoom. See you guys.
Bye, Twitch chat.
All right, Twitch chat. Thanks for tuning in, the few of you who are still here for some reason. I'm happy with the season. It was fun. There was a lot of crazy stuff that happened last minute. We had people swapping out and dropping out and jury members not where they were supposed to be, but it worked out. I think the season, we had to adapt and we made it work. Like I said, season 5, I honestly, I undersold it to them. Season 5 is going to be so good. Season 5 is going to be so good. So yeah, if you're in the Discord, I guess I'll just say this as a little secret for the last people who are still here, is that I'm working on a promotional video for season 5 that's going to show off what the theme is, and it's going to be, I'm not going to do that for every season, I'll put it that way. Just for season 5, I'm preparing something special. Season 5 is going to be great. It's going to be really, really good. So yeah, keep an eye out for that in the Discord soon. I'll run Mafia tomorrow. There's probably going to be like no one playing because of the day. That's how it always goes the day after Survivor, but I'll still be running Mafia tomorrow. I'm out. See you guys later.